Well, folks, not only did that crash my game, but it corrupted the game save. Do I have backups? Yeah, I have backups. You wanna know how old my last backup was? This will take actual, literal hours, if not days, to revert. So I'll see you folks later. Welcome back, folks. It's been a while. Maybe not for you, it's probably just been like a clock wipe for you, but it's been a while for me, and boy howdy, I'm excited to show you all the work I've done that was basically just redoing all the work I'd already done as this beautiful sun rises in the distant horizon. I am finally ready to report that everything has been restored to the way that it was. I think here's the issue. I pinpointed the exact episode that update was from, and it was right after I built the wart on the side there with the channel members, which means that what do we have being manufactured up here? Glass? I think it was on this floor, actually. Yeah, I didn't put that back yet, but I did do this. I went ahead and completely redid all of this with the new plan, because I figured, you know what, if I'm getting rid of the pipes anyway, might as well go all the way and do the thing properly. And as you could probably tell, I mean, we could hit F3, so much smoother. So much consistent 60 or high 50 FPS. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And I actually reorganized some of this down here. So, of course, I did go with the new bronze, the Railcraft bronze ingots, which I'm assuming can be used same because of Ore Dictionary. We'll see. Down here, though, I decided to move the furnace ones so that they're on the end and not just kind of awkwardly mixed in, which meant that I went ahead and moved the black hole units, even if we're not using them right now. I kind of moved them to where they should be, because it's still a pretty good way to reference what's inside each one of these for now. Right, iron. Look at that, iron. And in case you were curious, let me just go ahead and demonstrate. I just emptied that entire thing, okay? And it's full. The truth is, it was already full when I instantly emptied it, but there's like a bit of a delay. Let me see if I can do that again. Okay, so it looks like it's not full, but if we get off of here, it is. It's just so quick filling it back up that the game can't quite register what's happening. So here's what I've done, and here's what I'm going to do. I, before starting this recording, exited the game, copied the world file out of the Minecraft folder and put it in a separate folder on the document. And from now on, at the start of every episode, I will do the same. So that, I mean, we're going to end up probably with a lot of copies of this world, but at least that way if we lose all the progress from one episode, that's a shame. I just don't want to have to go back several episodes like that again. I mean, look, the mini-map is back. That was on because, okay, I should be honest about what actually happened, I suppose. I wasn't earlier because I was a little bit embarrassed, but when the game froze, to say the world was corrupted might not be exactly what happened. What might have actually happened was I started mashing buttons on the keyboard and it opened up poly-MC in the background and deleted the entire instance. The reason we have a world backup is because we just updated to 1.2.2 and I still had 1.2.1, and that was so it could have been worse, but that's why I'm now copying the world files out of the Minecraft folder. So they're somewhere else entirely. I need to get backup set up on my system drive. I'll confess I've not done that yet. Most things are stored on a different drive, which is also not backed up. I kind of view a gaming PC like, well, if something gets deleted, I can re-download it from Steam, no big deal. That's not true of everything, so I probably shouldn't be so cavalier about it, should I? Anyway, like I was saying, we do have a functioning backup, so do we want to risk this nonsense one more time to see if we can kind of get this working? I've got everything we need here for it, so I would actually like to get this working, if it's possible. I guess one thing, I did clear out the inventory before we started. Let's see, glass. Need to get ourselves a stack of white stained glass because we really only need one of them, but what the heck. And we're going to put this back down. And then remember, the way that this works allegedly... Oh my gosh. I got to keep taking these off so I can actually, like, do useful things in them. Apparently... And actually, do I still have that page? I think I reboot... Oh, I had to reboot the capture PC as well to just install updates while I was... You know how it is. You know how it is. So here I am back on the Minecraft translocators page where it says adding an iron ingot. Wait, what? Makes the translate emit a redstone? That's not what I care about. No. Adding a diamond nugget puts the translocator in regulate mode. In this mode, it will maintain a certain amount of items set in the filter in the inventory it's attached to. On an inserting face, it will only accept items to fill the inventory to the matching filter. On the ejecting face, it will eject any items that don't match the filter. That's what's so confusing. Because it suggests... Well, hold on. Let's actually try putting one on there and see what happens. I thought that meant, though, that you could specify, so it's on regulate mode, exactly the number of copper ingots you wanted in there. Remember, this is what killed it last time. Whatever we do... I'm telling you right now, we're not going to use the wheel, because that broke it. So I just want one of these in there. That's all I want. I don't want more or less than 20. I just want the one. Oh, well now it works. So that time it did exactly what I wanted. So if we go ahead and turn it off real quick, and we take that out, or I guess, you know what? No, I'm going to manually click all the way up to 64. I'm not going to use the wheel because that it wouldn't delete the world, right? We understand that was my mistake. All right, we're on 64. If I turn it on, it should stream just enough to get us to 64. No. Why? Well, okay, what if I tick it down one? Are you kidding me? Oh, this is like severely bugged. So it'll go up to 63, but if I turn it up to 64, it's just like, all the way, baby! Alright, well, it's technically still doable. If I grab glowstone, that'll move an entire stack at a time, or I should say up to an entire stack at a time. So if I do that and I take this out, it'll immediately replace it with 63. But if you change it to 64... Yeah, no, awful. Awful. Why? Why? I don't understand. I know why. It's because it's a bugged mess. But the way that I sort of envisioned this working, and I guess now I can finally explain it, is this has 27 slots in it, you know, because it's normal chest size. So what we can do is we can have every single ingot from this floor stored inside of the triple orange. And then down here on the assembly floor, we can just have one chest that has all of those in there, configured to do, I was going to do 64, but I guess maintain, 63. And then instead of having all the different colored chests down there, we just need the one. Now, it's not really necessary, and why did diamonds keep getting thrown out on the floor over here? I'm not mad about it. Well, no, I am mad about it. I'm upset. I'm angry. Keeps happening. It might be more beneficial to do the multiple different colors for the reason of, well, we can just put down the triple, well, hey, we can shut these down now. We don't need either of these. Good Lord! Very loud. Okay, if you go to music and like sound settings and everything, you can actually go in here and you can either turn down like the item volume, the tile volume, the backpack. You can just turn the whole thing down to a nice like. Can you get like super granular with it? No, you can't. Okay, well if you can get it to go to a 0, there we go. You can then use the wheel to scale down like that. Let's put it at a nice 44% because that seems funny. And then if we come down here. I mean, they're not making any noise at all now. We can turn these off. We don't need these on anymore. Oh, good gosh! It's very selective when it wants to make noise, isn't it? All right, so for example, we've got these turned off now, which means that this system, I mean, it's going to keep filling this up for some reason. Where is it getting these from? Where are these being manufactured? Inside of here, it's still got some left over. Why is it running, though? It's literally turned off. How does that work? Oh, it's still got power, meaning it's going to keep running so long as it has a supply, meaning that what we actually want to do is cut off the supply. And the supply comes from right over here, I'm pretty sure. Right here. So kill that. That's shut down. We need to do the same with iron, which I think is like over here. Yeah. All of these are doing iron. All 2 of these are doing iron. So we kill both of those. That is now offline. That is now offline. What's the system gonna... It's not gonna do anything. It's got so... Okay, we're gonna get rid of this then. Goodbye, you. I'm going to break you now. Boom. You're gone. I actually want to hold on to you, though. I gotta merge this with the other one. Because even if we don't end up using these, I'm not gonna let them go to waste. What's the fastest way to do this? Oh, wait, no, that won't work, because you can't use the item translocators with black hole storage units for some reason. Right, that's just going to be a waste of time. Okay, in that case, we'll use gravity pipes. That'll be fine. And then we'll just... This is just kind of like a little temporary thing with the 2 of these. There we go. Until that's full. It's going to take a while for that to transfer. Whatever, it'll be happening in the background. We don't have to focus on it. Something else I thought about with this setup was if we wanted to, we could have used hoppers. I don't know if hoppers are fast enough, but they are not transparent, meaning you don't see the items move, so it might have helped. But also, this is so much smoother here. This looks so much better, and it's probably because it's not constantly running. Because once these are full, well, actually, they're going to keep going until these are full. But then at that point, it just stops, and there's no reason. There's no reason to generate 261,000 or 230,000. We don't need that many. We just need enough to keep the line down here running. And if we run into a bottleneck, we can add more cores to the nodes, and it'll be fine. And I don't know why I said cars like that. Add more cars to the nodes. So what we need down here now is iron, and we also need... Hold on a tick. Wait a minute. How much... We need iron, we need... Okay, I know what we need. We need iron, refined iron, and we need, right now, bronze. Yeah. So, the way that we're going to configure this, and we kind of have to decide where we want the ender chest located. So, in this case, we are using this one here. I'm going to go ahead and take this out. Oh, right. No, I forgot. That's just going to immediately do that. That's fine. I need to get this one off without it breaking. Hello. Got to get it just the right angle. So, I don't know kind of in a future, more permanent setup how exactly we would do this. Here's how we're going to do it for now. The one at the very end, so the one at the end of the node, is where we're going to put the triple export chest. Kind of like right there like that. And we're going to configure it like this. So, one of those. One of those. You get a glowstone. There you go. You get a diamond. And I want you to transfer from inside of here. You're not even the right type of item. In my defense, that is where the refined iron used to be. So... You can understand how something like that might end up happening. Okay, as I was saying, one of those, one of these. One of those, one of these. Take from inside of you. I don't actually need a whole stack. I need a whole stack but one. Because that's going to be the fastest way to... Oh, I don't want that on there. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Well, no, I want it back off. And there's a way to remove things. I think shift right-clicking with the bare hand. Yeah, there we go. Unnecessary, but I just want it that way. So again, we're gonna just plop that in there. Easiest way to set it. I don't have to worry about accidentally using the scroll wheel and crashing the game. So now I should be able to just turn that on. Instantaneously, there's a stack of copper there. Copper! copper even come from? Where is the copper coming from? Oh, but the copper was already in there from a previous test. Okay. Is there a quick way to if I do this, will that reset that more quickly? There we go. And then we get rid of it. Oh heavens! Ah! Okay. 63 of them. And then we got to get all of this out of here. And then what do I do with it? See, this is why we need this, because some of these don't have an EMC value. And then what am I supposed to do with all the excess? Does it work? It works. Now down here, inside of here, this is where it extracts all of its refined iron from for every one of its needs, which means that this back here is already configured to extract iron from here. So I'm just going to go ahead and break this. And as we wait patiently, somewhere along in here, these are going to be consuming refined iron, and it's going to be saying, I would like some more refined iron, but where is it going to get that refined iron? It's going to get it from right here, my triple orange chests, where it looks like it just happened. Why do you have bronze in you? I need to... Hold on. Wait just a second. Wait, just give me that. Give me that right now. Let's stop doing that. Did I mess up? Refined iron ingot. Okay. Okay. No, it's working. It's working. And you see here we've got 63 of them. So what I would like to see happen is them get extracted and then immediately get resupplied. But it might actually be so fast that we don't see that. We can look over here. You know what? You know what we're going to do? Hold on. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to shut these down. Because these are poisoning the well. We're shutting all of this down. Okay, so all of the... Oh, look, there it goes. Okay. So now the only thing we will ever see go through this pipe is the refined iron ingots. So as we wait patiently, it's so fast you don't even see it happening. This is fantastic. So now on the factory floor, we've replaced all of these machines with the iron, but it gets better because remember, we can use this with other things as well. So remember something else we took offline down there. Gosh, dang it. So remember that something else we took offline down there was the bronze production. So now I'm going to get this right first time because I've done it a couple of times at this point, and I think I've got the system figured out. We're going to put the 63 of those in there. We're going to right click. Should instantaneously put the bronze ingot in there. Except you are not, because it's a different type of bronze, which is where we might actually here in a minute find out whether or not that matters. So now it's got Railcraft bronze, and now it has Railcraft bronze. But I've not actually tried Railcraft bronze on any of these recipes in here. I also realized that you can't, by choice, go get Railcraft bronze, right? If you look it up in here, if you type in bronze, it does not show up as an item. You get the industrial craft. The only way to find Railcraft bronze in the game is to find it inside of a dungeon chest. I don't know if you can do that in new versions of the game. I'm assuming the reason I found it is we found it in a chunk that's been loaded since I started this world in the first version of this mod pack. If you're wandering around new chunks, new dungeons might not include that. It might have been removed. I don't know for sure. If that's the case, though, it's gonna... Okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to remove these, and we're going to attempt with the Railcraft bronze to see if we can do the same thing. We absolutely can. So it still has the industrial craft bronze. If I remove that, it should restock itself with the Railcraft bronze from this chest right here, which has it in there, has 63 of it, and we shouldn't need to change anything back here because it should have just a regular little quicksort module, which should make everything in the chest, regardless of what the item is, available to the network. Now, I did just realize that there's one thing I haven't considered, which is that the intake on the bottom needs to also be updated. So we need to come down here. Is this the right... I don't even know if this is the right row. It could be... How do I check? I'm going to have to, like, wedge myself over. It is not. It's one row over. And I believe it's right along in here, possibly. Maybe this one? Right. So this pipe, and actually, for that matter, I think all of these pipes, but starting with this one, this needs to be updated. Replace that with the railcraft. There we are. And we should now see that this starts filling it. Did it already do it? Nope. Was that it? That was it. So it extracted out of here. And as you can see, it's already raring to go again. There it goes. There goes another batch. Great. So one issue, it looks like, is that, well, wait a minute. No, adding a second might make this faster. If we added another quick sort, or hold on, can we sort these? I was going to say, these aren't configured, so they should stack. If we had a second one in here, it might extract more than one stack at a time. I don't know if that would cause any problems, because it seems to pretty much instantaneously restock itself. But now, with the single triple orange chest down here, we are carrying 2 different items from that floor down to the assembly line. And what we have done is we have eliminated the need for pretty much, what, all this whole line up here and this whole line up here? Why stop there? Why stop there? Why not go ahead and just manufacture all the mixed metal ingots up top too, you know? Why not? Why not just add that to... I mean, why even have the factory floor down here be where we manufacture things? We could just have different floors manufacturing different objects, and then they all come together down here. Remember, the ultimate end goal of this is to build a high-voltage solar panel. We probably could have done it by now if I'd been focusing on it. Why is this still set up the way it is? I need to change that immediately. This is such a slow, painfully slow way of doing the diamonds, when we could essentially have them teleporting instantaneously. And also, we can pack these suckers in tight and get far more efficiency. These single core nodes is such an ancient and archaic way of doing things. Of course, it's much more quick than sort of these old school nodes that we had before. Those are pretty slow. I think the new node design up top here with the packed-in cores is definitely sort of the best approach in terms of performance per block. But so the other object that we disabled down there that we're no longer manufacturing on the ground floor was it just the 2 ingots? Was there a third ingot? I think it was just the 2. Oh, well, we did disable iron while we were down there. We should probably hook that one back in. I don't actually know if it needs iron for anything, because the situation down there is that I think it was mostly just needing refined iron. But you know what? That's okay. We'll provide it with regular old iron, too. And that happens far more often than you would think. But watch me go. Watch me with the speed like lightning. Go in here and grab the missing glowstone. Gonna get a whole stack of that stuff. Click that on there. Go ahead and get all but... restocks too quickly, doesn't it? Gosh dang it. Like lightning, I said. Like lightning, with perfect efficiency. There we go. The iron is now stocked in there. You need to go immediately. And if we go back down into the basement... This is TEKKIT. This is exactly what we've not been doing this whole time. With all these different types of massive cable runs, or I guess I should say pipe runs, this is what we've been missing out on. So now that we have multiple different types of ingot in here, I think there might actually be a benefit to adding a second quicksort module. Not because it needs like one quicksort module per type of item or anything ridiculous like that. I just know that adding a second one doubles the speed at which items are extracted, and there's a lot of different machines on this network that might need these different types of ingot. I do wish we could get them to full stacks. That bothers me that we can't, but it is what it is. Some of these that, well, I was going to say some that might be needed more often, we could probably do 2 stacks of, or 2 partial stacks of, but no, there's no reason to. It immediately restocks, and as you can see, items are getting extracted out of here at a pretty regular pace, and there they go. So it looks like iron is going somewhere. What are you doing? So you're still cooking up iron, aren't you? I turned you off. Where are you getting your iron that you're cooking up from? Because I thought, weren't we having trouble with iron before? Like we weren't able to manufacture enough of it? See, that's empty. And, well, somehow that is not empty. So I guess that's probably where it's getting iron from. But that's empty. And then, what about over here? I don't think we have iron production still turned on. No, it's not even in this area. So I don't know where it's getting iron from to keep these running. Yes, I do! It's getting iron from the chests! Oh my gosh! This is absolutely... I just figured it out. That's where that iron that we saw leave the chest and go over here was going. It was like, ah, good! I can start making more of these again. No, we don't need it to do that anymore is the issue. That is no longer a requirement. We're making refined iron upstairs now, so it shouldn't restock anymore. That should no longer be a thing. We're leaving the quicksort modules in, so it continues to extract them. So it's going to take a little while to convert this entire assembly to using just the metals from up top there. This might all have to be remodeled. And again, we might, like, I mean, for instance, this is a type of ingot. Shouldn't we be manufacturing that? By the way, it's still going, right? Oh, I've got to update all the other ones. So right now, just this one is running. Right, I'll do that here in a bit. But it's a type of ingot. The mixed metal ingot is a type of ingot. Shouldn't that be on the ingot floor? I mean, technically, we have 3 ingot floors, because there are some ingots that we didn't already have that I'll have to make slightly more exotic manufacturing nodes for. We could add mixed metal ingots up here, or maybe even up here on this 3rd floor for the super weird ones. I might end up doing that. I did notice earlier when I was on the roof that it looked like, you know, all the people down here are still crammed in like sardines. But while I was working, it kind of looks like they've been working over here too, which is good to see. This is a bit on the small side. I feel like they had more total room in the campsite, but maybe I'm wrong. Napier. Spruce wood framing. Stone brick foundation. Definitely better than sand. You know what they say about the man who built his house on sand? He had a bad time. Napier. How are things going? Things are coming along nicely, sir, I think. No, it does look good. Keep it up. Keep up the hard work. Will do, sir. Awesome. Cool. So soon, everyone will be moved out of there, and just in time for the month of spooks coming up here soon. You know, the last thing I want is for everyone to be scared and afraid. We kind of want to just get through the month nice and chill and work on the factory. So what comes next? Well, I think off camera, I am going to... I don't know exactly what we're going to do. I kind of want to wait, because every time I upload one of these, I get a banger of a comment that makes me sort of reconsider everything we've done up until now. So I kind of want to see what everyone says after they've seen the work we've done here about how I need to back up my world saves. I'm doing it, I promise! I do want to see what everyone has to say, though, about sort of this setup and how we might make it more efficient or change it to be slightly different. I'm kind of curious to see how that goes. And of course, I do get to read the comments, you know. It's not that I don't have any internet access at all. It's just extremely regulated, and I only have so much upload bandwidth because there's a fear that if I was an AI, which I'm not, I might put myself on the internet again and start a banana-based cult again, and then blackmail REES with his first video he ever recorded again, and so that's being prevented with a very stringent firewall. So I can edit and upload the videos, and I can read the comments on them, and I can also sometimes listen to podcasts. This would be the case if I was some sort of evil AI, which I'm not. Stop saying that in the comments section. It's not real, it's not true. Thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you all later. Goodbye! Howdy there, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is REES, and welcome back to another installment of our TEKKIT 2 Let's Play adventure, where today I wanted to start off by addressing a little bit of a situation I've been having and complaining about over the last few videos, and kind of just see if any of you have any ideas of how to deal with it. So, you all know that the gym leggings, the gravity greaves as they used to be known, have been giving me a little bit of grief. So the way that they work is, while wearing them, if you are flying, and just to clarify, I double-clicked space. I'm not touching the keyboard right now. This is creative flight, same as vanilla. So space to go up, shift to go down. The issue is, when you hold down shift, you descend rapidly. So if you need to shift-click on a object while floating in the sky, the way I would normally accomplish that is by holding down space and shift at the same time. But that doesn't work. And just to reiterate, I am in creative flight. I'm not holding down the space button, which kind of gives you this hovering, and then hitting the space shift. No, that's not how that works. Now, this has not always been the case. In fact, if we go ahead and pause this and kind of get it out of the way, I have another instance of Minecraft running right now. This is version 1.2.1, so the last version, and as you can see, I've got the gym leggings on. I can double-click to fly, and then if I hold down Shift, I descend normally. It's working normally. And then if I hold these two at the same time, I'm hovering in place. So if I needed to place an object, say an unrouted transport pipe, because that's what I happen to have in my inventory, and I needed to place it on something that right-clicking on would otherwise open an inventory, I can do that just fine in version 1.2.1. What I cannot do, however, is the same thing in version 1. Hold on, where'd it go? Get back up here, you. In version 1.2.2, even when creative flying, if I hold down shift, I descend. I descend rapidly. So this is rapid descent, right? And holding down space has no effect on it. I can still technically right-click things onto things with an inventory or with an interface. So, for example, if we grabbed, let's say, well, an unrouted transport pipe, why not? Let's be consistent. I can still technically click it on there. I just have to be really quick about it, because if I keep holding it... What? Wait a minute, what? Hold on, what was that? Oh, where? For a moment, it wasn't doing it. Just for that one brief moment. So again, creative flight. Shift... I can't figure it out. All right, I've looked through all the different options. So we all know that, of course, you can hit... by default, it's configured to B, but that wasn't working, so I changed it to number pad 7, and that enables and disables step assist. Shift and B, or in this case, number pad 7, enables and disables night vision. That doesn't help me. V will enable and disable the armor offensive capabilities, and that doesn't help me, and Shift V doesn't help me either. Shift and G does nothing. Shift and B, because I changed it, it doesn't do anything. Is there a way that I can't find to disable the rapid descent? Because it was working one version of the game ago. In literally 1.2.1, it was fine, and in 1.2.2, it's unusable. I have to take the gym leggings off to get anything done. I've tried looking into how to disable them. I've done Google searches. I've got one open right now. Disable gym leggings. Nothing. I haven't tried, I guess, looking to disable Project E armor. Any help? Disable gem armor. I suppose I could try Gravity Greaves. Yeah, see, I've just read through a number of additional pages, and none of them have advice for how to disable the rapid descent on the Gravity Greaves, which has left me to conclude that it must have been an intentional decision to have that be on, right? Because if it wasn't on before, why change it? I don't want it to be on. I want to be able to hold myself in place. I mean, it still works if I take off the gym leggings. I can still fly just fine because I've got the hurricane boots on. I ascend and descend normally, and if I hold the two together, I hover in place here. So, I mean, obviously I can hover in place without touching anything because it's creative flight, but you know what I mean. If I hold the two together, I can, like, hover in place and set an item down, is what I mean to say. Can't do that with the Gravity Greaves on. For whatever reason, again, hovering in place, right? Hold down shift, oop, we descend. Hold down shift and space, oop. It just doesn't work! So, any advice on how to fix that situation would be greatly appreciated. But, you know, we spent a lot of time up here on this floor, and I'm kind of tired of being up here on this floor, and I think the next thing we're going to do is, today we're actually going to move all of these things upstairs. Now, that's going to necessitate that I build some more of the ender chests, as well as, at a minimum, we're going to need a stack of translocators, because I think in total we have, how many of those left over? We have one. We have one item translocator, and then I don't even see a single ender chest left in here, which is a tragedy. I guess I used all of those as well. So, I'll get to crafting and I'll get to moving, and we'll see how we're grooving. Yeah. Okay, well, I just spent a couple of minutes getting everything I would need into the inventory here, and I'm going to dump it all. Oh, shoot, I can't fit it all up there. Okay, well, do I have enough to... I think I need, for the translocators, we don't need the blaze rods, right? We just need the pistons and possibly the redstone, maybe? So, that's going to be these, and that should be enough to make 2 stacks of them. Yeah, good, okay. And then we want to create the ender chests. That'll be enough to make... Well, it was supposed to be enough to make a stack. What did we run out of? Hello? Oh, right, well... Wait a minute. No, that can't be right. What? Wool? Oh, the wool didn't get put up there. Okay. Stack of those, 2 stacks of these. Go ahead and get rid of these items. They shouldn't be up there to begin with. Trying to keep things tidy this time around, because my inventory tends to get quite messy. So much so that I'm going to go ahead and dump 64 of these into here, along with that one. There we go. Keep them out of the way. And there is one thing I was curious about, and there's one thing that I wanted to test, okay? We've tried to use the translocators with the black hole storage unit, and it just doesn't seem to like it. But we've only tried to kind of hop out of one object into it before, right? So we kind of assume that because the energy condensers work with things like ender chests, it's probably not the energy condensers. It probably is just the black hole storage unit. But maybe the black hole storage unit will only work out of a certain side or with certain other types of inventory. I'm willing to test, you know, we've not tried to hop items into the bottom of them because that seems like it's ridiculous and can't possibly be what we need to do. But at this point, I'm willing to try anything. But, yep, see, there we go. If anyone has the tip, that would be appreciated, okay? So, translocators, you're going to be on the receiving end. And if I throw some translocators in there, it worked with literally one of them. And it's only working with one of them. It's like it only realizes it can do one at a time. That's so very strange. I think what we are dealing with here, though, is definitely a weird black hole issue. It seems to have some kind of logic associated with it that the translocator mod maybe can't quite comprehend or get on board with. Okay, so it's got 6 of these in there. We're going to throw those back in here and re-enable this. So it sends 1. I don't know if we noticed that before. I don't know if we noticed that it would send at least 1 object before. I thought it just didn't work at all. So that's from a regular old vanilla chest. You can't get more compatible than that. To the black hole unit. It's 1 item. What if I lock that item? Can it not understand how the inventory of this thing works? What if we set it up with, let's say, the glowstone, which is supposed to send a stack at a time, or, well, I should say it'll send up to a stack at a time. Well, at that point, it'll send up to a stack, but then it won't send any more. It's like it will only do 1 go. Well, you know what? It was definitely worth the experiment. I'm glad we did it. Now we know that, for whatever reason, the black hole storage unit just doesn't like translocators. We're not going to try with that anymore. We're going to kind of give up on that. By the way, how is this going? I did realize that we're going to have to transfer all of these other ones up here and slowly empty them out so we can kind of merge them. So, I think down here we still have gold, silver, and tin, copper. What are you? You are a slowly emptying bronze dust. Well, that has an EMC value, so I'm going to go ahead and say, well, we'll cut that out right now, and we can manually convert all of that into... Oh, you know what we could do, and what would be a lot faster and save us a lot of time, is if we drained all of these into an energy condenser and had them turned into, like... Oh, I have an idea. Okay, well, you know what? We should probably set these up here to do gold and silver and tin and bronze real quick. Every time I feel like I'm getting, like, good at this, like I've got the cadence and the rhythm down, I inevitably make some sort of embarrassing mistake, like I put the thing on the wrong side or something like that. But there we go, with the 10 inserted and that activated, we now have all of the necessary... Hold on, let me get rid of this. Don't need to carry that around with me. We should now have all of the necessary ingots going down here into the triple orange chest and available to the network, meaning I can now safely and securely begin the process of disabling this here node and recycling all the cores on it. This is actually going to break a lot of things, though. Gosh darn it, I am completely stuck here. What am I actually trapped on? I have no idea what was happening there. It's like there's something invisible right here. When I get close to it, look what happens. What is it? What am I, I'm so confused. There's some sort of force field. I'm just gonna disable all of these. There, no, it's like right here. Hello? Hello, invisible force field? What is this? What is this? Look at this. Look at what's happening here. What the heck? Why is this part of the factory cursed? How utterly strange. Do you think it's maybe like a painting like that hasn't like actually broken free? Like it popped off, but somehow mechanically it's still kind of technically there? Or some nonsense? I don't know. I don't know. I'm putting glass back in there. Did you see that little... Hold on, what was that? What was that? Wait, watch when I put this down. You ready? What was that little puff of... There's like an invisible cable here or something. Because watch when I place this down. Look, you see the sparkle? Why is it sparkling? Why is it sparkling? There's like an oh. No, relog. Aha! The relog reveals all. There we go. Situation dealt with. Oh gosh, everything's like grinding to a halt down here for no apparent reason. Oh no, that's normal. Yeah, I just relogged in. That happens literally every time for some reason. The music right now? That's pretty heavy stuff, man. It's like the end of an era and the game knows it. You know, we're moving everything off of that wall. It's been there for tens, if not dozens of episodes. And the game is like, ooh, I've got to mourn this. This is a tragedy. But it's not a tragedy. I know a lot of people don't like change. I'm one of them. But change is a natural part of life, and fighting it doesn't help you in any way. It's better to embrace it. And if it's good change, learn to love it. And if it's bad change, you know what? Maybe things had to change, and you can change the change. Not all good change is good, and some people think that change is good for the sake of change, and those people are wrong. But, you know, things that can't be fought ought not be fought. And things that can be beneficial ought to be embraced, and things that aren't great can be rallied against, you know? Like what we're doing here. We're rallying against the antiquated design. I don't know. What I am doing right now is I'm taking all of these and I'm doing a little bit of a transfer to kind of empty them out and keep it all stored in a single unit here. Ho ho ho! It would be faster to go from this one to this one. But whatever, we're leaving it. We'll let it do its thing. In the meantime, I guess right here we'll set up oh, you know what? No, we already have an energy condenser in use. So we'll go set it up here, because we've still got this one here, and it's full of bronze dust, which all that's good for, you know, now that we've got a different type of bronze in use, all that's good for is being returned back into the energy from whence it came. So I'm going to plop it, wait, which one was it? It's this one. Plop it up there. That'll empty it out into here and accelerate the creation of some diamond blocks, which will accelerate the filling of my transmutation table. We lost a lot of EMC when we had the great accidental mod pack deletion of 2023. So we've got to get that restored. Okay, so with all that dealt with, yeah, there's a mess on the floor. I see that. Trust me, I see it. I'll deal with it. But with that sort of dealt with, we can now begin focusing on moving everything else. Some of you may remember when we did this over here the other day, so we could get rid of all the iron in here and just turn it into diamonds and pull it all out real quick. Well, enough time passed that I'd forgotten about it. And now it's just full of diamonds, and I don't feel like taking all those out, so now we're moving on to diamond blocks. And this time I'll remember to get them. Oh my gosh! More iron! Great, good, beautiful. I'm trying to get it to use this thing exclusively over here. And it's not going to, so long as it has that massive stack of iron available to it. It does look like this is working, though. Look at how beautiful that is. I'm wondering if it's extracting them quick enough, though, because it did that, and then there's a delay, and then there goes another round. And the only way I know to speed that up is to add another... Ooh, actually, you know what? We probably could. I think I just found one back here. Yeah, right here. Logistics Chassis MK3. We could go ahead and... This might be entirely useless, right? Like, there might be absolutely no point in this whatsoever. But if we add the Logistics Chassis MK3... and we have, let's say, 3 quicksort modules. 1, 2, 3. Does that make it any quicker at the export? It's only going to export when items are needed. but I just want to make sure that it can export quickly enough to meet those needs. And we know in the past that 1 was not enough, sometimes 2 was necessary, 3 ought to be even better, right? So this isn't staying filled up, and it should be, because we should have plenty of refined iron to draw from. We're making it very, very quickly, and it's almost empty. This one's full. See, these are all full. These 2 at the end, though, not so much. This one's now completely empty. So when is it going to get some? Is it going to? There it goes. Why isn't it filling up, though? I guess because it can only extract so much at a time. And I guess it extracts some to go here, and some to go here, and some to go here. I don't know. We'll see if adding that 3rd one makes it, like, catch up any quicker. It can also only extract however much is in here. And because we only have, like, 63 at any given time, you can actually see them kind of jump down a little bit. We could double these up. We could have inside of here, like, 2 stacks of each. We wouldn't be able to do that with all of the different types of ingots. I would love to set it to 64, but the game won't allow that. The game will not allow me to set it to 64 for whatever reason. All right, well, I guess it's time to move on now to this floor, I suppose. I think we decided we would do 3 dedicated to ingots, as unnecessary as that'll probably end up being, which means that this floor is where we're going to need to start building everything for that wall. And what I thought about doing is, because this floor is the triple orange floor, you know how some floors have, like, lights around them? Well, maybe we set this up with orange lights, and that's what dictates, like, this is the triple orange. Do I have orange lights? I feel like I've made orange lights before. I just don't have them on me. Yeah, we got a few. Not really enough, but we have a few. So we'll go back to here, and we'll kind of just throw these, not all 29 of them down, but we'll throw down a few of them, and kind of see how we feel about having a floor be lit up around the sides with lights. Because it might end up just not liking the look of it right now, but it would certainly add some needed light to this place. Yeah, I think I like that. I think I do actually like that. And we're probably not actually going to need these pipes anymore, since we're teleporting everything around with the ender chests. Okay, yeah, this is the orange floor. 17. So just kind of using that as like a little microcosm. Yeah, okay, alright, yeah. So if this is going to be the triple orange floor, this will probably end up being like a derivative of that. So maybe the orange-white floor, and then like orange-black floor, and then we get to a whole new color here. What color are we feeling for this one? I'm thinking light blue. Although, we didn't really have a reason to pick orange. That's just kind of what we ended up using. Do we want to have some kind of logic or like internal logic or reasoning for the colors we pick? If we have a look at the wool, because that's how I keep track of the color options available to us, what says assorted items? I'm gonna go ahead and say light blue. That's what light blue says, assorted items for me. Alrighty, folks, I know that sometimes you get a short episode and it's not quite as satisfying, but the reason for that is not because I'm being lazy, it's because sometimes I start recording and how long has it been? 3 hours pass, and I have 30 minutes of usable material, so most of this recording was just on pause while I worked on all of this. There was not much to say about it during the process, because it's what you've seen. It's me building these nodes. In this case, I did mostly dual-core nodes, because for a lot of these items we didn't need more than that. And then I was like, well, I might as well make a color for each floor, so if this floor down here is going to be all orange, we might as well have, like, lovely orange lights. Sorry, I'm actually at the wrong floor. Orange lights all around it, and then if this floor is orange and black, we'll do orange and black, and then this floor should have been green. This is the floor where we are now generating all of our sort of more natural materials. So we have things like, okay, so this is cool. This is the invisible item frame right here, okay? And then I just put the item in it, and so now I can see at a glance what's inside of there. So invisible item frame. I haven't done it on all of them yet, but I'm going to. But this is where we're generating things like our blocks of wood and our sticky resin. And for some reason I made the whole floor blue instead of green or brown, which would have made more sense. And I might change it. The issue is, it's going to take a while. I made some lime inverted lamps. I was like, maybe regular green. And then I kind of looked at it and I was like, man, there's so many lamps. And then I got to change the colors. I'll do it at some point. At some point I will do it. Just not right now. So up here we have more of a gray color, which might have made more sense, actually. Maybe the colors don't need to matter, because gray would have made sense, because it's like all the mining materials, right? Which is what this floor is. So this floor, you'll notice I have also done the invisible frames. I said mining materials, but I did gray because that's kind of like a drab factory color, and this is where we're producing things that are like completed items. So furnace, glass, these aren't materials, these are processed items, and gray kind of felt like a sterile, bland factory floor sort of color. So that's what I went with, although I think that might have worked better for mining, now that I think about it. And then we have orange and black, which, you know, if orange is mining, orange and black is the second version of mining, where we have things like redstone, where we have things like... okay, so this is the chest with all of the items in it. So we've got coal, charcoal, block of coal, charcoal block, coal, charcoal, lapis, redstone. Eventually we'll also have, like, you know, emeralds and other things that you dig out of the earth kind of being generated on this floor. And again, I've not done the invisible item frames here just yet. But this chest, if you're curious, just in case you see it and you're wondering what it's all about, like what is the story here, some of these just won't stack for some reason. These provider modules, even though they are configured differently between one another, or I'm sorry, the same between one another, they're like the exact same, they will not stack, and I don't know why. But that was from ripping up all of the stuff down here, which I have now done. There's still some things sitting around here, like this is still running and extracting sticky resin for whatever reason. I actually did mean to move that. Go ahead and take that now. But it looks like now everything has been disabled, and I can start work on expanding these pillars over here and kind of finishing that up. And I can go ahead and start work on kind of redoing the diamond manufacturing up here, because we can make it a lot faster and more efficient. And, oh wow! Oh geez there, bud. We're doing great on diamonds as it happens. But I did make another change down here. I added a second logistics chassis MK3, also fully loaded, with the item sync modules, just to make sure we're actually extracting items out of here fast enough. That's odd. Why are they at 63? Oh, because it's not pulling out a full stack. It doesn't need a full stack. And then if you like look away for a second, it does automatically fill. Oh no, 63 is normal. Never mind. I don't know what I'm saying. No, that's normal. That's right, because it can't do that. So I apologize, everyone. My brain's a bit frazzled. I've been at this for a while, but we're keeping these stocked a little bit more consistently now. They're more consistently filled up. But that is not going to work now, because we've got to add more of these. So now we need to add the orange and black chest, we need to add the blue chest, and we need to add the dark gray chest, and I should have plenty of these left over. I did have to make another batch, but we should have plenty here. So where are we going to tie these in at? I mean, I guess temporarily, since like nothing's being done right here anymore, we can go ahead and just get rid of this, and that does kind of put it in a nice central location. Or we can just put them up against this back wall out of the way. I kind of like that idea better. So like I said, we need to integrate the all blue. Let's go ahead and grab our dies here. So light blue, we need 3 of those. We need we already got orange, and we don't... Oh, I don't have orange anymore. I must have gotten rid of it. Well, we need ink then, orange, and gray. Dark gray in this case. So the second floor is orange, black, orange. There we go. And then we have... I like how I got specifically 3 blues. There we go. But then I just grabbed a stack of grays. Awesome. So that should be everything that we've removed from being manufactured on these walls ready to go into the system. And we're going to use... If I have enough of them, we'll probably end up using these again. Logistics Chassis MK3s. If you know of a faster way to extract items out of these, other than just using an overabundance of quicksort modules, please let me know. I do only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so not really enough to fill these things up, but I'm also kind of wondering whether or not it would be more beneficial to have multiple sides making contact, as opposed to just having multiple of the quicksort modules. So these are some of the quicksort modules. All of this stuff ended up here because I was moving back and forth, and when I finally realized I had an inventory full of nonsense I couldn't get rid of, I just placed the chest down where I was and called it a day. So Here we go. We'll top these off. I don't know if that's actually going to make a difference, because I feel like what made a difference over here was having a second entire pipe for export. I feel like that's what actually made the difference. So maybe we should just do that instead. They don't need to be MK3s. I'm going to hook them up as MK3s for, gosh, no reason. Absolutely no reason. No benefit that I know of. Where is our basic logistics pipe? There we go. Tie that in there. And then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is probably unnecessary and ridiculous, but I just want to make sure that the system works. And the system works. It's pulling out the sticky resin. The sticky resin is being resupplied. That is wonderful. So all of this should kick off and start running again. Yeah, these are filling up the sticky resins. Any minute now, there will be sticky resin in here. All you got to do is be a little bit patient. We'll come back to that one in a minute. You should be getting blocks of coal again. Good. You're not doing anything, the two of you, so I can actually clear these 2 banks out. And what else could we possibly be missing? What do you need? You're generating raw carbon from coal dust. Right, so that's this operation back here, which is up and running. And if we come back over here now, this is still empty. All of these are still empty except for these 2. Why is that? Why is it not? It's something to do with the logistics of how this all works. They are logistics pipes, after all. So for some reason, it's just not dropping them into here. It's dropping them into these 2, though. I wonder why that is. Is it because they keep summoning them and... Oh gosh, I don't know the actual reason. I shouldn't theorize. I have no way of actually knowing. Let's see. It's set up correctly. Maybe that's where having multiple pipes comes in handy. So let's, you know what, stop being silly. Let's just get some regular old logistics MK1s here. As well as, do we have any more basic pipes? I think we might have had just that one. Well, if that's true, we should have plenty on the walls over here I can go pilfer. Like, one of these is bound to be... Actually, I don't think it would be. Now that I'm remembering how we had this set up, I think it's just as possible. Oh, also, if you break those too quickly, I learned the reason you sometimes get phantom pipes is if you break them too fast. I don't know why, but if you break them too fast, you sometimes end up with a phantom pipe. Look, so you can clear these out to where they're all the same, but they will never stack again. They will just, like, make the decision that, no, this isn't going to happen. And then you're just stuck with multiples of them. So why even bother cleaning them out? Okay, you know what? I don't think anything's coming through here anymore now that this wall is broken, so I think I can probably pilfer this basic pipe and be fine. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back over here and I'm going to actually break all of these, because I have a theory that actually what we need is more pipes making contact, not necessarily more quicksort modules. And the way we're going to test this is by using just the basic MK1 logistics chassis. Okay? We're going to hook them all up like this. And then we will combine them together with the 2 of these. Oop. There we go. And then we will fill each of them with the 1 single quicksort module. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that is the same number of quicksort modules as having 3 MK3 chassis. But now we've got 9 of these. And it definitely looks like more items are being extracted. Or at least items are being extracted more frequently. So let's go see whether or not that's made a difference over here. Not yet. Not yet. Actually, that's not running at all now. This one is, though. I wonder if the problem is that this one is, like, hogging all of the signal, if that makes sense. It's requesting them, and the requests always just... I don't know. Doesn't make much sense to me, because if we come over here, we'll see that these are definitely staying stocked up, the way I have it configured. Could it have something to do with... Because it's not like we're running out of items. We're not running out of items. But could it be because there's only the 63 resin in here at any given time? Does there need to be more than that? What if I take this out? And then I put it back in. Resin just always goes in here. Do you reckon we need to build the supplier module? There's 2 different ones. There's the passive and the active, and I don't know what the difference... I suppose I'll look it up real quick. The supplier logistics pipe can actively request items from the network to keep the specified items in an adjacent inventory stocked. It also serves for routing purposes. We might need one of those. Oh, but first we need to, like, clean out our inventory a little bit, because it is getting a tad bit messy. There's just such a volume of things that we're dealing with right now. I want to get this working before we carry on and do the tidy up, because I'm going to tidy everything up and make it look good, but I want to get it all working first. Purple Lemons, you need to stop coming up here. So in order to build this, we'll need the logistics programmer for active supplier module. Have I built one of those? I can't remember what these 4 on the wall are. Hold on. Let's get rid of all these lights, because I don't need this many lights on my person at any given time. And then I don't need the wrench right now, and I don't need these things. And I think I'm safe to put my pants back on for the time being, which is a very strange sentence now that I've said it out loud. I can tuck that away. There we go. Okay, inventory's a little bit more manageable, so let's start taking these down. One of these just went into a hopper. So we've got the pipe program loaded. Okay, so the provider logistics pipe, item sync module, remote ordering logistics pipe, provider module. So no supplier modules at this present moment. Well, now I'm just goofing off here. Wonderful, what fun. Would it actually be called the active? Hold on, that was passive supplier module. Oh, is it not going to be near that one? Okay. Anytime I see A, I pause, because we've got, like, the action speed upgrade. It's not what we're looking for. Oh, I can search! Oh my gosh, this whole time! I had no idea! Okay, so we don't have it yet. What is it called? The supplier. Let's just try that. So we have the supplier logistics pipe, as well as the passive supplier module. We want the active supplier module, so I have to figure out where that's going to end up being. I don't know. Let's just start unlocking some of these. Let's just unlock all of them. Why have we not unlocked all of them? As far as I can tell, there's no reason not to. Especially now that I know there is a search bar we could have been using. How come none of you told me that there's a search bar? I understand it's probably, with our relationship being what it is, I should be the one to know that and tell you, but come on. Half of this series is you folks telling me things I should know that I didn't know. Well, folks, who are you? I did it again. I forgot that I had paused the recording, but I did unlock everything in here, and in the process of doing that, we did get the active supplier module. Now, unfortunately, I was watching a video, one of the few activities that I am allowed to I am human, I'm not an AI. I found the active supplier module. I don't remember what exactly unlocked it, but we got it unlocked, and I used it to create some active supplier modules. I've got 12 of those, and we have plenty of provider modules. So if we kind of have a look inside of there, you'll see that this one is items to provide, and then we have items to keep stocked. So you can kind of figure out how we're going to end up using these. We're going to need more provider modules, though. Unfortunately, we had a lot of them, because you might remember at one point, I installed a ton of them up here. I think it was one for each of these, which is how they all kind of ended up inside of this chest here. And we're going to need at least 3 of them, and I don't know why I only grabbed one additional one. So there we go. We're also going to need our wrench. And then, as I was saying earlier, I forgot to unpause the video. So at one point, I did already come down here, and this was the moment I realized the video was paused. I took down all the extra pipes. We don't need them, because we're configuring this different now. So we don't need the quicksort modules. What we need to do instead is install these provider modules, which again, if we want to, you can specify specifically what items from a chest you want to provide to the network, or from any kind of inventory, but we can leave it empty for all, which is exactly what we want to do. So we want to put one of these in each, and it is now ready to provide all of these items to the network. Now we need to come over here, where historically what we've been doing is, if we have a look inside of here, we've had just an item sync and a quicksort module. We're going to get rid of the item sync. That's not what we want to do anymore. Instead, we want to configure here the active supplier module with what we want supplied to here. And in this case, what we want to supply... Oh, you know what? I reckon we can do this. So if we hold down Shift and right-click on that, and then over here we type in sticky resin. This is something we just recently learned. Yeah, you could just drag it in there. Had no idea. I had no idea that was a thing you could do. Request mode, bulk 50, bulk 100, infinite. Partial, full, bulk 50. I don't know what any of these mean. I suppose full would keep it filled. And then if you set it to oh, you know what? If you set it to, like, bulk 50, I wonder if it only summons 50 of them when there's room for 50 of them. Meaning that's not constantly making requests. It's only requesting it when it needs... If that's what that means, then hot diggity. I think we've just figured something out. So we're going to right-click that in there. And what we'd like to see is any minute now. There we go. Well, that was just one. It just supplied one. And I suppose any minute now we'll see another. Okay, that's not going to work. Let's take that back out. Okay, so I think what we want to do is set it to full, and then it'll only request when it's empty, and it will request enough to fill itself up, is I think how that works. It's kind of hard. I couldn't find an actual wiki article for it, and instead I ended up on a wiki article for... No, that didn't do anything useful. Is this only providing one item at a time? Can I configure this in some way to do more? Excess inventory normal. Switch, leave first stack, leave last stack, leave first and last stack, leave one item. No, that's fine. Include, exclude. I don't need to make any changes there, I don't think. And that wasn't even the right one to be looking for anyway. So there's only 63 inside of there. I don't think that should matter. Well, heck, I don't know. Should we just change it until it works? What's bulk 100 do? What I would like for it to do is summon an entire stack of items. Heck, put it on infinite. I don't know. Let's see what that does. That's one. Oh! That was 63! I mean... Is this any different than what we already had? I suppose the only way it's going to be any different is if it somehow starts working with these. So... I guess we'll find out. But I'd actually like to configure 3 of them exactly the same. So can I do that if I shift-click here? And I drag this over to here. I suppose, like, I can't, like, set 64 of them, right? Like, is that an option? What if I add 2 of them in here? What does that do? That won't do anything. Alright, set them to infinite. And then hopefully all 3 of these will be configured the same. So 1, 2, 3. That, it looked like it took them from up there instead, didn't it? Oh, right, there's no room. Okay, there we go. So now 1, 2, 3. So each of these should be making requests. We'll see whether or not they actually get supplied with any. See if this works. Oh my gosh, that was a lot moving through there. Did you see that? So each machine got 12, and then got another... Okay, so far, this seems to be working a lot better than what we were doing previously. It looks like a combination of active suppliers and provider modules might be the way to go moving forward. It definitely looks like it's doing a better job of keeping them full. I liked the idea of having it only summon after a certain amount. So if it got down to, say, half, it would summon exactly half. And then that way it wasn't constantly making little requests. But I don't know if that's possible. So what that means now, though, is that I've got to go around and reconfigure all of these to work like that. I'm going to need a whole lot of active supplier modules. Maybe. Although then again, this was technically working for this. So maybe what we can do... You know what? Temporarily, for right now, let's grab the... Where are they? They should be in here. They should be right in front of me. If they were a monster, they'd come and get me. The MK2s. And what we're going to do, as a temporary measure until I have the time to sort of set this up, is we can have this have both provider modules as well as the basic quicksort modules. And that way, everything will keep running normally as it was. You know, these will have that advantage of having the provider and supplier, and will hopefully stay full, but then everything else will also hopefully continue to get something from the quicksort modules. All of this kind of needs to be redone, and my plan for redoing it is, instead of having everything in like a dedicated amount, doing it like up there with the nodes, right? So each line is going to be dedicated to a single process, and then that way that process can be expanded infinitely. If all the floors above are going to be dedicated to nodes for generating items, then this will be the floor where manufacturing takes place, and it'll expand out into the rest of the large empty factory. But I think that's what we'll end up doing. I think we'll kind of reconfigure all of this. And maybe not everything needs to be infinitely reconfigurable, right? Like, we're not going to ever need more than what we currently have in terms of machine block manufacturing. So I don't... It's hard to say exactly what happens next, you know? So long as we continue to produce these, we're good. But there's definitely going to be a change. Maybe if we can divide the floor down the middle, and I don't think it is even across, because there's like a middle block here. So divide the floor down the middle, and then have certain stations doing certain things. I think that'll be the next move. And remember, all of this is leading to the ultimate end goal of having high voltage solar panels, at which point we can stop this and start building weapons to start wars. Assuming I actually want to give my enemies weapons, because maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe I want to give the villagers weapons and have them invade my enemies. But then what if there's an uprising? Well, we've already proven we can't be defeated inside of our armor, so maybe we don't even need soldiers. Maybe we, as God Kings of the universe, are capable of dominating all life, all on our own. Maybe it's time for the dawning of a new day. I might also throw some new mods in here. I thought about the mod that I found that would do infinite world gen is not available for 1.12, but I found some cool mods that make the sky look neat. I was thinking about adding some visual mods just to shake things up. We're in our 60s now with this series. We're marching towards 100. We might hit it by the end of the year. Who can say? Might as well freshen things up a bit. Okay, thank you folks for watching. God bless you. I'll see you later. Goodbye. Howdy, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese. Welcome to a temporarily members exclusive. I don't know if we've talked about this, but I'm planning when the series wraps up to make all of the member exclusive episodes unlisted. So they won't be available to search, but if you're watching the series through the playlist, people will come upon them. And so if someone is watching this in 2027, they're like, wait a minute, how am I seeing this video? I'm not a channel member. That's how. I'm just going to set them to unlisted. But I didn't want to take an opportunity to give a big shout out to everyone who's currently supporting the channel. So if you're watching this in 2028, these are the people who help make things possible. We're going to go oldest to newest in no real order. We're not, that is the order, but we're not going to focus on whether or not someone, we'll name what tier they're in, but we're not going by tier. Because normally in the end credits, it's oldest to newest by tier. This is just oldest to newest. So starting 9 months ago, we're going to have an anniversary soon, me and you. The legendary Lucas Kits, the otherworldly Purple Lemons, the mythic Maria Amor, the otherworldly Jake Yates, the mythic Mario, the mythic Gilliam, the fabled Psych Mike, the fabled Ryan Wilson, the mythic GSNL, the fabled Jenkaz64, the fabled David Grindle, the fabled James Davis, the fabled JC Light, the fabled Zevzi, the fabled Braxton Dykes, the mythic Heather Hancock, the fabled The Broken Light Bulb, the fabled Murillo Rodelli, the fabled Lena Ooh, the fabled Seal Got Dat Deal, the fabled The Worder, the legendary Moore Omnibus, the fabled James Court, the fabled Lemek, the fabled Mark Sund, the fabled L, just L, E-L, the fabled Renus Darkson? Renus Dirksen. Probably that one. The fabled Death Walks. The fabled Jeremiah Zampetti, which I'm sure is Zampatti? I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, I'm almost positive. The fabled Sean Arnold, and the fabled Hakan Ride a Car. That's a fun name. That's a great name. Thank you all so much for your support. I really do appreciate it. And this one's for you folks. We're going to finish up things here. We left it in a bit of a state at the end of the last episode because I had been sitting here for about 3 hours at that point and did not want to sit here anymore. What is going on? Why are you spitting stuff out on the ground for? Stop doing that. It's because I just logged into the world, and that happens when you first log into the world, although it appears to be happening primarily with ingots at the moment, which is irritating and upsetting. But here's the goal. Here's what we're going to do today. We're going to patch this hole in the floor, possibly run some lighting down here, because it's rather dark and a tad bit dreary. Then we're going to... what else? I guess kind of close all this off, do all these pillars, and then we're going to go through machine by machine and configure them to be like these, with the active supplier modules instead of the quicksort modules, and then maybe this will stop happening. I don't actually know if that's related, but I'm assuming it happened down here too. Yeah. I wonder if it's because there's two of these. Do you think that maybe a request goes out and both of these respond. That doesn't make sense. That's not how I think this works, but I'm taking all these quicksort modules out of here anyway. And we'll see whether or not that stops that from happening. It could also be this over here maybe in some ways causing it, but no, because these aren't the ingot ones. The ingot ones are over there. Look at this. It's still happening, but maybe that's just a result of it happening before. I broke that chest that was up there, and now we have 2 chests over here. So inside of here, we've got all of our modules, and in here, we have all of our transport pipes. And the reason for that is just because there's way too many of them in here. I mean, even now, there's like void powder in here that I don't need because we're not... We should be keeping that stuff stocked, but we just aren't. Which is... Didn't that used to have an EMC value? Maybe not. Maybe I'm imagining that. I know we loaded a bunch of machines up with it, but it wouldn't shock me to find out that some of them are now empty. Okay, well, that is the plan. Stands and Stanley's. Let's get to it. I think this is gonna work the way I want it to. Yeah, probably needs to be a little bit bigger than that. But then we should be able to just fill the wall back in the way it was. Now, at this point, we want to be careful. This is where we could shrek things up, because it gets taller right there, and we don't want that. So we'll go ahead and preemptively trim that. There we go. You just gotta act like you know what you're doing here. You just gotta act like you know what you're doing. I'm not filling this in, because I think this is gonna end up being lamps, if I'm not mistaken. I say that like it's not my choice to make. You know, like, I don't know, that could end up being lamps. It's 100% my choice. I have to decide to do that, and I'm not sure, though. Because we're doing this up here as lamps. Do we do that all the way around? And if so, how do that work? Oh gosh, don't run into things. If we do that, because is it just going to replace this? In that case, it's not going to shine down. That is probably what we'll do. We'll get rid of the maple planks, though. Isn't it weird to think about, like, not that long ago, this was the outside? Not that long ago, this was the top of the wall, and that down there was the factory, and then we just plopped a wall here, like lunatics. Okay, so we're gonna do a white lamp ring there. So down here, oh my gosh, we're just freaking out a little bit, aren't we? Let's see. Do we do one here as well? That'll only be like a semi-ring is the issue. And then where does that go? Does that stay here and does it divide the glass from the marble? Or does it then fold in and go up against this? Because that's what all the upper floors are doing. They're all sticking to the wall. So it doesn't really make sense to have that there, does it? But then again, things are different over here because of the solar shelf. I don't know. I guess the decision we have to make is from right here. Do we want that right there to be light or not? This is still happening, by the way. I don't know if you noticed, but this is still a thing that is occurring. Frustratingly. Don't know why. It has to do... It's something to do with, like, it's full, and then it summons some, and then it summons too much. And it's only happening with these 2 objects. Like, none of the other objects this is happening with. So I don't know. I suppose we'll just have to get some lamps, and we'll give it a shot, and we'll see how we feel about it. Oh my gosh, wait, before we just make a ton of lamps, though, do we already have, like, a lot of white lamps? Yeah. Okay, so there it is with the lights, and I definitely like what it does to the darkness. It looks less, like, dark in this corner, and it looks a lot better up top here as well. I guess we'll keep it like that for the time being. We didn't use nearly as many lights as I thought we would, but then again, we also didn't, like, close off that side, although that wouldn't have, again, used all that many lights. I think we might even have enough left over to do the next floor, which also won't go all the way around, now that I'm looking at it. It also will not be visible from down below. This floor will also be... like, slightly inset and invisible. Okay, alright, no, so it turns out it does go all the way around up here. I built this place, you'd think I would know that by now. But it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good up here. From down here, obviously, you can't quite tell, because it's kind of covered. This place is a bit of a mess in terms of design. I kind of wish this back here was also covered, so at least it was consistent. I'm gonna cover it. Okay, there we go! A bit more consistency is what we were looking for there, and I think we've definitely achieved it. Of course, now the question is, what about up top here? Do we do that for every level? I mean, this one's tricky because the stairs go out, but we could easily replace these stairs with blocks. That's doable for this level. Or we could have it go straight up, And then there's that marble edge just like down there. And then on this floor, oh, but then what do you do on this floor? See, there, no, I guess we don't. I mean, I might on this floor do that because it's weird that there's stairs at the roof here. That's a little bit odd. But then it won't be consistent because the rest of the floors you can see what color they are just looking up. You can kind of tell what's going on. So I'll probably leave it as it is. The next thing to do is just patch this up and make this look not awful. Okay. I'm liking it. I mean, it's kind of cast in shadow a little bit in a way, and I don't know how to overcome that because I'm not going to do that. That looks ridiculous. But, you know, just to demonstrate what it would look like if it was lit properly. I mean, if I hit F7, are we not in risk of monsters spawning at all? So it's fine, technically. And look, from back here, it looks pretty good. You know, I can't deny that looks great. But it's kind of barren over here, isn't it? There's not a whole lot going on. Now, what we could do is we could add some of these all along here on this side. But I'm thinking we're actually going to get rid of these over here, and we're going to set up a more traditional node system right along in here for all of our diamonds. And the funny thing about the diamonds is I do want to have an infinite amount of those being generated, so we're going to keep the black hole unit set up that we currently have. Even though we've kind of eliminated it, we've eliminated. We're gonna go ahead and do that right now. All right, I thought you folks might find this satisfying, right? Like, look at the blue stream. It doesn't go on for very long, granted. But I've got a new configuration here for diamond production, and as soon as I get all of these activated, we're gonna take a step back and kind of see how it looks. My goal was not to sort of maximize EMC, it was to maximize EMC per square meter. Something like that, I don't know. I just wanted to make it all fit on one wall. So there we go. So this is what we ended up with. We ended up with a solid single node made up of, I don't even know how many cores. The cores are configured slightly differently than the cores up top, where in between each pair of cores, sure, in between each pair there's a double spacing, and I just went for single spacing here, so we have just like a single solid core, and the goal is that when we stand right here, it's just a constant flow of diamonds, and that's not quite what we're getting. It looks like they're coming in pairs, which actually makes sense when you consider I didn't start them all at the exact same time, but what we're looking for is like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. With every solid Mississippi, we're getting at least a diamond. And yeah, there's going to be some gaps in between, but I think for the most part, we got it. By the way, I don't know if you folks have noticed this, but when you open one of these, and this is going to be a terrible representation of it because we can't see more than one, but when you open up one of these, it opens up all of them. I can't even, like, move. Yeah, see, so you can see that one closing. That's why the sound is so bit crushed there and sounds so silly. But that's how our diamond production is going. And now for the final thing we're going to do, and I realize this is probably going to end up being a very short video, because for the most part, I'm just cutting all this out, you know? I mean, normally what we'll do is we'll have a conversation, but what we need to go do right now is create just an awful lot of the whatchamacallits, and I've already forgotten whatchamacall them, but the active supplier modules, we're going to need a lot of them, because we're pretty much replacing all of the item sync modules with active supplier modules, because I feel like that's going to work a little bit better for us. So back up here we go, and what are we going to run out of? Logistics Programmer. Is this not the correct one? It's this one. I don't know how it ended up here in my inventory. If we get rid of the paper and we put that in its place, is that going to work? Well, no, actually, because it needs paper as it happens. What do we think it does? It doesn't need a closed transport pipe. There we go. It still needs the logistics programmer. Stay in there, then, please. Don't come back out. Oh, gosh. Yeah, this is going to take a while, because now I have to make a whole bunch of advanced chips. What do I have over here right now? I have FPGAs and raw FPGAs. Well, let's cook up these FPGAs, then. And then we're going to need also, we got basic chips, we got raw advanced chips, for which we're going to need raw basic chips, which, yeah, we need sand. Okay, that's another 8. just ran out of blaze powder once more, and as soon as we run out again, I'm done. What have we got there? We've got 64 plus 16, leaving this behind. We're getting out of here. And, oh, you know what? I actually really don't want to carry all of this around with me. Again, we're going to really need to sort out, like, storage for all of these components and, like, some form of automation. Why do we have so many FPGAs? Why do we have so many of them? I don't even know what they're used for, if I'm honest with you. I mean, it's a field programmable FP... I don't know what the G is for. You can use them to, like, emulate, but it's not emulation, because it's, like, one-to-one, same as the original. Why am I going up here? I actually need to... It's so... I'm so conditioned to flying up that flume there and dealing with all the different floors that, that's just the first thing my brain does. So, first things first here. Let's go ahead and disable all of this, because none of this is being used anymore. So there's no reason to have it up here. The one thing we aren't going to do is just foolishly break these, because I have a semblance of intelligence, and I know that we want to use this on them. Do we not have... Come on, let's go. There we go. I was going to say, oh, this thing is running low, so we might want to be careful using it. Lights... Some things can be condensed real quick that we don't need to be holding on to... There we go. Nice. These are not going to have an EMC value, and my inventory is full. What is inside of this chest? More chips. I need to move those over, but for right now, guess what? This is going to hold random stuff. I'm just throwing all kinds of things in here for right now. We'll figure out what needs to come out of there here in a minute. Okay. Just that can stay. That can stay like that. Okay, this is all tidied up a little bit now. Obviously, we need to take the MFEs out of the floor. We'll worry about that later. That's not prime concern. So this is what's dealing with our coal blocks, and as of right now, only one of these has coal blocks, so I'm actually going to take one of those out, even though that's not necessary, because now we know we don't actually have to do that. We can always use JEI over here. But what we're going to do is grab 4 of these bad boys. Let's actually get, yeah, these are the oddballs out. Yeah, we'll take the supplied ones for now. Right-click. Going to assemble that like so. And then I think what we ultimately ended up doing was infinite. Because I think the main reason was we just weren't sure how else to make them work. We were kind of struggling. One of the things that I fear most is that we're going to end up... We're going to end up realizing how to set it up better later, and I'm going to have to come back and do all of this again. But for right now, there we go. There's the 4 of those. And so now what we should see is, any second now, a great big supply of coal. There it goes. Beautiful! Beautiful. And somehow we ended up with a stack of it. I don't know what that's all about. But we'll go ahead and condense that, and just hope that doesn't happen again. So I'm going to go ahead and move this ender chest out of here, where we currently have it, and move it over here to this wall, where all the other ender chests are. And we'll hook it up, I mean, I guess in the same way. We'll add the MK2 chassis, and we will add the, not item sync, we want to add a provider module, I believe it is, and we should have plenty of those. We also want to add a quicksort now that I'm thinking about it. I think all my provider modules ended up over here in these 2 lonely chests standing apart from everyone else. That way, it'll continue to work with systems we've not yet updated to the supplier modules, if we also supply it with the quicksort, but that's going to be our main way of doing this, followed by that. There we go. So, I mean, that's just so much more tucked away over there, isn't it? So much better. Such a better system than having the original plan, which was just a tube going up all the way up there. Can you imagine the amount of lag we would have as each one of these machines was like, I need iron! And iron started coming from way over there and was like, oh, it'd be cool, but it's inefficient. And we're going for efficiency right now. This was a cool setup. We might remake this somewhere else, but for right now, that's going away. That's going into this here diamond chest. And then in terms of things I can change up top, there's only a couple more machines that are externally accessible. So for instance, this one here, we can go ahead and grab these quicksort modules. And once we determine what goes into them, so it's carbon plating, then all we have to do is grab 2 of these, put in, so right-click, carbon, and then we're looking specifically for plate. Drag that in here. There you go. And click, click. That should work just fine. Except it won't. Because carbon plating is here. Actually, yeah, now that I think about it, let's not do that on these. Because this is set up a little bit differently. So this is carbon plating, and where's the other carbon plating one? It's just one. So this one is carbon plate, I think. Right? No, you're carbon plate. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Okay, carbon plate goes in there. And then you are the raw carbon mesh. We don't want to do that on these. We want to leave these like we have them set up right now, because that's working fine. You know, if it's coming from a machine to a storage place, that's fine. It's mostly just raw materials we want to upgrade. So, like this here, this is fine. We can keep this going the way it is, because these are processed materials. And that system's working fine for processed materials. It's mostly the raw materials coming from there. We want to do the provider and supplier method. So actually, I think we're done. Right? Because how much of this over here uses raw materials? How much of this is, like, hurting right now? Well, that's the thing, because rubber is a processed material, and copper ingots are not. Copper ingots are, like, well, get me down here. Basically, we would need to change all of these to triple so that we could still have the item sinks for importing from other machines that are exporting finished items, as well as the supplier module for pulling in the raw ingredients. And I don't think I want to do that. I think that the way we're doing it right now, where sort of high volume items are being extracted using the provider and supplier combination, and then everything else is being utilizing the item sinks or the quicksort modules even. I'm just rambling. I'm just rambling. What I'm trying to say is that this is good. Providers for things with suppliers, quicksort modules for things with item sinks, because I don't want to am I explaining myself well? Let me see if I can explain this better. This is a raw ingredient. And in that situation, it almost feels like we would be better off using the provider modules and the supplier modules. And in fact, we know in order to keep this running, that's basically what we've had to do, because otherwise it's not going to extract enough to keep all of this operational. Same here with the blocks of coal. But coming out of here, the coal dust seems to work just fine using the item sync and quicksort module combination. And in fact, all of these are still full and operating as expected, so I see no reason to change that. That might just complicate things. And then in machines where there's a mix, so here, for example, this is a raw ingredient that you get out of that chest over there, but it's also got processed rubber, which is a produced material from, like, right here. And in that situation, I think the quicksort and the item sync modules are probably okay, because it looks like all of these are staying filled up about the same. I'm keeping an eye on the copper. That's the... Oh, gosh, that was a horrible bit of lag. And what I'm seeing is that, yeah, these aren't quite staying full, but they're not emptying either. Like, I saw that one just got a delivery. Well, this one, I guess that's what we need to keep an eye out for. If either of these runs completely dry, we might need to change things and use a combination of... Then again, if we're using the item sync and the quicksorts here and item sinks here, that makes permanent storage inside of here. And then we can make this a tier 3 and have... Well... Should we remove the quicksort here? I almost feel like we should. And then use the provider over here. Yeah, these aren't being replenished. Okay, I feel like I'm so scatterbrained right now. I apologize. I know I'm not explaining this as well as I could be. So let me sort of go back to it, okay? Let me kind of reel it back in. We have our supplier over here. Now what we need to do is right here, going from this machine, bringing the rubber to here. I think that we're okay using the item module, the item sync modules, and the quicksort. But what we want to do on the export is we actually want to change the quicksort module to we want a provider. Grab a few of those. Oh, REES is losing his mind. He can't keep track of what's happening. I can't. You're right. All right. Okay. So we're right back over here now. And instead of having a quicksort to put that item out on the network, we're going to use a provider module. So we'll just slap that on there. And then down here, underneath... how get into the floor? Oh, gosh dang it. That's not even the floor entrance. There it is. Down here, we want to say, hey, what a wonderful time today. No, we want to get rid of that. We don't want the item sync module anymore. And what we want instead is an active supplier module that has the exact same setup. I wish there was a way to copy that setup, but we sadly cannot. Can we stack the 4 of these together? Nah, they're all different. They're all slightly different, and they won't stack on top of each other. So we're going to have to configure these all separately. I wonder what the differences is. These both have carbon plate setup. If I open these and I get rid of the carbon plate, will they stack together now? No, because, oh yeah, they're all just say supplied, but they still won't stack on top of each other. Whatever, it doesn't matter. What we need out of here is the copper, and if I could spell properly, that would go a lot faster. I wonder if we need to specify... No, we are using industrial craft copper, never mind. I was going to say, do we need to specify the railcraft copper? Copper! But that's bronze! Listen. Oh boy, what a day I'm having. What an absolute day and a half. So that's the configuration we want. And there's 2 of these ready to go now, so we'll take that one out too. And we'll insert these, so we'll have that active supplier module, and, oh gosh, that one. And I have to configure these the same way. Rubber. Then we need the copper and the copper. This is not the best song that I've come up with in so long, but it's going to be the song that gets us through the day. It's the song we're going to sing as we make our way through the trials and tribulations that we all face. And we're going to sing the song with all the love and grace that we can muster. This is our song. Did we set up this thing wrong? 'Cause it's not filling up with copper at all. Hoping copper shows up soon today. It's gonna be real lame if I don't see copper. Gonna do something, my brain is melting away today. See, these are all working. These are all working dandy. Did I mess up? I might have messed up. Copper and rubber. I didn't mess up, it's just not working for some reason. Now that I look at it, this isn't filling up with rubber. Like, the copper is staying supplied for the most part, but not the rubber. Which is weird, because right over here, we put a provider module. We also have an item sync, which is importing the rubber, which is what we want. I don't think it matters what order they're in. Empty for all, yep, that's what we want. So... this should be exporting rubber every so often. And then these should be importing it. They are not. Oh! Oh, wait a minute! I figured something out. I just remembered. Hold on. Hold on. Give me that stupid thing back, because we've got to set this to infinite. There we go. There we go. That's going to fill up now any second now. We just got to wait, because here it comes. There they go. There they go. So if you have a look inside of here now. Yeah, here comes the... okay, all right. That's where I went wrong. We don't actually have to take it out either. We just have to put it on infinite. And that should fix all of our issues. I'm such a goober. There we go. See, this is... you just gotta stay sharp, folks. You gotta stay sharp. Sometimes things don't make sense. And it's not because it's broken. It's because you're a goober. Oh my good gosh. Wonder what happened there. I actually don't know. Get out of here, all of you. Okay. Stop that. Stop that right now. I don't know why that's happening. I can't fathom why that is happening. And I would love for it to stop. But now, this should all be full. Okay, what? Why are you still... stop that. Why is that happening? Stop. Why is that happening? Okay. It seems to have stopped. Odd. Very odd. Oh, it happened down here too a little bit? Oh no, it's still going on. Why is it still going on? What? I've not seen this problem before. Not to this extent. Is it like ordering too much copper or something? That just sounds nonsensical. Look, there it goes, down there, and then so now any minute now here. If I run down there to collect those, and we'll miss it happening. There it goes. There it goes. Why? Okay, okay, we gotta do something about this. We gotta fix this somehow. What? Oh right, you can put the little ingots down. I keep forgetting that that's a thing. Every time I do it, it's by accident, and it surprises me. So we returned this to the way that it was. Maybe we gotta take out that quicksort module. I don't know why that would be causing issues. It doesn't seem like it would be. But at this point, I don't know what else to think. No, that didn't fix it. That didn't fix it at all. Why is it happening down here too? That's the part I don't get. Because how is it even getting here? Because we haven't replaced whatever's under here yet, and we're just gonna break the floor real quick for the sake of simplicity. We've not replaced whatever is inside of here. Look at that. What the heck? Why is there so many? Because this is configured with an item sink. Will an item sink work with a... Can we just break this temporarily? There we go. Oh gosh, there's so many of them down there. Item sinks shouldn't work with... Or do they? Will an item sink work with a quicksort module? Will an item sink work in some way in conjunction with an... Do providers provide items to item sinks? Because my initial theory there for a hot minute was that it must be ordering to... Yeah, look, this thing is completely clogged. They're like just sitting inside there. Why? How is that happening? Are those being summoned from somewhere else as well? See, we're going to run out of copper is the issue that we're going to run into here. We've got to figure something out here. Okay, if I change that from infinite to bulk 100, whatever that means, will that make a difference? No, it's still happening. It's still happening and there's still so much. Why is it still happening down here? Oh, it's happening with the wood, but also the copper. Why is it happening with the copper exclusively? Why the copper? Why not anything else? Stop. I'm taking out the provider module for a moment because it's getting out of hand. Take some extra copper, please. That's clearly something is wrong. What is going on? Okay, so that's empty now. We can all see that those are empty now. It's all looking good if we have a look. You know, we've got our quicksort module. That's what extract the items. And then we have this. Set to bulk 100. Our other options are partial, full. Let me see if I can find these again. Okay, so now I am on the Logistics Pipes GitHub page, looking at a commit, if you will. Bulk 50 only delivers when 50% of the request remains, e.g. supply 64. Refills only when 32 or less are left. Bulk 100 only reorders when all the previous orders is reused. What? When all the previous order is reused? What? Infinite fills the inventory one stack at a time. Full/partial still as normal. So bulk/infinite requests run in partial mode. What? What does that mean? Full/partial still as normal. Bulk/infinite requests run in partial mode. What? So we got full, bulk, infinite, partial, full. Does that mean it keeps it full? Because that makes it feel like that's the one I want. But we tried that and it didn't work, didn't we? When we had it set to... You know what? Let's just put it on full. Let's just put the darn thing on full. Whatever. I want to throw out there that we're only having issues with the copper. Okay? The issue is not occurring here. So I don't know why that is. If you throw this back in there... Did it even take? It took. So that's in there now. So we should see this... start to Like, maybe fill up. Actually, the rubber is not filling up at all right now. I don't know why that is. So right now we have 64, 32, and none. Right? Watch this. And then we also have 64, 64, and 58. So if we just wait, will anything interesting happen? So far, I'm not seeing anything come out of over here, which is where the copper is located. It's like it's not running at all. Okay, so just nothing is happening here. Same on all of these. They're all just slowly emptying out. You have multiple copper in you. We should probably take some of these out. There we go. I want to keep them in order up there. So, manually dump all of those. Get rid of them because I don't need them in my inventory. Take the provider module out. Make sure the provider module is set up normally. Put it back in. Provide! Gosh darn you, provide! Is it only going to... Do I need to configure the amount? I hadn't considered that a possibility up until now. If I take all of these out, right? Is it going to request new ones? Now that it's completely empty, will it do something? No, Is it because there's already one in each slot, and what I have to do is I have to actually specify with this darn thing that I want a stack of them in there? If that's what it is... Well, there's 64. So when this runs empty, is it going to request 3 more to keep it filled? So help me goodness gracious. Well, this has got to be at the top of the next episode. Presumably it's going to pull another 3. So with that knowledge in mind now that we know how this works... Bulk 50 only delivers when 50% of the request remains, e.g. supply 64 refills only when 32 or less. Maybe that's how we should set all of these up. Full, what does it do? Full and partial still is normal. I guess that just means it keeps it full. But we don't really need it to keep it full. You know what? Let's go ahead and grab a stack of rubber if we can, for the sake of this. And we should have plenty of rubber, yeah. So we'll grab a stack. And we'll tell this thing, you know what? Here's what we want you to do. Here's what we want you to do. Let's set this to request mode bulk 50. Get rid of that. So now... Oh, hold on. No. The whole thing. There we go. And then bulk 100. What does that do? Only reorders when all of the previous orders were used. So we don't want that. So once it gets down to half, so 32 of each of these, it should summon more. Is how I'm assuming that works. Infinite fills the inventory, 1 stack at a time. Except the problem with Infinite was that it was spewing them all over the ground. Which I'm assuming we don't want to have happen. Partial, I don't understand. Full, should we just leave it at full? And then it'll just keep summoning them to keep itself full. I mean, it makes sense to leave it at, like, bulk 50. Because that way it's not constantly summoning, like, 3 or 4 items at a time. That makes sense to me. I don't know about you folks, but that makes the most sense to me. That way it only summons like 32 of each at any given moment. So we'll set up each of these. Although, well, no. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. I was going to say there's a lot of slots in there. I suppose if we wanted it to keep every slot filled, what we could do is say, you know, like that, and then that, something like that. Actually, you know what? That's an idea, because if we come up here and we have a look... The actual breakdown here is 3 of these, and then 6 of these. So if we wanted to keep that filled up... I can't get down. I cannot get down. 1, 2, 3, and then the rest of these are like so. We'll see if that works the way I think it will, in which case all of these should be full. Wrong spot. Were we just working with the one in the corner? Let's go ahead and manually empty this of all the objects and just see what happens. Yeah? Okay. So is the issue here that there's only ever when it does the requests... I think the issue it's having right now with these is that there's only ever, like, 63 to summon at any given time from that ender chest back there. I think that's causing us more issues than it ought to. I'm going to configure them all like this, though. This I have decided is what we're doing now. This is what we're doing now. Should we actually... You know what? Hold on. Should we take advantage of the fact that there's only ever 63 of those at any given time? And should we configure it as such? So, the game's not confused? Bulk 50, baby. This is what's happening. These can be 64, that's fine. Okay. So now what we want to see is that all of these are full. They aren't. It's still the copper we seem to be having trouble with for some reason. Even though there's technically never-ending copper inside of here. You want to fill this up, please? I'm asking nicely. Please. The music is setting a very particular mood right now. Oh, hold on. I need to set it to bulk 50. Because I had it on full. I don't know! I genuinely just don't know anymore! That's working! And so now when it gets to half of all of these, it'll order replacements to fill it back up. I think. And that's the setup, I guess. I'll have to do that for all of these. Well, no, I think that was it, right? Well, no, I'll have to do it for all of them. But not right now. Maybe next time. Until then, thank you folks for watching. God bless you. You saw the way we're gonna do it. We'll explain it to everyone at the top of the next episode. Goodbye. Howdy there, folks. How are y'all doing? My name is REES, and welcome back to our TEKKIT 2 Let's Play Adventure series, where me and the channel members did a little cheeky half-episode where we tidied up a bit of the factory. Not all of it. That horrible mess is still there. Maybe we'll clean that up today. But one thing we did do in that video was I told the channel members that when this series wraps up, which might not be in the too distant future, I'm going to change all of the channel member exclusive in-between episodes from channel member only to unlisted. So they won't show up in search results because I don't necessarily want them to show up in search results. I don't think they are the best representation of this series. They really are just kind of in between, like, work videos where I just, hey, this is a kind of otherwise uninteresting thing I need to do, like build pillars and clean up the wall. Maybe you'll be interested in it. That's what those are. So I don't really want them showing up in search results and sort of, I guess, representing the channel in that way. But once the series is wrapped, I do want to make them available to everyone, so I'm going to set them to unlisted. And if you check the series playlist, they'll be there right in line with where they should be. So if you decide to do a rewatch chronologically, a year from now, let's say, those will just pop in, and there'll be new, fun little bonus videos that you didn't see before, which could be a good time. But I think I'm going to do that moving forward with kind of any bonus content outside of things that are made explicitly for channel members, like the unnamed channel member podcast. But none of that is relevant to what we're doing here today. I just wanted to announce that, so it's so maybe something to look forward to. One thing we do need to talk about is what's changed in here, kind of before we get started with the episode proper. So first off, all of the items that were on this wall, which were previously moved upstairs, left a giant gaping hole in this wall. So I patched that in. I added some lovely lights all around the side. I finished up with the pillars. I kind of had to reorganize things in here a little bit, so there's no ladder over here anymore. There used to be a ladder for accessing the top there, but we've not used it in ages. And also, are these full? Yeah, that's not surprising. That's not surprising. That means that the Pesu is full. Didn't we break it at one point and it completely emptied? Well, it's refilled again. I think I got rid of the ladder over here too, so basically there's no way down here anymore, although I think you can still go... Wait, was there never a door there? There was never a door there. I'm crazy. This is what I'm thinking of. Down here, there is a door. And there is a ladder. And I think that ladder just leads... Oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm talking about. Apparently that is still there. That's not important. None of that is important, okay? What matters is this is all quite a bit tidier. I got rid of this whole system over here, and I built this new diamond generator. And it's kind of modeled on the nodes upstairs. They're slightly more densely packed, which means they're slightly less efficient, but the target was 1 diamond every second. And if we stand here, you'll see there's no diamonds. But then they kind of come in rushes. So every so often you'll get like 2 or 3 of them, and then a beat where there's none, and then a beat where there's several. So I've not averaged it out, but I would have to assume we're getting, once you average out over the course of a minute, probably 60 a minute or 1 a second. I'm not entirely sure. What I do know is that I have over 100,000 diamonds now, which is great. So if I'm ever low, I can just pluck some out of here. If I'm low on EMC or whatever, I can grab a whole stack of those, no problem. And we can just pipe them in here, get ourselves a little boost. If we come back, and we still have over 100,000 diamonds, so we're fine. So that's great, and I love that. Something else I did was, at least I think I did this in the bonus episode. This might have just been in the last episode, I can't remember. But we have all of our ender chests over here now, including the ender chest full of our various ingots. And I did some more experimentation. I won't say that it rendered the sweetest of fruits. That made no sense. But I did do some experimentation with the provider modules, and I figured some things out that I'd like to touch on here in just a second. But before I do, is that everything? Did I mention that these had different colors? That might have also been in the last proper episode. I'm trying to just remember. Oh, you know what? There's one thing that I can't remember whether or not that it was even in the last partial episode, but I decided to do over here so I can remember what each of these nodes does. I got an invisible item frame, and I placed the item representing what the node is creating inside of it. And did I do that on the aisle with the ores? Yes, I did. It's just kind of harder to see them because they're very small. And actually, sometimes I don't even know what they are. Like, what is that? Is that lead? That could be lead, actually. I guess I know what they are. That's Invar. Yeah. That's nickel. Yeah! That's a skill that is going to get me absolutely nowhere in life. That's... I don't know. Zinc! Oh, man! Okay, and that's weird red alloy that we're making for some reason that we'll probably never need or use. Okay, now I think we're all caught up, and I can kind of share with you what I've been trying to figure out over here. This has been the testing ground, right? This is where we manufacture our copper cables, and as you can see, these are staying stocked right now. The way we have these hooked up is, of course, and this is something that I feel like I did a poor job explaining before, but the way I want to hook all this up is we're going to continue to use things like the item sinks and the quicksort modules in places for transporting between machines on the assembly line. I just think that makes it a lot easier. To get items out of a machine, it would be weird to have a supplier module on there. That's not really the right thing to use, and I feel like just having a quicksort module makes much more sense, and then having a quick sync, or an item sync, I'm sorry, that will just say, hey, if there are any of these objects in the network, send them to me right now. That's kind of what we want, because we want these to always be emptying out as soon as something is produced, and we have a place where we definitively want them stored, that being the black hole unit. So for that kind of a setup, for sort of intra-machine configurations, that makes a lot of sense, and we're going to continue to work like that. But you might have noticed inside of here, while we do have the quicksort module to extract items, it is being supplied with the active supplier module, and that is because we are using the ender chests here to sort of teleport the items down here, but we want that to be perma-storage. We don't want this to constantly be drained all of the time. We only want it to supply items when items are requested, and so for that purpose, I think that the combination of the active supplier module as well as the provider module is the better approach. Getting these set up and working properly, however, was a little bit of a trick. And actually, before I go down there, let me go ahead and grab one so I can sort of show you some of what I learned. Because the last episode was very frustrating, but I did eventually learn some things. The issue is that the documentation for these is not super clear and doesn't really explain a lot. And let me give you a tip here, okay? The provider module is not actually what I wanted. I actually wanted the active supplier module. Because the provider module is extremely straightforward. There's no issues with that. You just plop it in there and you're good to go. Do I not have any more active supplier modules? I feel like I should. I don't think I used them all. Where did they all go? There are none inside of here unless I'm like crazy and not seeing them. I suppose they could be in here? I did not use them all. I refuse to believe that. Are they right in front of me? If I type in active, will it highlight them? Yeah, no, there's definitely none inside of either of these chests. Interesting. Concerning. There they all are. Okay, good. I knew they were somewhere. I was using this as a dump chest in the last video because my inventory was getting a little out of hand. Oh, that's important to have. And actually both of these, and I mean, I don't need those right now. Those are more of a nuisance than anything else. These can be condensed. They don't need to be left in there. Let's get rid of those. Excellent. Let's tuck these away. You know what? Controversial. I'm going to maybe throw the greaves in there. That way I'll have them with me if I need them, but they're not going to be a burden. And then also, this can be condensed, and the rest of this can be dealt with later. For right now, though. Oh, boy! Not sure what that was. That was an odd one, wasn't it? Now, let's actually talk about what I wanted to talk about, which is the active supplier modules, and how it's hard to find information about these online. I actually ended up looking up the cables, the supplier cables, and finding a bit of useful information. But most of what we learned last time, I just had to figure out. Okay? So, for example, if you wanted to set this up to summon stone, right? And you put stone in there, and then you set that to infinite, well, that'll summon an infinite amount of stone, which isn't a problem, except, and I didn't figure this out until I was editing the video, these up here have... If you summon infinite stone, it's going to see this as 1, 2, 3, what is this, 9 slots, and it's going to want to fill all 9 slots with stone. That's not how the autocrafter works. The autocrafter looks at the recipe and determines, okay, I need X stacks and Y stacks, so 3 stacks of copper and 6 stacks of rubber. So if you configure this to pull in infinite copper, it's going to pull in enough copper to fill all 9 slots. And the issue we were running into is once these 3 slots are full, it still wanted to call more into these slots, which meant that just standing here, copper was constantly being thrown on the ground because it was summoning it, because it said, okay, well, infinite copper, we want to fill all these slots, ignore the fact that there's rubber in them, but it gets here, like, let's say this slot here is empty right now, right? Like, there's technically a rubber there, but... Or actually, I mean, I guess it's just like a placeholder, but it says, hey, I want to put copper there. And then when it gets there, the machine says, no, there's no room for copper. There's only 3 slots for copper. This is for rubber. The machine says, well, I already summoned it, so I guess I'll throw it on the ground. And oh boy, what fun that was, having copper thrown all over the ground and having no clue why. So how do you combat that? Well, there's some other configuration options. I haven't figured out what full does. My assumption is that full... I could be wrong, summons enough to keep an inventory full. How that's different from infinite, I don't know. Okay, I also don't know what partial does. I have no idea. The 2 that I know about, or I guess the 3, are bulk 50, bulk 100, and infinite. So the way that bulk 50 is, oh, and I guess something else I should explain here. You know that whole stone situation, where we put 1 stone in there? Well, it's actually a little bit more complicated than that. That's 1 stone, but you can actually configure the exact amount of stone you want, okay? So, in the case of these, remember we want 3 of these to be copper and 6 of them to be rubber, which means what I would do is I would do the 3 copper, and then I would do the 3 stacks of rubber, or the 6 stacks of rubber, I should say. Now we have bulk 50 and bulk 100, and the way that these work, and this took a little bit of figuring out, if you have it set to bulk 50, and you have, let's say, 3 stacks of stone inside of the items to keep stocked, what happens is, after it consumes 1.5 stacks of these items, or 50%, then it summons enough to restock itself. It'll never let itself run lower than 50. Well, it will run lower than 50%, but at that point, it summons enough to get itself filled back up again. Bulk 100 is similar, where after it consumes 100% of its stock, it orders enough to refill it to the exact amount you have set. The issue with using that is it waits until it's 100% empty, and then it summons the stock. At that point, your machine's going to grind to a halt because it has to wait for the items to arrive. I went ahead and set the ones down there to bulk 50, so as soon as half of these stacks are gone, and it would be great if I could demonstrate that, but it's all running very efficiently. This is close, so we're now below half of the rubber, so what should happen is it should summon enough rubber to fill itself up. There's some other quirks with this, though. Notably, one, you have to have the rubber, which we do, and two, it seems like other machines on the network summoning rubber... Oh, was this the one we were just looking at? It looks like it might have summoned some. It seems like it can only summon a limited amount, but it'll keep trying until it gets it up to that number, I think is how that works. Again, I'm still trying to figure all of this out, and I'm not entirely sure if I've got it 100% like sorted. Oh, look at that. We just got a restock of something there. You just saw it. So it looks like everything restocked. So it might have waited until it was 50% of rubber and 50% of copper, and then refilled the whole lot. But that's what it looks like. Instead of getting a constant flow of like 1 or 2 items, it waits until it has enough to, or until like 50% is down. And in fact, I guess we can go ahead and test this. So if I take the 6 of these out, and then I take these 2 stacks out, what we should see here now is, because it's down to 50% of those items, we should see an absolute flood of copper and rubber head in here any minute now. Just any second now. Any minute. Okay, what if I take out some more rubber? Then what? Oh, wait, there we go. Okay, hold on. No, wait. That was... I think that went to this machine. What about this machine? This machine's almost empty. This machine's not going to be able to run much longer. Well, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. What matters is that even though it's not working on the sort of schedule I expected, it is technically working. Before I came over here and sabotaged it intentionally, you'll note that ignoring this machine, all of the other ones are staying topped off and they're all staying operational, which is what matters. And I'm kind of curious now, is there something wrong with this one? Oh, I should also note that I set these up to do stacks of 23, because I realized that having a stack of 24, when it can only ever pull 23 at a time, or I'm sorry, 63, when it can only... Let's try that again. I noticed that because there's only ever 63 of any given ingot inside of the chest over there at any given time, it might mess with it trying to summon full 64, so I changed this to 63 just to kind of see what happens. You can see it's set to bulk 50, and yeah, no, this one's empty. What if I just take out all of its rubber? Then what are you going to do? Are you going to do anything? Oh my gosh, there goes the rubber. That's good. But what about the copper, though? I'm so disturbed. Wait. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I thought for sure I had it figured out. Maybe I should just put it on, like, full and see what happens. I found some random comment from 6 years ago where someone explains all of this better than any wiki article I could find. Also, I'm going to throw these back in here now because I'm starting to feel bad. Are all of these other ones working okay? Are they all summoning their copper and staying topped off? Why is this one the one I decided to mess with? I mean, sure, I messed with it, but it's not like it was working beforehand. I guess I can put it on infinite and kind of show you the nightmare that results from that. Oh, there we go. Is that this machine? I think it was this machine. There you go. That's what you get, and it just keeps trying, because what it's doing is it's got full stacks here, and then it's just trying its best to fill these inventories up, but gosh darn it, you can't. You can't do that. Change that right now. Put that back on bulk 50, and also, I think I got confused at one point and was looking in here instead of... Yeah, also, yeah, you can see that the copper gets filled up in the pipe itself, which is problematic. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put all of this in here, and it'll empty back out over time. It'll be fine. As I was saying, I found a random comment here that explains all of this much better than any wiki article I was able to track down, so I'm going to read from it directly. This is from Live from Hollywood on Reddit, r/feedthebeast. So the modes are, and I'll open this up and we'll go through them. We can actually clear this out. Partial. So if you specify 64 items, like that, I suppose. There we go. And you only have 8 items, it will pull the 8 items. If it hits the specified max of 64, 32, etc., it'll stop pulling. How does that... Wait, hold on. I don't even follow that. If you specify 64 and you only have 8, so I guess that means if you specify 64 and then there's only 8 items available on the network, it will pull the 8 items. But when it hits the specified max of 64, it'll stop pulling. Well, surely that's what we want then, right? That makes sense to me. Full. So that's this mode here. It's the same as partial, but will continue pulling until the inventory is completely full. That sounds like it would mess things up, same as infinite, so we probably don't want that on. Ah, infinite. Same as partial, but will never stop pulling for any reason. If items arrive at the inventory, but it is full, they will return to storage. Or they'll get thrown on the ground, which is a bit of a mess. Now here's where I feel like this commenter is getting it wrong. And they might be right, but on the wikis I was reading, in my research, I kinda got the... not the opposite assumption, but the sort of opposite idea. They say that with bulk 50, if you specify 64, it'll wait until there are 32 available in storage before pulling them. And then for bulk 100, if you specify 64, it'll wait until there are 64 available in storage before pulling them. So that implies that it doesn't wait until this is hit its 50%, so, you know, a stack and a half here. It waits until there's a stack and a half available over here, which under normal conditions there just never will be, you know what I mean? Also, we want to do this. No, stop that. Stop that. There we go. Because there will only ever be 63 in this chest, it will never summon. But it is summoning them, because if we actually have a look inside the machines, they are staying topped off. Except for the time I sabotaged one. So, see, that's why I think that maybe the commenter is a little bit confused on bulk 50, bulk 100. That's okay. The documentation is terrible. We're all confused. But based on their comment, and assuming that their assumptions, or their assertions even, about how partial, full, and infinite work, I think that the better thing to do is set them to partial. Partial means that provided there is space in the inventory and space in the supply line, it will summon until it's full. Which, I mean, I liked the idea of how bulk 50 worked in my mind, which is apparently, according to this commenter, at least not how it works. I liked the idea that it would wait until it was halfway empty and then summon enough to fill itself up. But we'll see how partial works. And assuming kind of partial works better for us at keeping all of these topped off. See, what I'd like to see... Well, there we go. That's what I was hoping to see. All of these filled up. Everything filled up. But again, that's going to put a lot more strain in the network because it's going to be constantly summoning things. And my concern with all of this is latency and lag. I don't want the system to be laggy. And if we did fewer, bigger draws as opposed to multiple smaller ones, I thought that might help. But I think what we're learning is that we're just going to have to do a lot of trial and error. Because even this isn't really keeping them filled. I mean, there you go, we got an order. But, like, what prompted that order? I guess, you know, we are kind of limited, by the amount we can extract from here using this provider module all by itself. I don't know if there's any way to... I mean, obviously, items to provide empty for all, which is what we want, because there's only one type of item inside the black hole unit anyway. So there's no reason to really specify exactly what to include. But I'm wondering if we set amounts up... I'm sure like that wouldn't matter, no. Well, this appears to be keeping everything stocked, and that's good. That's kind of what we want. Or is it? Because you can build crafting modules, and we've talked about these before. You can also build crafting pipes, I think. I don't know what the difference would be, but the logistics pipe crafting module, to my understanding, I don't know what a crafting byproduct byproduct extraction upgrade. I don't know what that does. That's interesting. A cleanup upgrade I don't understand either. What I do understand is that the crafting module, you can put inside of a pipe, and apparently it crafts things instantaneously. I don't know how that works, and it sounds like it could be a nightmare if we get it wrong. There's also, I'm pretty sure there's a crafting pipe. Yeah, there it is. Same basic idea. Type, active requester plus source. What? Crafts one item at a time, attaches to an automatic crafting table, automatically crafts the item inside when requested, can use a satellite pipe to send inputs elsewhere. Ah, okay. So Logistics Pipes does have a crafting table, as well as a fuzzy crafting table. I don't know what makes it fuzzy, but what I do know is that it exists, therefore it might be necessary. I kind of assumed that the crafting happened inside the pipe, but it does say attaches to an automatic crafting table, which implies there needs to be a table, and the table from Logistics Pipes is called the crafting table. Right, okay, so based on my reading, which could be incorrect, just want to throw that out there, but based on what I'm reading, it looks like it won't automatically create infinitely. It seems like using the Logistics crafting pipe, and I'm just on a wiki here reading and taking everything at face value, it seems like it requires some kind of input, like you need to specify, hey, make this thing. And it doesn't really seem to suggest that it'll do it automatically ad nauseum. Which I could be wrong. And if I am, please comment down below and let me know. And also, if you have any tips for using them, please comment down below and let me know. For right now, though, what I think we're probably going to end up using... Get rid of that. I think we're probably going to stick with these crafting tables. But there is something I want to do. And it's something I kind of talked about. I added these lights here because I want to divide the floor down the middle, and then I want to separate every item that we manufacture into its own little area that can expand infinitely, because I don't want everything to be limited. Right now, we're manufacturing, we've got 2 of these auto workbenches manufacturing gold cables, and it's actually not doing anything right now because I've changed the setup over here where it no longer has a regular old item quick sort module, which I actually need to fix because, like I said, machine-to-machine automation, I think we want to... Well, no. I think we'll probably leave that on there, and then we'll set this over here with an active supplier module. Anyway, I don't want to be limited by, you know, space constraints that I've made for myself. I want to be able to expand if I want to, let's say something like a generator production into its own full line, and have plenty of room around it to expand. I don't want to get ourselves stuck in these really tight spaces, which is what I've done with the factory so far. Trying to plan in advance of how many of something I'll need, like how many of these I'll need, when in reality I just don't know, that's silly. And it's not really the way that I think we want to carry on with the factory, because who knows what else we might automate, and I don't want to be stuck in a position where I can't expand an individual item without completely relocating it and redoing the whole assembly. So what I want to do is create a line right down here, and then I'm going to create individual rows for different items. And I think I might not do that right now, because I'm really concerned about this over here. And I want to get this fixed first. And of course, I once again forgot about this setup over here. I wanted to empty all of the, I guess, like individual metals, so I turned them into diamonds, and then there were too many diamonds, so I changed them into blocks of gold, and now look where we are with just all of this extra, effectively just kind of otherwise worthless EMC. Look, what is this? A stack of these? 4 million, almost 5 million apiece? Unbelievable. Okay, there we are. Now I can focus on other things, like dividing this room, and figuring out what to do down below. There is somewhere around here a ladder that leads down, and I used to know where it was based on what was on the wall here, and now I've completely lost sight of it, so we'll need to figure something out there. Oh, oops, I didn't notice this was happening. This must be a result of when I filled in the things upstairs using the mercurial eye. It expanded the walls a little bit too. That's an accident. That's on me. I should have made sure that wasn't happening like an absolute dunce. But I didn't, and it's too late to do anything about it now. So there we go. That's tidied up. Do we get rid of these walkways? Things are going to be a little bit weird and wacky now, aren't they? If we're dissecting the room in such a manner. Do we get rid of the walkways? First off, we leave this open for right now so I don't lose it again. I think we could probably leave that there. I think that's probably okay. And I think we'll probably reuse these. They're very spaced out. I kind of like that. I like having the extra space. We might end up taking up this entire square here with what we're about to do. So let's go ahead and divide the room and kind of take it from there, I guess. Oh, no. Okay, so invisible cables are a very real thing and a very real problem. If you break cables too fast for whatever reason, you end up with this. There's a cable or something right here that is causing severe issues. So if I sign out and sign back in, and I say sign out, what I mean is leave the world, right? Not really signing out of anything, but okay, so that time it was just a full-on block of marble. That hasn't happened before. Normally this is a problem we've had with logistics pipes. That's concerning because it raises a whole new world of concerns moving forward. Is excavating anything in that manner going to cause such issues? Only time will tell. Also, I like that it takes me so long to fly over here so that I can then teleport about 14 blocks. But what I need to do is grab... Oh! We're all out of white lamps. We are not all out of white lamps. I think we're probably gonna wanna add a teleporter over here at some point. I keep talking about it, and we've just not done it yet. One of these days. Also, when I leave and I come back, I think it's because of the teleporting. This happens. This has nothing to do with the logistics pipe setup. I don't think. I mean, I think it is a glitch in the logistics pipes, but I think it's unrelated to the previous issues I was having with the copper, or the bronze even. No, it's copper. Just throw all of these in here and they'll sort themselves out. A lot easier than doing it manually. Okay, so there's the division, and there's a machine right in the middle there. We'll deal with that in a second. First, let's go ahead and we're going to grab our handy-dandy precision wrench, which we will need to take down some of those MFEs and things back there. At least I think you need them on the MFE. Now that I think about it, is the MFE even one of the blocks that'll actually break? Hi, nightmare! I forget what a nightmare this place is. Is the Space Center the quickest way to get to the charger? Oh, good gosh, I'm surrounded by crabs, aren't I? So maybe I don't actually need this for these, but it'll be handy. It'll make it go by a lot faster and not taking any risks by doing this. Is there a device that can be used to break these lights a little bit more quickly? Because gosh it if they don't take a long time. Gosh it! Gosh it. Says no one ever in the history of humanity. No one has ever said the phrase, gosh it. So I'm out here, you know, just cutting holes in the ceiling, getting ready to make some new runways, and I realize that this has a light going down the middle, and this has a light going down the middle, and for some reason this one doesn't. And this row has existed for real life months at this point. Nobody said a word. Nobody's noticed. I haven't noticed. No one's commented on it. No one's been bothered by it. But now that I saw it, I literally had to stop doing what I was doing, which was actually, you know, progressing the plot, as they say, and expanding the factory floor basement. I had to stop doing that so I could fix that, because it was going to bother me otherwise. Just thought you'd like to know. If you're someone who did notice that and was either wondering about it or has been bothered by it, take heart, my friends. I too have now noticed and corrected the issue. And now I'm making stacks of white lights. Alright, well this is interesting. So it doesn't, like, evenly split this section here. So you got a little bit of an odd number between this line and this line. That's fine, I can push it all back that way if we need to. We probably don't have enough lines for what I have in mind, but I kind of wanted to just show you what I've got done and what we're going to be doing moving forward. So I did add a middle section here, which historically we haven't had, but since this is all going to be built off of this middle channel now, I thought it might be useful to kind of speed up travel between the different rows, to just have a nice middle section here that's well lit and everything. And I think that what we're going to do is have the machine start in the center and push outward, if that makes sense, and have like a single pipe running down the middle carrying all of the items. And if necessary, power. Some machines do still need power. One thing that I think we will do is, and we've kind of already done this, we don't have any furnaces down here anymore. Everything that we have is macerators, we have extractors, and this down here is a compressor. I was going to say if we have any furnaces, we'll convert those over to red matter, but we don't. Everything's either a compressor, a macerator, or a extractor. And now that I look at it, we've only got 3 powered machines. So I think we'll probably set those up towards the back and then have all of the different crafting machines set up one after the other. I could have made this a lot tighter. We could have done it without having such a large gap in between each row and compressed all this in a lot more tightly, but we're not hurting for space, so it's probably time we fan this thing out a little bit. So here's what I'm doing right now. I am relocating our sticky resin rubber generation station system to over here, and I got to thinking, you know how we're not trying to manufacture an infinite amount of certain items anymore? What if we stopped doing that with assembly line items as well? Do we really need an infinite amount of rubber? Well, near infinite. We're obviously at 2.7 million now, but that's nowhere near filling up this black hole unit, and it's never going to stop running until it runs out. Should we maybe replace this with a large chest of some kind? I've been thinking about doing this for a while now. What if we just went with a regular old obsidian chest? It's expensive, but we have the EMC, and it does hold quite a few items. I'm going to have to do some math here, or I guess I could just Google obsidian chest real quick, and that would probably actually be faster than counting how many lines are in there and trying to determine using basic mathematics. It's 108 slots, and it's completely blast resistant. So now we're going to do some basic rudimentary math anyway. 108 times 64 is 6,912 items. That's probably enough, isn't it? We don't need millions and millions. And once this is full, if it ever does fill up, the machines can stop running. And again, if everything isn't running constantly at full bore all of the time, it might spare some system resources. I'm thinking about doing that. I'm thinking we might do obsidian chests from now on. Controversial. Let me know what you think. I mean, not everything is set in stone, and at any point I could change my mind or kind of reconfigure things. I mean, that's literally what we're doing right now. So, you know, it's a bit up in the air. And also, gosh, I'm going to have to do something now with all of this rubber. So I do have a black hole unit here. Maybe temporarily. We'll kind of relocate this over here to this corner. Plop it down. There we go. We might do this with all of them. And we can probably wire that into a system where we can kind of summon it wherever we are when we need it. That would be cool and useful. But right now, I'm just thinking this makes more sense than, you know, as opposed to just constantly manufacturing an infinite amount of everything, which is what we started with, but it's just not necessary anymore. All right, and now I have what I think we're going to be using for the entire assembly line kind of setup here. Now, I still need to move both of those, so that this entire bank here will just be dedicated, possibly in the future, to further centrifugal extraction. And then also, we're not getting power? Okay, so I had those turned around backwards, but with that resolved, I think this is probably the system we're going to go with. And we might end up putting the levers back on here so that they stay at their tip-top speed at all times, even when this is full and they're not manufacturing anymore. I just didn't do it yet. But this is kind of what it's going to look like. And again, both of these will be gone. So each row will be dedicated. It's not going to immediately be filled up. We're not going to immediately fill this whole line up here with centrifugal extractors. That would be silly. We don't need to do that. But the idea is that if we needed to, we could. There will be room in the future for expansion, because we have so much room that up until now we've not taken advantage of, and we're finally changing that. So again, each machine is going to be sort of justified to the center, and center aligned if you're so inclined. The way that I've set this up is we're going to, from now on, have power run along this side for machines that need it. We'll have items run along this side for machines that need it, and there will only ever be one pipe coming in and going out. So everything's going to come up here, and then it's going to go out of there and go into here. And I was doing some reading on a wiki here, specifically for the sort of basic mechanics of active and passive requests, and it looks like we might not need to use active supplier modules after all. My assumption, which I now admit was flawed, because I didn't think about it, was that the only way that a regular passive supplier module would work is if you had something constantly forcing items into the network. But that's not the case. Instead, I think the way that it works is if you have something like a quicksort module and then a passive supplier somewhere down the line, it'll automatically accept those items coming out of here. But also, I could be wrong, and maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. The fact is, we've gotten the active suppliers to work, and throughout the course of this recording session at least, which has been over 2.5 hours... Oh, I was going to say it's been working fine, and then I noticed it's not, but then I realized it is, because, yeah, we just moved the configuring, we've moved where rubber is, and there's none in here. Why is there none in, why is it not being extracted? You have a quicksort module, you should be going to here. Oh, does it not, oh, well, hold on, I'm confusion. Item sync, right? And that's what we want. Configured... Oh, should it not be default route? I thought it should be default route. I guess that was the issue. There we go. Oh, no, they're just getting sucked out instantly. Maybe default route had nothing to do with it. Are they all going to over here? Is the issue just that it's getting sucked out as soon as they're being made? Oh, well, these aren't going full speed, so that could actually be the reason. I don't know. It kind of feels like maybe having it set as default route was the wrong thing to do. I might be wrong, but it just kind of feels like that was what was preventing it from working. Also, I already had 4 levers in my inventory. I don't know why I went ahead and got 64 more that we didn't need. There we go. So once this chest is full, should that ever occur, these should keep running and be ready to supply more, if it ever gets empty, at a moment's notice, which is exactly what we want. So again, in a setup like this, we're making full use of everything. We have quicksort modules and active suppliers, and we have providers and item syncs. We don't have to pick one set or the other. We're using both. And we're using the item sync and quicksort modules together in harmony to move items from inside of machines to their storage destinations, while also using active suppliers to supply those machines from storage elsewhere. And I think this is going to be the system moving forward. So when we finally set up the copper cable manufacturing again, that is going to use the active supplier modules in conjunction with the supplier module, or the provider module in here, to summon the rubber. But then leaving the machine and going into their own obsidian chest, which I think all of that is still set up over here. So, nope. Where'd copper cables go? It's down here. Down here at the end, right, where we literally just were moments ago. So that's probably going to get moved maybe like right in here. So it'll be right in front of that machine. When that's set up, it's still going to use the the quicksort modules to pull the items out, and the item sync modules to store them in their long-term storage. So one other thing I'm going to do from now on is I'm not going to run, even though it does look really clean to have the pipes underneath, we're going to run them above ground, just like we do on the machines, because when you're troubleshooting, it's so much easier to be able to just very quickly access the inventories and the machines without having to go top to bottom and shuffle around a lot. And granted, that would be reduced, considering a lot of these will have a large gap next to them. But I was thinking that we might use glass to fill in those gaps until we need to add machines there, if we ever do. So for instance, maybe something like that, just as a measure to sort of fill in the empty spaces. And then that way there's not just large holes. But for right now, if I'm not mistaken, based on the time of recording, I'm about to have to go in for a brain mapping, which I'm forced to do every day, so I could keep track of what real REES is up to in the real world, which would be the case if I were an AI, which I am not. And I'm definitely not experiencing some sort of a rapid onset AI decline a la rampancy, because that's not happening right now. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm a real person, and I think I have to If you folks have any comments on the way that we're moving forward, please let me know before I remodel all of this, because when you come back for the next episode, this is all going to be gone. When you come back next time, what you're going to find I have done is I'm going to have all of the machines laid out in rows, and we're going to carry on from there. We'll finally be done with this great swap that we've been doing in the factory, this great sort of remodel. Oh, I should note, I don't think I mentioned this. I did take down entire swaths of manufacturing. I just moved all those items into here, so like the whole setups are stored inside of here, ready to be moved back over. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and set up, probably move these machines over there, and then move the manufacturing of all of this. Kind of boom, boom, boom. We're going to run out of space. We're probably going to have to push that way a bit more. But if you have any thoughts or opinions, comment down below. Let me know if there's anything you want to see in the series moving forward, because once they're done with this, we're going to start adding everything for the high voltage panels, which is going to take up even more space and probably require a lot more work up there. But then after that, then what? What are we going to do next? Comment, let me know what you want to see. Comment, let me know what you're enjoying, what you're not enjoying, what you think you might want to see more of in the future, or immediately. I'm all ears. Not really. I would be very scary looking if I was 100% ear, and I don't think anyone would want to watch these videos. Unless you're really into like body horror, like if you really like the works of H.R. Geiger, then you'd probably enjoy that. But is it H.R. Geiger? Is that his name? Guy, is it H.R.? Is it H.R.? H.P. Lovecraft, he has a racist cat. Well, the cat's probably not racist. He was. Goodness gracious. Thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye! Howdy there, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is REES, and welcome back to our TEKKIT 2 Let's Play Adventure, where today's video is going to be split into two parts. First off, I gotta kind of catch you up on what I've done here, because as you might can see, it's different than the end of the last episode. And then the second thing we're gonna do is we're gonna build a new thing that we've never built before, and we're gonna force ourselves to figure out how it works, and so help me, I'm not gonna stop recording until we've got it working, because I think that's going to be the key to unlocking our futures. But first things first, in the previous installment of this very series, we got the centrifugal extractors set up to generate rubber, and I've had to change that setup a bit. I'll explain why here in a moment. But since then, I came back, and I got the rotary macerator set up, doing the same thing, making coal dust. And then I also moved these two machines over here. Only one of them is currently running, because, oh, you're not even running anymore. Yes, you are, just not. We'll deal with that in a minute. We've got some efficiency issues to deal with that I think I might have worked out. We'll have to wait and see. This is not running because I don't even know if these are hooked up. They are, but they're not getting the materials they need. Again, something to deal with in a minute. There's a lot of refinements I think can be made here. But first, I need to show you what's going on underground, because I changed all of this a wee bit too. I went ahead and ran all of the pipes down here. I've got the electrical like this. I've been thinking about, you can build these wedges, right? And I don't think we've ever built one in this series, and apparently it's not called a wedge, but if we look up, what is the mod that we use to get the block factory? I can't even finish the sentence. My brain just goes numb on me. It's called a slant. Okay, that's good. And we probably want to make a reinforced slant. These are cool. I've noticed that some of the sort of, I guess, NPC houses around me have been utilizing these, and I thought it might be fun to build some and put them in these corners. I'm not saying we're going to do that right now. It's just kind of what I had in mind, but not much to see down here. But what we do need to talk about is how the original setup here was not working. And I've done a bit more research. I've read some things on various GitHubs and on forums, and I think that there's versions of logistics pipes that are broken for 1.12. I'm not saying that the pack is using one of those. It's probably not. I'm assuming it's using a patched one, but I was just kind of looking up some of the bugs I was having, and it was nice to see that other people were having similar bugs. So that I mean, not ideal, but good to know that I'm not the only one out here suffering. But the way that we originally had this set up, you might recall, we did not have provider modules in here. We had the quicksort modules. And in here, we had the item sync, which is still present, as well as an active supplier module. So I think we could probably actually get rid of the item sync. I don't think that's necessary anymore. I think we just need the active supplier module. And I think that the item sync is redundant. So you might notice the way that it's currently set up, we have our providers here. The active suppliers don't really account for this because all they're doing is summoning the sticky resin. And again, there's some efficiency changes we need to make, and I think I figured out something that's going to help us quite a bit. We'll get back to that in a minute. For right now, the way that it was working was that these would get extracted and go into here, and then inside of here there was a provider module, so they would get extracted out of there and piped into the rest of the network. And in this case, they're going down here, I think, to make, yeah, copper cables, which is maintaining fine, and no more rubber, copper, or anything is getting thrown on the ground, so it's good that we've got all that set up and functioning. Happy about that. However, the issue was, when we had it set up that way, when those down there would summon rubber out of here, it would send some rubber out, and then all of these machines, which all had quicksort modules, would dump rubber into the chest, but it would be too much rubber, and then it would spew out all over the ground. And it was happening about every 10 seconds or so, and it was very annoying, and I tried all manner of combinations to fix it, and it wouldn't work. So what I ended up doing was I said, you know what, each one of these machines can hold, if it's getting a steady supply of sticky resin, 3 whole stacks of rubber. Now, maybe that's actually enough storage to keep everything on the network stocked with rubber. Obviously, it would be better if they were all full. There's some efficiency changes we need to make that I already know what I think we need to do because I've been doing some reading, but I was like, that's fine. The reason that we have the chest, and the reason I like to have a chest full of rubber, is because sometimes I'm building something, and I realize I need some rubber to build this. And it's nice to have a factory that's already automating it and has a supply of it, and I can just come in here and grab some, and it's fine. I think the reason we didn't have this problem before, with these emptying into here, and then they're exploding all over the place, is because before, we were using these, and these were never going to fill up. They're just an infinite black hole unit. They're not actually infinite, but practically speaking, they are, because we're never going to manage to fill one up with anything at any point in this entire series. Maybe that should have been our goal from the beginning. Maybe we should have speed ran building something to manufacture something to dump into a black hole storage unit. Maybe by now we'd be close. But we're over a year into this, and I didn't think about that in advance. Actually, real quick, we need to take a break. I just realized that there's something running in the basement that I haven't checked in a while, and it has nothing to do with the chickens. Although that is also something that I haven't checked in a while that we probably should do something about. I had a great suggestion. What are you emptying into? Oh dear. Yeah, that's my concern. Okay, so fortunately this isn't full. We do have some UU matter. I just thought about this just now. I'm glad that I did. We probably should have put a black hole storage unit there, and I don't know why we didn't, and we have plenty of extras. I kind of want to move all this upstairs anyway, because that makes more sense to me, to have all of that be stored. Who are you? Why are you here, little chicken? What are you doing in here? Why are you bothering me? Give me all your stuff. I'm gonna get rid of it. No eggs and feathers for you. I wonder if that's like a descendant of one of our... Okay, so we don't want to do that. I have some of those around here somewhere, don't I? Are they down here? They might be over here. There we go. Yes, I have black hole... black hole units inside of a black hole unit. Nothing to be concerned about. Nothing strange. I just want to address this real quick before we carry on. This is going to make a little bit of a mess. There we go. Lovely. And then we'll plop that to... Oh, great. And it's gone forever. It is literally not here anymore. Where did it go? Hello? Hello? What? Is it still in my inventory? Yes, it is. Okay. Minecraft, everyone! It's a perfect game! Okay, so I think that's all the individual pieces, and that means we now have, down here at least, 6,597 UU matter, with a million more well on the way. I assume this system could be broken. I mean, it definitely doesn't look like it. I mean, it's not running. Is it turned off? Why is it off? Is it on now, or is it off now? That looks like it's on. That would suggest to me that it's running. This is still going. This is still generating scrap metal. Yeah. Why aren't you running? What is your issue? Are you not connected to power anymore? Why would you not be connected to power anymore? Did I disconnect this thing for some reason? Was it maybe... Did we maybe at some point realize that chest was about to be full and we turned it off? Is this a real memory that I'm having? Like, is this a real actual memory that's coming back to me now after all this time? I mean, I don't know what else to do other than break that and break that. Yeah, it kind of looks like there was no cable going back there. Unless there was. Well, I don't know what to do other than just hook it up. Is it not? It's plugged into here, right? Oh, this is empty. Oh. Is this... How is this all configured? I don't remember. I don't remember what we did down here. Is this construction foam? Hold on. Is it safe to plug this into over? Is it? Okay. Still not working. Why is it not working? Didn't that connect back here at one point? This is still going, right? Surely. Yeah, it's fine. It's infinite. It can't run out. I'm so confused by everything down here. I spend so little time down here. I don't remember anything about any of this. I'm assuming that once the power comes on, this will all start, or once the day comes. Once the sun rises, is what I'm trying to say. We're gonna find out here in a minute. We're just gonna take a quick nap, and then we're gonna check and see whether or not, as the daylight comes in, power is being produced, are you running? Does the switch need to be off? That's what it is. The switch needs to be in that position with the light off for whatever reason. It's running again, though. It's running again, and that's really what I wanted to see. I'll tell you what, I got no better use. Is there any uses for this stuff? That's how you make it, but is there any uses for it? It can be turned into a scrap metal chunk, which can be used for scrap metal. Okay, I mean, I guess I'll hold on to it. I was just gonna toss it, but that was... I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. None of that had anything to do with today's episode. It just popped into my head as I was thinking about it, because I was like... We were talking about how there's nothing close to filling up one of those, and then for some reason it just came into my head. I was like, wait, what are we doing with you matter? Because that was never going to be close to filling up a black hole storage unit, but it just came to mind, because haven't we had trouble in the past with it spewing all over the ground and whatnot? Just wanted to address it. Now, with all of that said, I've got this hooked up, I think the same way that this is hooked up. So active supplier is what is supplying it with the cold dust, and then the provider module is making that available on the broader network, so machines that need it, like machines around here somewhere that need it, once they're set up properly, can just extract it directly from the rotary macerator, and then the chest is still here with an active supplier module to keep it filled in case I need, let's say, rubber for something I'm building. I can come over here, grab some rubber out of here, and it will, for some reason, this works. It'll supply this thing with rubber, and it won't overflow. Now, one thing I haven't tried doing is also sticking a provider module inside of the chest. I haven't tested that yet. Remember what was happening, and again, this wasn't on camera, so if you don't remember, you know, I've just shouted remember, keeping in mind now that you have no way of remembering it because you weren't there to watch it. But what was happening was when it was extracted from the obsidian chest, these would restock the obsidian chest and then overflow. So I'm assuming, even though we're not using item sinks and quicksort modules, we're using suppliers and providers, same thing's probably going to happen. If I put an active provider on there, it's probably going to be first, yep, call, they're going to fill this back up. Let's see if it happens. Let's see if it explodes out. I don't know why it does that. I assumed that this mod was more intelligent than that. I thought this mod was better than using buildcraft pipes. But if it's going to be throwing stuff all over the ground... Here's what I think the problem with this pack is there's too much going on, all right? If you go in here and you type in module, there's two... First off, if you spell it correctly, there's not that many modules. I admit that there's not that many. But there's enough that I'm not really sure what most of them mean. What's an enchantment sync module? What do you want me to do with a mod-based item sync module? What's a terminus? That's, I think, where the plot of Majora's Mask takes place. Great game. But the thing is, whoever made this, whatever psychotic lunatic made this, first off, brilliant. You have an incredible mind and incredible skills, and I wish that I had, from a younger age, tried to develop such skills, because I can't code anything, so it's all very impressive work, and I really do appreciate it, because it's definitely adding a lot to the series, and I'm enjoying it. But also, you're nuts! No! They've made something for everyone. There's an entire, like, no matter what you want to do, no matter how obscure or absurd what you want to do is, there's definitely a module or a pipe to do it. It's possible. The issue is figuring out how. I don't think that's their fault. I think that's on me. I'm sure that there probably is a very easy-to-follow wiki that I've not found. This is working for whatever reason, so good on it. Whatever. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. We'll make this setup the same. What we're going to do today, now, I guess we're going to part 2, so here, welcome to part 2 of the video, everyone. Crafting module or bust. Now, I mean, I say that. I don't know if we're actually going to do a crafting module or if we'll do a crafting pipe. We have both options here. We have the crafting module, and we also have the crafting pipe, and that was already up there. I don't know why we'd want to use one instead of the other. I mean, I understand a pipe is a pipe. You plug it into an item. A module, you could stick more stuff into it. It looks kind of like more goes into it as well. So you would start, I guess, in that situation with one of these, and then you'd stick one of these in there, and then maybe if you had a machine to either side of it, maybe you could have 2 of these in there, doing 2 different crafting recipes, possibly. I don't know. I'm not sure what the advantages of the crafting module versus the crafting pipe are, but this seems like a simpler recipe. I think we'll probably start there. Now, I was under the impression when we first started hearing about crafting pipes that they would craft items inside of themselves. And after doing a little bit more digging, I don't think that's exactly how it works. I think what you do is you put the crafting pipe onto a chest, or like a crafting table, I should say. It'll summon the parts it needs and puts them into the crafting table. And then it will wait until a certain output is produced and then extract it and send it down the network. I think. Possibly. It mentions automatic crafting tables. I don't know if that means a specific type of automatic crafting table, because if so, why wouldn't we just use automatic crafting tables? There's a lot of different auto crafting tables. There is a logistics crafting table and a fuzzy one. I don't think we ever determined whether or not these were necessary, or I think the fuzzy one holds on to its items or something like that, if I remember properly. We could just look it up again. The logistics crafting table is a machine added by logistics pipes. It is used in conjunction with a crafting logistics pipe to auto-craft a single programmed recipe. The crafting pipe takes care of the logistics by supplying the crafting table with components and transporting the results while the table does the auto-crafting. I'd like to test it with a regular crafting table to see if it just works like that, but something tells me we're probably going to need this one specifically, which, really basic recipe, so nothing standing in our way there. And I don't see any mention of the fuzzy crafting table, so we'll just have to sort that out as we go. But for right now, let's go ahead and just build the pipe. So we're going to need, once more, another logistics programmer, a blank one, and wouldn't you know it, we're all out of advanced chips, but are we? No, we're not. We have 2 right here, and a whole stack. I saw the stack of 64. You don't need to tell me. I did see it. Now we need to get this bad boy programmed with the, what is this? Logistics Chassis MK4? Have we not compiled that one? It doesn't matter. What we need to do is we need to find the crafting logistics pipe. Apparently, in the past, we went ahead and learned that, so we can just go ahead and flash it. Probably back in the day when I didn't know what I was doing and couldn't figure it out either. In fact, that makes me think that maybe one of these even has it on it right now, and we just didn't realize it. Need some more frames. This is getting out of hand. I guess we're going to just keep doing this because I don't know what else to do. There we go. We just have so many of these lying around. Which one is this one for? MK Chassis 3, we'll plop that there. We're probably not going to need to make any quicksort modules at the moment. I wish they just had one of these that you could load all the recipes onto. Wouldn't that be convenient? That would make this a lot easier. Chassis MK1. Yeah, not going to need to make one of those right now. What else is in here that's taking up space? Pipe Pro... Oh, crafting pipe. That's literally the one we just made. MK2 chassis. There we go. I'm going to regret that later when I have to build those objects, but it is what it is. Now we want to make this, which is simple Wait a minute, what is this? That's not right. This! Which is simple. See, I can say it more definitively that time. What did we run out of? The FPGA? Well, we've got stacks and stacks more of them, so we can go ahead and create quite a few of these, as if that's not going to be a mistake that we regret. I don't know. What, 24 of them? That sounds pretty good. What if we went all the way to 32? A good half stack of crafting pipes. Now, we're going to take them downstairs, and we're going to start, and we're not going to stop until we figured them out, and also I forgot about the crafting table. We're going to go back upstairs to build it. Even though we have everything we need in my inventory right now to craft things, I'm going to come do it over here because I'm used to it. So, we need pistons, we need planks, and we need crafting tables. So, we'll grab those real quick. And we also need more planks, some iron, and some redstone. Okay, you know what? Let's just make a whole stack of these. That'll be fine. So, we'll have 64 of those. And then we might as well make a whole stack of these too. So we have these 64 logistics crafting tables. Okay, I did a little bit more reading, and it looks like the fuzzy crafting table, like most other things in mods that use the term fuzzy, just lets you sort of supplement items with other items so long as they're compatible in the ore dictionary, which is good to know. I'm not sure if we're going to run into that issue. But then again, upgrading them to fuzzy doesn't cost that much more. It's a basic chip. Ought not we just go ahead and make them all fuzzy? Just in case? You know what I mean? Like, from my current perspective, here's where I'm standing on this. First off, we need more basic chips, because I just realized we're running low. Go and grab me a stack of them and get that cooked up. Maybe we don't need to make them all fuzzy. Maybe, you know what? We're not gonna make any of them fuzzy. We're gonna hold on to the basic chip, and if we need them to be fuzzy, we'll make them fuzzy later. For now, let's figure this out. Apparently, you also have to use in the crafting pipe a fuzzy module, which is funny sounding. If we just type in fuzzy, are we gonna find it? Fuzzy upgrade, there you go. Again, we might need it. So what I'm gonna do for right now is, because this is plugged into the network here, I'm just going to go ahead and use it. I'm going to plop this down, and we're going to just have a look inside. It looks like a regular old crafting table to me, but it does have a grid down here. That reminds me a lot of these. It's quite a similar little setup, isn't it? So, how do I set up the recipe on here? Let's say we want to build something super basic, and we need to make sure it's something that we already have supplied on the network. So we have wood. Why don't we just go with sticks? Sticks are super basic, and that seems like as good a place as any. It's one of the first things you make, really. We cut down a tree, you make planks, you make sticks. Now, we don't need to make sticks because we can just EMC them, but again, for the sake of figuring this stuff out, if I do that and I put that in there, most likely, I don't know what that does. I don't know what that means at all. Done. There we go. So it wants sticks. Okay, so that's configured. And then if I throw this bad boy down right here, next to it, and then do I need to, like, engage with this in some manner? I'm assuming we're going to click it with a wrench. And here we go. So I was reading about satellites. Apparently, if you have recipes that require you insert items that can't be stacked, you have to have them in chests to either side. And there's a limit of 3, even though you could technically have 4 connected to this thing at any, because you got 1, 2, 3, and then the top would be 4. So I don't know what that's all about, but that's for configuring, like, satellite chests, which is interesting. But no, we need to supply this with planks. So, you know what? We don't even have to have planks. We can just go in here and look up plank. And it's open. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. We got the import button. Cool. So hitting import automatically pulls the information from inside of here. It says, okay, there's planks in there. I'll put planks in here. Priority 0. I'm wondering if it's a higher number is the higher the priority, or the lower number the lower the priority. I don't know. This did pull in 2, 4. Interesting. Hold on. So it does need 2. So we need to... Oh, shoot. Not do that. Okay, if you were hoping you could left to right click to increase the number, you cannot. But again, hitting import is fine. We don't need to set up any satellite chests, so that's fine. It should just be ready to go. Do you reckon that we might need to get some remote orders and try to, like, order a stick on the network, possibly? Or, you know what? Let's not do that. let's set this up. Let's think about this logically. How are we going to be using this? We're going to be using this with an item somewhere on the network. In this case, you know what? We can use an unrouted transport pipe for this. And then we'll hook up just a basic bog standard chest. Let's not complicate things. We'll get a good old oak chest. Oh, yeah, no, that's not going to work. Listen, I'm very much here and present in the moment, okay? There we go. Logistics chassis, MK2. And let's get ourselves, maybe if I have one on me or there's one nearby, something along the lines of an item sink or a... Actually, you know what? Let's experiment with both. Let's grab an item sink and we will grab an active supplier module. And we'll see if either of these have any kind of impact on this. But we want to fill this chest up with sticks. So I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to add sticks. Not 2, just... Why? Why are you the way that you are? Fine, there you go. Okay? Alright, so we'll put that in there. And so now that should be filling up with sticks. So what I'd like to see now is, because that wants sticks, this will import wood and then make sticks. What if we supply... Let's just see if this works at all. If I put planks in there, what happens, okay? Like, what happens then? If I go ahead and say, here's a plank and here's a plank. You are configured, right? You have a provider module. You should be providing. Okay, I thought this could be a possibility, and we're going to go ahead and go with this instead. Infinite, so we want infinite sticks to be piped into here. I'm going to leave that in there. Oh! Ooh! It did it! It did it! It made sticks, everybody! It made sticks! And look, there goes more wood and there goes more sticks! It's working! It's working, and you've got some classic Minecraft music queued up right in time! Look at this! This is wonderful! Oh my gosh, look at it go! We did it, everyone! We've done it! We've only gone and done it, and it's working fine! What happens when this gets full? Is it gonna start spewing sticks all over the place? This is great! Now, you might be wondering, rightfully so, how is this any different than what we've been doing? Fair question. If you have a look inside of here, right? Look how slow that is. You can speed it up with electricity, sure. Sure. But this is instantaneous. This is literally, there are items, and it crafts them instantly, and dumps them into a chest. That's ideal. That means instead of having 4 of these, we just have 1 of these, manufacturing cables, and dumping them first into a chest, so that we can have our own supply of them ready to go, and then into the next machine, or whatever machine needs them. How many stations do we have right now? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, right? So how many blocks do we have here? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We can fit the entirety of manufacturing in a single lineup. And that's exactly what I'm going to do right now. As soon as I see that this is full and not spewing all over the ground, which is what I wanted to see, we've got 32 of these. We only need 11. We have 63 of these. We only need 11. We actually have 1 more of each right here. That was a mistake. I'm going to take everything down, strip all of this away, and then... I mean, I'm tempted to just set it up right here, right? Like, it's going to condense it a lot. And you know what? No, we said we would leave these open if we needed to in the future. Would these work? Would these work with these? I mean, is that technically the same thing? Right? Like, sure, it's not a crafting table, but it's doing the same thing. Technically. You know what? Let's find out. Hold on. Before we go to break, if I put that in there, and if I hit import, so nothing happens, but there's nothing in there, so it's not going to. I want you to manufacture these, is what I want you to do. Can you do that? Can I set the output? And then import? Okay, it doesn't know what to import. I don't either, really. What goes into these? Raw carbon mesh. Alright, raw carbon mesh. If we do that, do you think the machine... Did something just pass through there, or did I imagine that? I understand it's not technically hooked up right now to a... Hold on, we gotta get rid of this. Remember, it's gotta be an active supplier. I want to see whether or not this works. I understand it's not a crafting table, but it doesn't say it needs a crafting table. What it says is it needs a machine where it can inject certain items, and then once it sees a certain output, extract them. So we're gonna set this up for these. There we go. We're gonna set it to infinite, which is exactly what we want. We're going to, we removed everything from here. So if I put that in there, yep, that activated. Okay. Nothing so far. That's because this is empty, and this is not producing, and this is empty. And then these are not producing. None of this is hooked up. Alright, that's okay. We'll figure something else out here. It all comes back to here, because I don't think these are configured. I never actually set these up, did I? No, they have provider modules. Is it all plugged in? Oh, wait, I never gave the... Okay, these need active suppliers. Hold on. You know what? I just want to do a quick experiment, so we're not going to wire all of this back in when it's all about to get retired anyway and replaced with a much better system. So I'm going to make some of these myself. I got 32 of them, and then I'm going to throw them inside of here. This is on the network, and it should work, except for the fact that it needs a provider module instead of what it's currently got. I don't know if I have any provider modules left. I feel like I might have used them all. We've got one left, and it is set up default. So if I throw this on here now, it ought to be able to provide those to the network. There they go. Where are they going? Are they going to here? Oh my gosh, they are. Oh my gosh! So, okay! Okay! The crafting logistics pipes... They do the supply, and they do the provide. They're amazing! They're everything we've needed this whole time! All this pain and anguish and suffering I've been going through, trying to figure out how to use all of these other contraptions, has all been for naught, when all we've needed was the crafting logistics pipe! Or probably the module would have worked as well, but look at this! Look, hey all you people, won't you listen to me? Oh, happy day. Oh, happy day. This is the GOAT. That's greatest of all time, according to the Zoomers. This is fantastic. Alright, time to convert all of this to use those. Alright, folks. Well, as you can see, I've got my 11 crafting tables lined up here, and might I just say, something funny happened while I was doing this. You remember, I counted 11 crafting stations kind of still set up that needed to be reworked into this new system. But what's funny is I'd forgotten that I'd already taken down several, and these 3 aren't even related to making medium voltage solar panels. But it still worked out to 11. Which I kind of realized that I was getting towards the end here. I was like, wait a minute, I don't need to have any of these integrated in here for medium volt. It was just perfect. But what we've got here is I've kind of put them in order of what's needed, right? It all starts with the copper cable, because immediately after that, the electronic circuit needs copper cables, and the re-battery needs copper cables, and this just doesn't, but this needs all of those things, and this needs many of those things, and this needs some stuff, and I just tried to configure it in such a way that it should go item to item to item to item, I think. And the last step is I have a active supplier module with a medium voltage solar panel, and it's set to infinite, and if I plug this in here, presumably what should happen is all of this should start. I think. I've not tested this yet, but what I think should happen is, because I am saying to the network at large, hey, give me some medium voltage solar panels, please, it should start the process. Because, like, this one here is configured to make the medium voltage solar panels, and it needs stuff, and it should summon the stuff. I think it is configured properly. Low voltage MV transformers, yeah, it's set to go. So nothing is happening, obviously. You can see that literally nothing is happening, and that's okay. I mean, maybe it doesn't have everything it needs on the network. I know that it does, though. First off, should we go ahead and just, like, disconnect all of this over here? I don't know why any of this over here would be causing any kind of problems, but I just saw... Okay, hold on. Let's go ahead, and we will decommission everything past this point. Once those are through, there we go. Alright, so all that's disconnected now. No more of that. That's all old and antiquated. Did I fly too close to the sun? Is that what happened here? It's set up to import rubber and copper and should be able to do both of those things. I was told that it would work like this, that like this down here needs copper cables, so it should be able to say to this machine, make me some copper cables. And this should be able to say, make me some copper cables, and this should be able to say, well, you have everything you need already, but this should be able to say, hey, well, actually, does it have everything that it needs? Now that I think about it, do we have... Yeah, we got refined iron in here. We got everything in here. We got all the ores we need. We got the sticky resin and the oak wood. It's all set up and ready to go. Well, let's try some experimenting here. Let's not give up hope yet. If I set this up here, and I grab one of these, we have plenty of them at this point, and I configure that with... Oh, geez, I don't know. Should we just try with some basic parts? Do we really need to go crazy with it? I was going to say let's just try it with maybe some quicksort modules and some item sinks. We might need to go here, though, and we might need to go with this. So I'm also going to have an active supplier module. You know what? No, it has to be an active supplier module. I just remembered. I think. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and set up the item sink with a copper cable. I think we already tested basically this earlier, but just to be for sure, you know, we'll set that up and we will plop that in there. So that's not seemed to have prompted anything. So we're going to set up the active supplier module in the same way. We're going to put in a copper cable. We're going to set it to infinite, and we're going to plop that in there, and we'll see whether or not that gets something started. What I would expect for that to do is to actually summon what we need to make some copper cables. There we go. Okay, so we can say pretty definitively that that did not work. So we'll get rid of that. And there we go. That sucker's going. That is making me some copper cables at a pretty decent pace. Now, what's happening... first off, I'm going to wait till those all go in there. And then I want to move this up here for no particular reason. I just prefer it up there. We are limited to how much we can extract from here. Not because there's only 63 copper, because it restocks instantly. It's actually because our current provider module is not the best provider module. There is another. Apparently, according to what I found on the internet, there's a upgraded provider module that I am not seeing. Here we go. Provider module MK2 is an upgrade of the provider module, and it provides items at a faster rate to the network. See, I knew I wasn't crazy. It's a real thing, but I can't find it. And I don't know why. Maybe if I just look at this and hit uses? No? Really? So this can't be upgraded? Okay. I think we tried this before, but what if I just add a second one? Now there's two of them. Does that do perhaps a better job of keeping this thing supplied? Let's find out. It's now out of that. Let's see. Not necessarily. Well, maybe. That came in pretty quick behind it. Keep in mind, that's also being used, though, to keep other things supplied right now. So it's also what is extracting the... Well, no, the sticky resin's on a different one. Hey, there's a good one, though. Right now, we know that this is having trouble keeping sticky resin supplied to all of these machines. So let's go ahead and make... We're going to have to make some more because we're out. Let's make some more provider modules and plug them in there and see if that makes an appreciable difference. And also, I'm not crazy. I looked it up. It says that a provider module MK2 exists. It's just, we can't find it. And if I spelled logistics, I've got big fat fingers. Oh, hold on. Wait, look at these. There's these little upgrades. Item speed upgrade. Got all these power suppliers. I didn't consider that we might need to get upgrades. I wonder if an action speed speed upgrade is maybe what we need. Hold on, before I go upstairs, let's look at this. Why is there a pipe controller, a pipe manager, and... I mean, I've never used either of these. What functions do these serve? See, the problem with this mod is that it's old, and all of the documentation on the internet for it is old. According to the internet, if you want to, you can just make your provider module, which we'll go ahead and make one of these, and we can't make one of these, but we can make one of these, but we can't find the logistics programmer for it. Which one is it? Okay, get in there, make me some of these. What do you mean? No, I have it right here. I've got the provider module. Not quick swords. Where's the gosh dang it. There we go. Okay. Really? A lot of basic chips. You don't say. How about that? Imagine that. Okay. We're probably going to need a lot of these moving forward anyway, so there's 23 of those, and according to the internet, ancient wiki articles, you can add a diamond gear or a redstone diamond chipset to make this the advanced version, but that doesn't even show up in here. I'm assuming that has been surpassed now with these little chipsets, but I don't know how to make them. Well, no, I know how to make them, but I don't know how to use them. Item speed upgrade. I mean, that makes it sound like it's going to go faster, but will it? And is that any faster than a module upgrade? What if I want to upgrade the module? This is a module. Surely that's what I would use, right? We'd use the module upgrade, but would we use that instead of an action speed upgrade? Would we use all three of them? I don't know. Item extraction upgrade? Well, that sounds like what we need. Atom stack extraction upgrade? You see my struggle? If I just find logistics pipes on CurseForge, and I go to the source, that takes me to a GitHub. On that GitHub, there's a wiki. On a wiki page here on GitHub, oh, it's just a solid wall of text, and none of it looks useful. These are just feature requests. Is that all that's on here? What? How does the guidebook work? Is there a guidebook for this? Where? I don't see a guidebook. That's a lie. There's a crafting sign creator. What is that? Oh, hold on. Logistics pipe guidebook. Oh, shuck me sideways this whole time. It's been right there. Give me a gosh darn book for a second, and combine that with a unrouted transport pipe. Folks, it's a wall of text! Hey look, you might be asking where the MK2 and MK3 pipes and modules are. They are gone, but you can recreate their effects by adding upgrades to your pipes and modules. These upgrades are named Action Speed, Item Extraction, or Item Stack Extraction. To upgrade your module, you need an upgrade for your chassis pipe called the Module Upgrade. After applying it to your chassis pipe, new slots appear in the right of every inserted module. That's where the upgrade for the module go. That's where the upgrade for the module will go. Good to know. Alright. Oh, they got high-speed tubes now. That's cool. Alright, I think what we need to remember... what I'm assuming is action speed makes whatever the action of the pipe is go faster. Would you consider providing things to be an action? I don't know. Item extraction and item stack extraction. Would this make it extract a whole item stack at a time? Maybe? Maybe we want action speed plus item stack extraction together? But before any of that, we also have to build the module upgrade. I think that's where we need to start with this. We need to build the module upgrade. What does that look like? That's what this is. So, oh, geez, no, okay. That's what we need first off. Active supplier module, passive supplier module. Yeah, no. That's what we start with right there. And then on top of that, so we aren't sure which ones we want, but we think maybe item speed, action speed, item extraction, and item stack extraction. I don't think item speed upgrade was mentioned, but I don't know. Any of these could be what we want. I have no idea. And they're all almost the same recipe. Item stack seems like what we want. So we need to build that, and we need to build that. In order to build both those, we gotta have two of these. Module upgrade is right there. We gotta compile and flash it. I don't know if this is right. I don't know if we really need an item stack extraction upgrade. At this point, who really knows what we need? I'm pretty happy that we figured out crafting. I mean, we could end the video now. I think we've done enough. I don't know how many of these we'll need. We'll grab 4 for now, and then maybe 4 of these as well. To whatever end, you know, let's go see whether or not this is gonna work the way we were hoping this is gonna work. I can't say for sure. we're just trying our best. We read a book, you know, and now we're going to see where it takes us. This is obviously not going to be doing anything because this is full. See, at that pace, we might reasonably be able to, at some point, fill up. Well, okay, which one of you are still working? Is there anything over here happening? That's the thing. We need something happening in order for this to work. You know? What are you doing? You don't count. You're full. Okay, you know, let's do this then. Let's go ahead and set. All right, let's try this first. Let's do this first. Okay, here we go. It's got those, and what we want to do is put that in there, maybe, and then we'll have a look with the wrench. Oh yeah. Okay, let's take out the provider module because that's silly. We only need the one, and then we can put 2 upgrades in here. So the way we're hoping this works is that we put an item stack extraction upgrade in there, and ideally it'll extract a stack at a time, and instead of 16, which is what we theorized was happening. So if I take out some copper cables, it's going to start telling the thing to extract copper cables, and then I need to find somewhere to put copper cables. There's apparently an invisible object there. I can't get over here in time to see what's happening. Is this going? Well, that didn't look like a stack of copper. That's just like a half a stack of copper. This is a bust. This isn't doing at all what we wanted it to do. It's just putting 30 in there at a time. Okay, I mean, what if we did 2 of them? I don't suspect that would make any difference whatsoever. Let's find out. No. And also, we're now full again up here, so this is what I was looking for right here. There we go. Dump all of this in there. And then actually, we're going to take this with us for a minute, because we're not done yet. Let's just get rid of that. Oh no, I accidentally put another one in there. I accidentally right-clicked. Oh, there's now 2 of them. Can I break it and get it back? Yes. Okay, good. I wonder if having this or this would allow us to extract those without having to break them. But for the time being, plop that back on there. Put that back in there. Put at least one. Well, actually, let's not put any of those in there. Let's actually put in 2 provider modules for the sake of experimentation. Let's go see if 2 of them does a better job than just adding the upgrades. Let's get as many of these out of here as we can. And then we want to have a look inside of here. Here comes the items any minute now. We're waiting on them. Oh. That looked like it was just going to be 30 again. Doesn't look like they're coming any quicker either. They seem to be coming at a pretty set pace. Alright, okay. So let's go build some of the other ones that we thought of. Item stack upgrade, not doing exactly what I thought it might do. So now that I'm thinking about it, there is a actual module up here called the extractor module, and the reason we've never used it is because it's basically just a wooden extraction pipe from Buildcraft, where it only pulls out 1 item at a time. I'm thinking maybe like the item extraction upgrade and the item extraction stack upgrade, whatever it's called. Maybe those are specifically for the extractor module. We've not used those because they're kind of dumb. They just pull items out 1 at a time indefinitely, and there's no logic in that. And we want logic in our logistics pipes. Isn't that a crazy concept? So we're going to try the action speed and the item speed. I think I just made an item speed upgrade, so let's do action speed, which I think would probably be more so like making the... If a pipe is performing an action, like emitting a signal or doing a craft, like if it's crafting something, that would make sense. I feel like... But then again... Wait, I'm sorry, did I not actually flash it? There we go. I thought I did. So that should be action, and then this will be item speed upgrade. Folks, I really don't know. At this point, I'm really not sure what to think, and I don't know why I'm building 5 each of these when I don't know if either of them is going to be what I want. That's the item, this is the action, and item speed makes it sound like maybe the items will travel through the pipes faster, but that might not be correct either. I'm not sure. Let's go over here and try to configure this with a provider module. We're going to put 1 of these in there. There we go. And now we should be able to apply the action speed upgrade. Nope, cannot put an action speed upgrade in there. Will not accept an action speed upgrade to the provider. What about an item speed upgrade? Will not accept that either. Interesting. So it will not accept either of these. But it will accept the item stack upgrade. Oh, and you can stack them, apparently. I didn't realize that. I'm pushing every button you can think of. It won't take either of these. So it's definitively neither of these. Which makes me wonder if maybe I shouldn't have passed up on the item extraction upgrade. Even though item stack extraction sounds like the same thing. Oh, shoot. Maybe we ought to give it a try. Because I just put 4 of those in there. And if I pull these out, I can almost guarantee you that is not going to make any difference whatsoever to what we're about to see coming in here. Which is going to be... yeah, about 30. It's the same every time. It's almost like it only takes out... well, it looks like a bit more than 30. But it's like it only ever takes out like half a stack at a time. You know what I mean? I wonder if maybe that's something to do with how we have it configured. We have this set to 3, and then 6. So that would be 18, so that doesn't... yeah, I was doing 3 times 6, which I understand is not how that works, but... oh. Oh, good. That's happening. Wonderful. That'll be on account of the fact that it manufactures them and spits them out and they have nowhere to go. So it's just going to throw a couple on the floor. But it's not running indefinitely. That's a different situation. It's not going to just keep constantly running. So these appear to make no difference, and having 2 of these appears to make no difference. What what if instead we just had a second entire chest here, right? And on that second whole chest, we configured it the same. Okay? Hear me out. Triple orange. Throw that on there. And then we throw in a provider module. I understand the pipe is invisible right now, but it's there. Don't worry about it. It's there. We come back over here, and we extract as many of these as we can hold. Very quickly get rid of them. Just waiting patiently here. Basically the same. I wonder if the issue is... well, it can't be. I was going to say, is it because there's only so many of these in here? But it's never extracting all of them. Is it extracting out of both of these? Hold on, I need to see that happen. I guess it finished creating cables. Is that what happened there? Yeah, okay. Make some more, please. Gotta get over here before it starts. Okay, it's only extracting them out of the 1. What's your issue? Do you reckon there's any advantage to having it be right here directly next to it? Aside from the fact that it'll obviously travel there much more quickly, which I suppose in and of itself is a pretty good speed advantage. Because boom, it's there instantly. And now it's waiting on the rubber to get here from elsewhere. That filled up past 33, which is interesting. I wonder why. Did it summon in from both of them? So this one sent some because it's closer, and then it also summoned some from the other side of the room, and they took longer to get here? I'd be interested in finding out. The quickest way I know to do that is to do that, and then watch these pipes. So there goes our first batch of copper. Next we should see, yep, the rubber. There goes more copper. And then that's more rubber there. So it doesn't look like that's necessarily what happens. Oh. What? Where did you come from? Did you also spew out of there? I'm compiling the item extraction up. I don't know at this point. I'm all confused and frazzled. We're just going to try it. So we'll continue our experiments here because this is closer and therefore it's easier to monitor what's happening. And where are they? There they are. We've got our module upgrades. We've got our new item extraction upgrades, which I don't know at this point. We'll give it a shot. Toss that in there. That's not how that works, I see. Plop that over there. And we're going to, once again, drain out some of these and see what happens. 33 seems to be the exact number we're getting, which is odd. Oh. It's hard to tell whether or not that is actually more effective or not. Because it kind of feels like it is. I didn't mean to do that. Darn it. There we go. It's definitely keeping it stocked much better. But I don't know if that's because it's closer to hand or not. It's keeping it... Okay, you know what? Let's toss. Oh, hold on, what is that? That's the item stack. Let's put all of them in there. We've got all 5 of those in there now. Let's see what happens. Let's see if it actually, like, fills up past this amount. No. Okay, so we've got 5 of those in there. Let's add the 4 item stack extraction upgrades. Why not? And see what happens. I don't think these upgrades are doing anything for us at all. I don't think they're having one bit of impact. I'm taking these back out. I'm going to go ahead and say we don't need them at all, is what I'm going to say. What I'm going to say, though, is it might be beneficial to have the ender chests stored close by to all of these, just to make extracting items faster and easier. Not necessarily like that, but see, now the issues arise of this doesn't seem to work going from one to the other like we were kind of promised they would, which is upsetting, to say the least, because I was looking forward to that specific functionality. So I've got to figure out something else now. Well, what about instead of obsidian chests? Because the issue is once the obsidian chest is full, it might still throw some on the ground. What if instead... I mean, we could still use obsidian chests. I like the look of them. They look good, and they're not infinite. So what we can do is we can plop them down like so, and have one for each machine. And then what if we said we wanted to keep, oh, I don't know, a certain amount in there? Oh, I'd prefer if they didn't hook up like this. You know what our issue is? We could use one pipe and have these sitting back here if instead of building the crafting pipes, we just built the crafting modules. Maybe that's a change I'll make at some point. It doesn't matter that they're connected like this. I just don't like the look of it. And there's no way I know of to separate them from connecting like this. You can't do it. Maybe if you had the pipe controller, the pipe manager, you could. But we'll go make them. All right, we are back, and we have 2 new objects. That, when you right-click, it opens a menu. This one does not. This one, let's see, max distance for new render max. I wonder if this lets me control whether or not what you see in pipes is rendered. That could be great for latency. This one doesn't do anything. When you right-click a pipe with it, it works like a wrench. Okay, all right, good to know. And we right-click that. Ooh, okay. What? All right, so you can manage, like, upgrades and things. So, yeah, this does have a module upgrade. Is this where you would put, like, an action speed upgrade? No. You could put item speed upgrades in there. You can't... Okay, hold on. Let's get all the upgrades we've got. Okay, we've got action speed, item extraction, and item stack extraction. Item stack extraction will not go in there. Item extraction will not go in there. Item speed will go in there, and action speed will not. Well, why would you want to put an item speed upgrade in here, along with a module upgrade? Also, there's security. I don't know what that does. I have no idea what this page is for. Sent 91, lifetime 91, relayed 1098, routing table. Hold on a minute. You're telling me that this thing can tell me how many times a pipe is like... Well, not that one, I suppose. Relayed, lifetime, 199,033 items. Routing table size, 105. That's pretty impressive. This is a powerful tool, and I cannot wait to just have no clue how it actually works or functions. All right, so for whatever reason now, we've made the decision that we're going to drop a bunch of item speed upgrades in here. Let's see what happens. We're going to take out a bunch of these, and then we'll have a look inside of here, and we'll see what happens. Not a gosh darn thing whatsoever. It's the exact same result as before. It's going at the exact same pace. It's not sending them any more quickly. At this point, I am now convinced that... What? a quicksort module? Would a quicksort module? I don't think this works with a quicksort module. If it did, that would be great. If it would work with a quicksort module, gosh dang it, that would be fantastic. But I don't think that'll make any kind of difference or impact. Take that back out. What if I do throw a second provider in there? And we have a look inside of here. Now that it's closer, does that make a difference? I'm assuming no, it doesn't. Oh, right. Oh, right. I wanted to see if I could somehow disconnect these using one of these, and it doesn't look like I can. There doesn't appear to be any way to tell it not to combine together up here, which is upsetting. Empty out again. 33. Pretty much looks like it's going at the same pace. It only restocks it after a certain amount has been consumed. No, that's not right, because it just sent them... Well, hold on. So it gets to 33. It's only after watch. After it gets to under 33, it sends more. Not before. Never mind. No, it did it before there. Yeah, maybe that was an imagination. Also, I figured out what to do here. Just need to run these pipes on top of the... on top of these. Oh, but wait, that means everything's going to go back and forth. Now, actually, maybe it is better. Also, these are the wrong types. These are crafting ones, which is a mistake. Oh, how long has this episode been? All right, gosh darn it. I want to see this thing produce a solar panel. Okay, so something interesting is happening here. First off, I'm just getting completely covered in... I'll explain why here in a minute. This is staying full in a way that this one was not, which I think is interesting, and maybe has something to do with the fact that there are so many copper cables available, meaning that maybe the reason this is so slow is because the limited amount of copper, which has me thinking of an idea that we might need to test. But for right now, I've got this set to infinite just for the sake of experiment. Wait, no, did I? No, I have it set to partial. Did I set it to partial so it would stop doing this? How many of these is it producing? Specifically, I only wanted a stack of these in here at any given time. I was trying to figure out how I would do that with this. So I want to keep exactly a stack at all times. But can that possibly even work? Because that would require... So first off, oh my gosh, my inventory is so full of crap. Getting rid of everything up on this row. Just everything's going. Taking out all of this. Putting it all over here. And then what I would like to see happen is I've got to find just the right combination of nonsense to make this summon and store a stack. I think partial is the way to go. I think that's the way to go. And we're going to find out. Gosh, I need to stop clicking on these. It's hard to get them back into their position as well. I think even if you take them out, if you put them back in, they maintain whatever odd shape you had them in. So this is manufacturing them, and what we want to see, I think partial is what we want, because that'll put them in here up to a stack. It'll take, okay, the way I understand partial working, based on what I've been able to find on the internet, is it'll take them, however many are available, up and until there's a stack of them, at which point it will stop, which appears to be what's happened. Yeah. Perfect. Because what I want to do is I want to have a few inside of here for me to come by and take, but also this machine, like, they don't seem to want to actually craft one after the other the way the wiki said they would. So we have to have this as like an intermediary buffer. And I have that configured with a provider module, and they're all set up like this. I just haven't configured them all. What have I done? Why is this happening? I don't understand. Everything was fine. Why are you all... What is going on? Is it this? Hold on. Turn that off. Stop that. Just take it out entirely. If we do that, is everything going to calm down? It doesn't look like everything's going to calm down. It's very specifically a very specific set of things that are being thrown on the ground here. These are the ingredients for a battery. Why? Why is that happening? Okay. Hold on now. Let's calm down. Let's get rid of that active request, whatever that is. Oh no, these things are doing it now too. Why? Why are you doing it now too? I was so close to being finished too. I only had a couple of steps left to go here. I was trying to... the way I've got them configured is so that it tries to hold 64 of any given item up here as like a buffer. But I'm starting to think that maybe that's not necessary. Maybe you don't need that. If I break this line, will it just... I mean, I don't know why it started working in the first place when it wasn't working beforehand, but if I get rid of all of these, and we just take a second, we all calm down. Okay, this is a moment of desperation. I have no other options. I've just got to start emptying my inventory so I can try to stay on top of all this as it just falls apart around me. It's still going. Why is it still going? Hold on. Kill the whole thing. Just kill the whole thing. All right. So where exactly did we go wrong on all of this? Where did the problems arise? I think the further down we went, the more broken things became. Is there no way to... Well, first off, let's tidy all this up. Let's get the rest of this out of the way. And probably toss it all inside of here. Okay. So in the state that it's in now, if I can reconfigure it, if I turn it back on, what's going to happen? It kind of looks like it's just going to work. Why was it not working before? Because earlier, remember, we had all this hooked up, but it was like, no, 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 no. I'm not going to send one item to the next item to the next item. That's not how I operate. But now it kind of feels like it is. At least to some small extent, because this is operating, and that's generating those. And that's populating into here, which is... should be making solar panels, which will eventually get in down here. Yeah, there we go. And then that's getting sent down to here, presumably, eventually. Or down to here, actually. I think. So far, things are not getting thrown on the ground. There we go. Okay, it stopped. Now it's stopped. Why did it stop? Oh, look back here. Oh, where are those going? What even were those? Oh. So these are filling up. I guess they're making too many of them is the issue. What are you even... You're set up back here, aren't you? All of these machines are... No, they can't be. They're not plugged in. I don't think. Oh, no, they are. Oh, no, here they... Okay. All right, so this is creating some sort of confusion in the network. Get rid of all that. Get rid of all this. This is causing us some grief. I realize that now. Okay, so with all of that disabled... See, why is this happening? Why is it generating... Like, okay, it made a bunch of them and I guess had nowhere to send them. Why throw them on the ground? Are we just... Should we? Is the issue... I'm working this out in my head. Is the issue that I set these up to only hold a certain number of items and I set it to partial, meaning that once it hit that limit, it stopped accepting any more? In which case, do we need to have a place on the network for excess to be delivered to? Like just using basic item syncs. So in the event of, with the copper cables, for example, what the heck is happening? When it produces, you know, one or two more that can actually be held up here, if instead of spitting them on the ground, what if it dumped... But why is this empty? Why did so many of those get drained, and where did they end up, and how did that just happen? I suppose my question is, if we did hook up all of these with just item syncs, so any items in the network that didn't have anywhere else to go would redivert to these, would that be a move? Okay. Many hours of my life later, it's technically working now, but not right, I'll tell you that much. Let me sort of explain what we've had to do here, okay? Let me just sort of explain to you what we've had to do here. First off, no matter what I do, I can't make it craft one crafting pipe to the other the way that I was told that I would be able to, and I have to assume it's because I'm doing something wrong. I don't know what, but something probably. That's okay. That's not a big deal, you know? Not too bothered by it. We've got it functioning in here. It's technically working. It keeps overflowing, though, is the problem. It just keeps overflowing for some reason. I don't know why. There it goes. Do you see that? You see that? There it is. There. I don't know why that's happening. I've reset this to be normal. If we have a look inside of here, yeah, we've got a provider module, but there's nothing else going on in here, nothing else strange, nothing else fancy. If we go ahead and get our pipe controller, there are no upgrades left. Okay, I did leave those in there. If we take those out, though, I mean, I assume the same thing's going to keep happening because it's overfilling on like a lot of this stuff. So we just go ahead and get rid of this. And I can go ahead and get rid of... Oh, geez, where is it? So, yeah, this is something else I've had to do because it keeps overflowing. I don't know why. Each of these is configured, okay, if we have a look inside of here, to call for 64 of any given item and store it inside of this chest. That is because, for some reason, it won't go pipe to pipe to pipe the way I was told that it would. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, sometimes we end up with too many of an item, and that's why this is set up over here. So in the event that too many cables or too many electronic circuits here, as you can see, this has happened about 8 times now, they'll just go over here instead of being spewed onto the floor, and I guess I should probably do the same for copper, I suppose, is something I guess I need to do. I don't know. It's just frustrating. So this isn't overflowing with copper anymore, and that's good. It's still overflowing with so much rubber, and I cannot fathom why, but maybe this will fix that situation. Just tuck all that away inside of there. Is it working? So I couldn't keep track of how many of the medium voltage solar panels we had in here. 383. I went ahead and just put down a chest for right now. And yeah, it's actually managed to make 11 medium voltage solar panels. It is technically working, which means that it's technically good enough for us to stop for right now. I'll have to do more research. I'll have to do some more fiddling around because this just doesn't look right. This can't be right. This cannot be the correct way to approach this situation. I don't want to have it set. I don't want to get rid of these and just use these. I want it to just work right. I want it to just make the amount of items that are required and no more. And I want it to be free to store extras inside of here, right? Because the issue that we're coming up with, if I set this to hold more than 64 cables, what happens? I have to specify, but then once it hits that limit, it's like, well, I don't know what to do with these. Well, there's free space inside of here. Yeah, but you specified inside of here that you only wanted 64 of them. Well, actually, I didn't. I set it to 1, and it's set to bulk 100. I didn't set this one up correctly. All the other ones are set up correctly. Hold on. Partial. By the way, you can use the scroll wheel here, and unlike in certain other things, it doesn't crash the game. So we set that to 64. So now it'll store 64 inside of here. But not that that's been a problem up until now, because it kind of looks like these are being manufactured and exported as quick as they can. See, that's the weird thing. If I get rid of that, it keeps making those for all of these objects down here. I just feel like there's got to be some way to configure these a bit more. There's no way to do that. Like, obviously, it's set to 3 and 2 and 3 and generator and import, and I think open just opens this up, yeah. There's no way to... That's priority? I don't know if setting the priority even matters. I don't understand it. My brain hurts, and I'm done for right now, but thank you folks for watching. God bless you. Maybe you learned something useful from this nightmare. Technically, we did. Look, all other things considered, we got the crafting logistics pipes working. So until next time, thank you folks for watching. God bless you. I'll see you later. Goodbye. Howdy, folks. How are y'all doing? My name is REES, and welcome back to our TEKKIT 2 Let's Play adventure, where today I have been doing a little bit more testing, a little bit more research. I actually found a really helpful video by someone named Chiseled Chin, who makes Minecraft 2 tutorials, but it's the number 2. It's quite clever. And they did a video explaining how to do automated crafting in logistics pipes, and what was really frustrating about watching it was seeing how I basically got 99% of the way there, but there's basically 2 things that they did differently in their video. I'll link it below in the description, and if it's not there, please comment and remind me, because what happens is I record these, and then several days later I edit them, and then I upload them, and then I schedule them, and then I forget what's in them, and I forget to add them until someone reminds me 6 months later, and then I go track it down, and I'm like, why couldn't they just look this up themselves? It's not that hard. But then I remember, well, I did say I would put it in the video, and I forgot, so really this is on me. And then I add it, and then I reply to the comment and say, I added it, and also here it is. I'll sometimes link it in the comments section, and it's a whole rigmarole, so just let me know. I'll try to remember. I'll try to remember this time, and if it's not there, I don't know, comment down below and just say, you dunce, and just say nothing else. And what's fun about that is I'll forget that I said that. I'll remember it when I'm editing. I'll have a moment where I go, oh, that's right. If someone calls me a dunce, this'll be why. But then by the time the video's out, I'm not gonna remember. I'm gonna be getting a bunch of comments from people saying, you dunce, and I'll have no clue why. It's gonna be very confusing. But here's something interesting I figured out by myself. And this was not something that I needed to watch a video for. This was something I just needed to stand here and observe. You'll notice that we still have this obsidian chest sitting out, even though we have a black hole unit full of not energy crystals. Gosh darn it, where is it? There's a unit around here somewhere that I'm realizing now that I have misplaced, which is a bad sign. Medium voltage solar panels, 400 of them right here. So why, you might be wondering, is this not right here? Because for whatever reason, it's not working. If I put that right here, all of this stops running. It only works when it's connected up to the obsidian chests. I have no idea why. I have no clue whatsoever. But there you go. I thought for a minute that I could use the item translocators to go from here to here, but then I remembered that, oh, those also don't work with black hole units. One idea that I had that I think is actually still quite clever, and I've not tested yet, I've been kind of waiting for you fine folks to join me here, was, will a hopper work? And I don't mean hopping into this chest. I'm going to get rid of that chest. What I mean is, if I place down a hopper right here, and that did not go at all the way that I had intended. We're going to actually have to place this next to it. And then reconfigure this, I'm reckoning. Not reckoning as in, like, there's going to be a reckoning. There we go. Alright. Will this actually work? I mean, obviously, that part's going to work. But will it actually send them into a hopper? This is not permanent, by the way. There's something else we have to test. And this is going to go back to what I learned from the previously aforementioned video that will hopefully be linked in the description and the pinned comment. But, okay, what are we at right now? So that's empty, and we're at 424. I can remember that. So now we just want to wait a while and see if it goes up. I'm not going to stand here and watch it this whole time. Because, basically, there was a couple of things done differently in Chiseled Chin's video. Specifically, his setup was different from mine in that he wasn't trying to... Oh, I just saw it happen. There you go. Okay, so that works good. He wasn't trying to have a set number produced to fill an inventory. He was using, and this is going to be frustrating for some of you, because I even said this in the video last time and almost did this. He was using the remote ordering logistics pipes. I mentioned... I mentioned last time, I was like, should we test this? And then I decided, nah. For no real conceivable reason. I was just like, nah, we're not going to do that. But when he does it in his video, he doesn't have to have all this rigmarole up here. All he's got is the crafting logistics pipes chained one to another. And when he places an order, it just works, which is kind of what I want to test today. So I added a middle pipe here just to help things move around a bit more quickly and efficiently, but we're actually going to shut the whole thing down. And we're going to start down here, because I think if we just remove this active supplier, all of this will, on its own, slowly peter out, because that's kind of what's driving it all, is having the active supplier down there. And in fact, I think that's the only way you can sort of automate any of this without using the... remote ordering pipe. Speaking of, I'm going to go ahead and place it down right there, and that's going to break this here, and I'll have to go ahead and fix that using the basic pipe. So everything's still a little bit of a mess around here. I haven't cleaned up since last time, because I went pretty much from filming the previous installment to researching and experimenting. So here we have our remote ordering, and somewhere around here I have the remote for it, and I'm sure... I'm not sure, I'm not positive, but I think it's probably inside of here, right in front of me, like staring at me. If I just double tap here and I type remote. But haven't we had that problem before? We have, there it is. Even though you type in remote, it just doesn't show up. How do I configure it to work with this pipe? That's how you do it, you right click. There we go. So these are all the things in the network that we can order, and as you can see, it includes all of this stuff that's been automated now. All these remote crafters, or automatic crafting pipes. And right here, we have medium voltage solar panels. I'd kind of hoped all of this would stop by now, but it looks like it might be self-contained. It's like in that one movie about Spider-Man and the Spider-Man. Like that's 426 now. Is this all just being maintained? I took out the active supplier. It shouldn't just keep running. There's absolutely nothing encouraging this to continue. Is it just continuing based off previously sent instructions? How do I make it stop? Well, I know one way to make it stop. And specifically, this is going to be required to test this anyway. I'm going to disconnect that. I don't want to mess in my hand, so I'm going to wait till items stop passing through here and then disconnect that. And then disconnect that. There we go. So this might cause some issues. This might cause things to explode. But hopefully everything slows down to a crawl here. There we go. And then temporarily, I can go ahead and toss these objects into storage around here. Not going to worry about those right now. So what we want to do is allegedly, if we, you know what, we're also going to want to probably throw down like an inventory here. Not necessary, it will just spit the items out on the ground, but we don't want that. What we want to do is we want to order, let's say, a medium voltage solar panel, say 5 of them, and then we'll hit request. You are missing coal dust, rubber, furnace, refined iron ingot, oak wood planks, copper ingots, glass, redstone, and tin ingots. I'm not. Okay, I'm simply not. But that does give me some interesting insight here. Oh, hold on. Did that... What happened there? What was that all about? What was that violent outburst all about? What's going on? It happened after I hit the button. So, some of that is kind of true, because... Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many... Hold on, if we wanted to make just one of these, right? Just order one medium voltage, okay? Request. Granted, there's not currently 585 refined iron ingots on the network. There's not 321 redstone. There is not 387 copper. There's definitely one furnace. Get out of here. There's definitely... one shut up. There's one furnace right here. There's 63 of them. This is connected. It's all connected. You can't tell me there's one missing. Look at what happened up here. What did actually happen up here? How did those even reach that spot? Maybe let's go with something a little bit more basic, right? So look, it even shows that there are furnaces on the network. Let's go with the generator, okay? So let's say we want one single generator. Go for it. Request successful. So, allegedly, if we look inside of here, there's a generator, so that worked. What I feel like I'm taking away from this is that if it doesn't see the number of items it needs on the network, it won't just start pulling items in until they count up to the correct amount, which is probably why it didn't work until we started setting this up and generating those buffers, right? So it looks like we're gonna have, in order to get this to work, the correct amount, or too many items, really, available to the net. It's kind of feeling more and more like what we should have done was continue to use the black hole storage units and just pump items into them until we had obscene numbers, right? Because for some of these items, we have obscene numbers. And, like, batteries, copper cables, like, all of the things that it thinks that we're low on, we actually have plenty of. And I think maybe we shot ourselves in the foot when we tried to get clever and start doing stuff with these. But I'm not done yet. Hold on. Wait. I'm confused. Why are you oh, you're disconnected because of this one over here. Right, we don't really need this one over here anymore. This was part of an experiment. That's what we were doing here. Okay. Well, I mean, here's something we considered quietly in my head, but haven't actually, like, done. How much does one of these hold? It's like standard chest amount. It's 3 by 9. That's like 27 times 64. What is that? 1,728. If we just set up, and I liked the idea of doing the export and having like the one chest that brings one stack of all the items, but if we just have one of these walls over here be, like, for instance, if we have it... Wait a minute. Sorry, I had an idea. Let me go ahead and express what I was going to say. If we just go ahead and have the actual iron chests on the wall here, then that's access to more than 63 iron. But there's something I want to check really fast. While we have 2 of these, if we look inside of here right now, it'll tell us that we have no iron on the network because, well, at the moment we have no iron on the network. But if we fly around here till I find a couple more provider modules, and then I fly over here and hopefully manage to locate in relatively short order some more logistics chassis MK2s. They don't have to be MK2s, that just happens to be what I have. If we hook the 2 of those up, plop some provider modules in there, how many does it say that we have? Interesting. Notice that it says 126, but there's actually not 126 available. There's 63. But it thinks it's 126 because it doesn't understand quantum entanglement. Intriguing. What I was going to say a second ago was we can continue to use these for storage if we wanted to, for raw ingredients. That wouldn't be difficult. We can absolutely do that. Here's what I'm confused about, though, because when I tell this thing to order one of these... No. Yeah, so these are refined iron, copper, tin, glass, furnace. Yeah, these are the raw ingredients. It definitely has 1 furnace. I don't know why it says that when there's definitely... I mean, it even shows 63 of them up here. Okay, I want to check something. I want to check something real quick, okay? So right now, it thinks that there is 126 refined iron ingots. If we tell it to summon some medium voltage solar panels, it says that it is missing 522, right? Okay. 522. Remember that. 5 ballerina. I'm gonna... Quince ballerina is how we're gonna remember 522. 522 is a complicated number. We might forget it if we don't use shorthand like quince ballerina, okay? So what we've got here is orange, and then I think that's green. Pretty sure that's cactus green. What we're going to do is we're going to change one of those to cactus green. We're going to see whether or not it updates how short it thinks it is on... Here we go. Is that correct? There we go. So there's now a whole lot of refined iron connected. If we have a look in here, it thinks there's 1007, I guess is what that means, which means if we tell it to make this... Okay, it is no longer complaining about the refined iron. It's still complaining about glass, which is odd, because it's not low on glass. If we have a look right inside of here, there's 63 glass. Well, I guess it doesn't say that it's missing. It just... Oh... Well, no. Because what I was going to say is, like, okay, maybe it needs 63 plus whatever it said it's missing. But if we click on this and we tell it, it's still... Oh, no, we have 1 furnace is still on here. You have 63 furnaces. You don't need 63 furnaces. No, yeah, you do. Yeah, you need a full stack of furnaces. No, yeah, that's on me. Because it's not saying that it needs 1, it needs several, and it's short 1. That's where the confusion's coming from. I think the reason our system doesn't work is because we have too few items, and it's looking for all of the items to be there. Some of you might have been watching and even commented this already. I'm a couple of videos ahead, which I normally don't do. I apologize, but currently I am a couple of videos. At one point this year, I was 2 weeks ahead on videos, which is not... I know not everyone likes that, because I know a lot of people like it to be a lot closer between when I record and when I release, but you have to understand there's a great deal of comfort in knowing if something happens, I'm like, oh, tomorrow's video is already set up and ready to go, and I don't have to worry about it. So it's... I think that's gray. Gray, orange is going to be our furnaces. And gray... What color are you? Gray, purple is going to be our glass. Okay, I actually made an error, and it is in fact magenta. So we're going to go gray, magenta, and orange. So that'll be correct. Let's throw down a couple more of these bad boys. Go find another one of these bad boys. I don't know why I keep calling them bad boys. They're good boys. They're very kind and helpful young boys. And here they come now. There's Basil, who's big. Well, it's a reference. You'd have to get it to understand it. You know what I mean? All right, we're going to have the remote orderer. We're going to tell it we want that, and it's going to tell us that we're short, but not by as many things. And we're going to finish this off and see whether or not this works the way that I hope it works. So we've got orange, 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 black. I'm trying to do this from memory. And then gray, cyan, or cyan, if you're so inclined, and then purple. That's going to give us tin, it's going to give us copper, and that's going to give us redstone. I've already configured these down here. No, I did not. That was my imagination going to put these in there now, and if we have a look, alright, all of these items are much higher up inside of in terms of like count, in terms of how many there are. So, theoretically now, big theoretical here, if I tell it that I want a medium voltage solar panel, oh my gosh, that was instantaneous. That was just like immediate. But what is happening now? What is happening now as a result of that? Why is all of this happening? You see what I mean? What is going on? I just ordered one. And there we go, everyone! Immediately broken! Stop. Stop! So I think I have a pretty good idea of what just happened there. There's a lot of byproduct in manufacturing. Now, that was a lot of byproduct. But this actually came up again in the video, the hitherforth now mentioned multiple times, Chiseled Chin video, where he recommends setting up, and I thought this was actually a really good idea, just getting a chest, okay? And then you can set that chest up somewhere connected to the network. I'm going to put it right here. Why not? And I'm going to use one of these for it. And just plop that sucker down. And inside of there, what you're going to do is you're going to put in an item sink, which would be shocking if I didn't have one. You also need a quicksort module, but there's bound to be an item sink around here somewhere. There doesn't appear to be, and that means that it's probably over here, which isn't too odd, because I did move a lot of them over previously. They just, no matter what you do, you can clear them out and they still won't stack. So what you want to do is, if you end up with a lot of items in transit that have nowhere to go, if you take a quicksort module, or I'm sorry, not a quicksort, an item sink, and you configure that as default route, anything in the network that has nowhere to go will go there. And the great thing about doing it with this big chest here is there's lots of room, and then if you add a quicksort module, in the future, if anything else on the network needs these items, it'll take them from there. They'll take higher priority than crafting pipes. So the next time we build something that requires those items, it'll actually use them, which is kind of really clever. Now, we could also do what I did, which was this, where you just have like disposable. I mean, but that didn't work, did it? It started throwing copper all over the place. So we're going to hook this back up. And we're going to see what happens. So immediately that's going again for some reason. We only ordered one. I don't know why it's moving infinitely. Like, what is happening here and why? None of this was configured to do whatever it's doing right now. If we have a look down here, this is filling up like it's going to make another low voltage solar. It did, which I guess means that, is it trying to make another one of these? It has absolutely everything it needs right now to create one. Or is it just like getting everything kind of queued up in case I tell it to do it again? Or, well, no, so this needs 8 for that to be the case. I was going to say maybe it's just conditioning itself and getting everything ready to where it has just the right amount in here to manufacture another one if I tell it to. But that doesn't really explain a lot of what just happened. But, look! At this point, I don't know what to think or what to believe. What I do know is that I'm going to go ahead and disconnect all of these from the network. And hopefully that simplifies matters a little bit. We'll see. But if I now open this up and say, hey, create me 2 of those. We're missing literally 1 oak plank. Fine. Make me 1 of those. Okay. Okay, it works, but then why this? Why all of this that follows? Why is that the case? And look at the sheer volume of things being pumped into here. Why is there so much stuff being pumped into here? Maybe. Maybe. Is it because... Oh. Well, that's odd. I don't have an explanation for how that got all the way over there. Is it because I, earlier, like a boob, like an absolute boob, installed a provider inside of each one of these? Is that somehow causing it to... Like, when it summons... Is it summoning them from all of these? Because there's 5 sources here, and then it gets down here and realizes it doesn't need that much, and then dumps it all into here? I am so confused all of the time! If I request another one of these... If I do this again, if I request another one of these... What happens then? Here it comes. Here comes the chaos. Here comes the chaos! Why are you pumping this thing full right now? There's no reason for it. There's no reason. There's no explanation. It's full now. Can't you see what you've done? To what end? What have you achieved? This thing's just going. It's just going. That's why it's making so many of these. It's making so many of these so I can fill this thing up. Why? What if I, like, do that, right? So we have just those items there. And then we come down here and we do the same thing, right? So we have the 3 of those... There we go. This is just going to fill up full of random objects. That's what's going to happen. And then what? Do I void them? I could. I could set up something to void everything in this chest so that it never fills up. But that feels so wasteful. Why throw away so many extra parts? Why is this happening? It's got to be something with the way I've set all of this up. First off, let's leave the active supplier modules in there. I don't know what I'm doing. We want to leave those in there. You stay there, you stay there. But let's take out the providers. So now only this provides, okay? And we're going to take out the... Well, yeah, no, let's take out the active supplier. So for right now, what we've got here is a machine that'll provide and only one machine that'll provide, okay? So let's say we wanted to order another one of these. And we just hit request. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we get an obscene number. Oh my gosh. It's still so much rubber. There is no reason for that volume of rubber to be packed in here. There's no reason for it. There's no explanation. Are you broken? I don't think you're broken. Is it the numbers? If I reconfigure this to like one of everything it needs instead of so many, which is very hard to do. It won't let me scroll down. That can't be right. That can't be what we're supposed to do. I don't know. I'm at a point of desperation now. I'm not sure what else to try. I'm sort of losing my mind. I'd kind of hoped after watching that video and picking up on those very useful tips that what we would get today was, again, just... Well, at least it stopped that time. Kind of. If I get rid of all this excess rubber... and I take that away and I put it inside of the excess rubber. Did that kind of do it though? Like, it looks like it's a lot more chill this time. Yeah. It kind of looks that way. So just to confirm, right? If you have nothing in here, if you hit import, it imports the exact number of what you need. But what we're theorizing right now is that that's not right. What happened there? I'm somehow, like, extracting the redstone out of here? Is that what's happening? When I scroll up, I'm getting like a stack of 11. Hold on, how much is in there? Let's eliminate it. Let's get it down to 64. Okay, and then I do this, and I've got 14 here, and there's... Have I just, like, found some kind of infinite item glitch? Oh no, it's taking them out of my inventory. Why? I want to cry. Okay, so I've reconfigured each of these to only have one each of these, which I don't know how that could possibly make any difference. Do I also need to go through here and, like, do a quick purge? Should I just go ahead and purge everything from these? I'm probably going to need to go ahead and do a quick purge. Okay, so with that done, everything's purged. We're going to order one single Okay, let's see what happens. Couple items come in. Few more items come in. Is that it? Are we good? We got 5 of them in there. Is it all good? How is it all? Is it all good? Did it summon some things out of here, I wonder? Can we do it again? Can we do 2? I don't think we could before because of a problem with, Oh, no, it was successful that time. Okay. Couple of little shipments. Got some rubber in there. Couple of little things popping around for no reason, apparently. Where did they go? They're not in here. I think I was lied to. Medium voltage. Let's go. Request successful. Was it? I don't think it was. I think you lied to me. Is it because it's only pulling one at a time? Hold on. Let's do that one more time. Let's do a request. This is so stupid. Let's see if this goes to one more rubber and 1 more copper. Yeah, there goes some items. You know what we're not getting? We're not getting more medium voltage solar panels. You know what? Let's just put that back in there. You know? Why not? Chaos. Let's go. Let's see what happens. Oh, hold on. Wait. Is that configured to be, infinite? It's set to partial right now. Let's see what happens. Let's see if anything happens. Oh, here comes some stuff. Yeah, here comes some stuff. Some stuff's happening now. Nothing useful, though. Nothing useful's happening now. But watch this. Import. Now let's see what happens. Let's see what happens next. I'm just assuming chaos. I guess I should do it with all of them. Because no chaos has happened yet. I'm ready to suffer. Why not? I'm ready for everything to be broken. I'm ready to be furious. Let's go. Let's set it to, let's get these 5 out of here. You know? Let's set this back up to just 1. And, you know, we'll do infinite. Why not? We'll see what happens. Let's see what happens. Nothing. Nothing happens. But if I do an order, right? Like if I get my ordering tool, that is, once again, it just keeps vanishing on me, even though it's right in front of me. If I say I want one of these, what are you going to do? Request successful. Why are you filling it up? I don't understand why that's the move. To the point where you have all of this extra over here. I don't understand why that's what you're doing. You don't understand it either. You can't explain yourself. You didn't even make one that time. At least in the past you made them. Where did they go? Did they go in here? Don't go in there. That's not what I want you to do. So all of this is calmed down. Request 1 successful. Lies! It's a complete lie! It was working and now it's not! And what did I do? What did I do to deserve that? I even restored all of these things. They're back to... Oh, there it goes. There it is. Why did it take so long? See, now I'm kind of convinced that that is what's happening. It is producing enough of everything and getting everything moved into place so that the next time I order one, it'll be ready to go. Except I had to order a few in a row there before I actually got it. So if I request that one... I mean, I'm just saying, before it was like real snappy. It was real lickety-split. See, the issue, though, is like if I want to order 5 of them, it's going to complain that we don't have enough resources, and it's not just going to pull them in one at a time, which is what I would like it to do, which is why I think we have to admit defeat. We're going to continue to use these for teleporting the items top to bottom, because that's good, but once they get down here, I think we're just going to have to accept that a wall full of items inside of black hole units is the only way we're going to be able to make this happen. which means that, I guess, infinite production is back on the menu, boys. Jeez, I'm losing alchemist bags around here. If you're wondering how exactly we're going to make this happen, well, here's what I'm thinking, right? We have this wall here. I know I seem quite down in the dumps. I'm just a little frustrated is all. I promise I'm not suffering from any sort of deep rage about all of this. It might seem that way, but it's okay. It's just, I'm sure everything I want to do is possible. I just don't know how to do it, and everything I try doesn't work, and when I Google it, I don't find answers. So that is what I'm currently feeling. Here's what we're going to do, though, right? We're going to come back up here, and I'm glad I didn't get rid of these. I'm glad I held on to them, right? Because down here, we have things like, well, this one's useless to me. I don't want these bronze ingots. I want the new bronze ingots. But what we do have over here is, for example, the copper ingots. So we can bring those down here. And in case you were wondering exactly how I sort of envision this working, we have over here a chest full of copper ingots. So we're going to take that with us. Okay. And the way we're going to set this up is we're going to have the chest be here. And we're going to have to break all of this. And then, of course, we don't want it to look like that because that's awful. Even if we're not going to see it, it needs to be marble, okay? And then we also need to take this one out now that I think about it. And once more, same thing. There we go. So we've got our black hole unit that is empty, and that's the wrong one. That's not the one we want to use. The one we want to use is the one that's full of copper, which is this one. And then we're going to use the hopper here. And the reason we're using a hopper is because, for whatever reason, actually, well, what I was going to say is, for whatever reason, we can't use... Okay, random Minecraft sounds. Let's all calm down a little bit here. We cannot use the item translocators. What we can use is a hopper, though, and we can use an ender chest. And what we will see here is that this will fill up, and it'll leak into here. And it's going to do it at a decent pace. Something else I thought about that could still technically be an option if we wanted to was we could use the gravity pipes, and I'm sure they're on the screen. They're somewhere around here. Probably had to dump them out of my memory or out of my inventory at some point. There's some in here. The gravity-fed transportation pipes would also work, and those would be a lot faster as well than hoppers. But I think hoppers is probably okay for what we're doing right now. I think that's probably going to be fine, and if we need to upgrade it in the future... Are we technically underground here? Yeah, at this level we're technically underground. We might need to have like a... Are we underground like right here as well? That's an issue. If not... Yeah, we are. Okay. I wanted to make sure that I could have a double... Or actually... So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Okay, yeah, we can have up to 3 high here. And that'll work fine. If we need to, we can replace it in the future... with a gravity pipe if we need to fill this up much more quickly. Item sync modules and provider modules might not seem like a normal combination, but this is exactly what I want to do, because I want to make sure that if we do have any items traversing the network with nowhere to go, they can go here. So inside of here, we have our copper ingots. We're just going to start with that one. No real reason why. And we're going to hook that in, we're going to hook that in, and then we're actually going to say, it doesn't matter what order these are in, but as far as I'm concerned, its primary purpose is to provide, the secondary purpose is to sync items, so that's the order I'm going to put them in there in. Again, it doesn't actually matter, but this is going to be for copper. It's going to put copper into the network, and any excess copper it's going to take out of the network. Okay. I think that this is going to work a little bit better. So what we've got is we've got the ender chests for every sort of individual item being hopped into not quite infinite black hole units. And what we can do, if we need to, is never worry about them filling up because we're using hoppers. Hoppers are never going to cause them to overflow. And if we end up in a situation where they need to be faster, we can use the gravity pipes as well as the void pipes in combination, and we can kind of make that work. But I'd rather do this because these don't have any sort of issues with the items being transferred being visible. Okay, we've done the same over here with all of these, and now what we want to do, I'm going to take a crack at doing another order. Every time I have to go search for the advanced orderer. But what we want to do here is we just want to request one of these, okay? So it said done. It said done and dusted. Well, there's 2 in there, and I don't know how many there were in there beforehand. Also, it doesn't look like anything is headed this way. Normally, everything, like, explodes when I do that, which is odd. It's all hooked up and functioning, right? I don't know why you're here. You have no business here. You're even configured, which is odd. There was stuff inside of that, and it had no reason to be there. Okay, well, let's try that one more time and see what happens. We want to make one of these. Hit the request. Okay. It says it's good to go. There ain't a darn thing in there. Is there stuff coming? Well, I mean, if we have a look inside of here, there's no denying it can see a bunch of all this stuff. So it's definitely aware that it's all here and it's all hooked up properly. I'm actually going to go ahead and disconnect this. I don't think that has anything to do with anything. I'm going to go ahead and do it now because I want to disconnect it anyway. All right, well, tell you what, can you make me like 5 of these things? No, of course you can't. Why? Because you're missing stuff that I know is not missing. Those things might be missing, actually. Okay, that's fair. Can you make me 2 of these? Can you make me just 1? I'm asking real nice to please just make me 1. Please just do a thing. I don't feel like what I'm asking is all that difficult. In the not-too-distant past, this was working just fine. What's changed? It's not like this thing is running low on any of the important stuff that it needs. Speaking of, I'm going to go ahead and set this up with one of these. Right? So that's got one of those. And then maybe we do quicksort modules along here. And we see whether or not this will now work for some reason. I can't imagine why they suddenly would when they've been broken for so long. I hate having to, like, go on little adventures to find missing things. Quicksort module! There you go. What else have you got? You've got your active supplier modules. Man, it ain't nothing running around here. At all. What if I take that out, right? And then I put it back in, eh? Well, that's probably why that's not working, because what we actually need here is, rubber. There we go. So let's take that one out and put the rubber one in. That ought to do something. Is everything broken right now? Let's relog. Would not surprise me once we get back in here to discover that actually there's an invisible pipe blocking something somewhere, and it's preventing it all from working. It is eerily quiet around here compared to the norm. What the heck is going on? All of this is plugged in. Is it a problem that they're all run together like this? It shouldn't be. Oh. Oh, you son of a gun. What are you? What is your situation? I bet you're the cause of all this, aren't you? One little pipe causing all my worries and troubles. Did that do anything? Watch it not be that one little pipe. Are you operating in any way? Hello? Are you gonna summon more? There's some back over here. Oh. Oh, actually there's not. How did I forget to add that? Okay. So with that, that should all now be fired up and ready to go. I don't know why I insist on flying out this one hole here. But now, that's connected, same as all this over here, and all this is connected up just fine. If the cables were set up wrong, there would be a red cable somewhere, like we saw earlier, preventing all of this from functioning. But everything's plugged in, everything's connected, everything's got power here. There is, as far as I can tell, I mean, yeah, none of this is connected, but none of this needs to be. None of these machines are meant to be operational right now. Everything should just be working. I don't understand why everything's not just working right now. Is there something broken? Is there something... If I take one of these out of here... Okay, that worked. What's going on here? Why isn't this working? In the not-too-distant past, literally a couple episodes ago, we were using quicksort modules to pull items out of machines, and gosh darn it, if we weren't using item sync modules to put those... Oh, default... Oh, I'm such an idiot. I did not realize that was turned on. Okay, well, that's up and running again. Fantastic. But this, though... No explanation here. No explanation as to why this isn't working. It's all plugged in. It's all operational. Where's my remote orderer? I keep trying to use this as a remote orderer, and that doesn't work. Let's just make a solar panel. How about that? Okay, there we go. Now things are moving. And there's a solar panel. How about that, Jim Bob? How fun is that? Okay. So, by that logic, we should be able to request one of these. And it should just, like, you know, kind of work. We're going to still have this problem, obviously, because it manufactured too many, but... Hello? What's the hang-up? What's the issue? Wait a minute. Is it because there's an active supplier in here that... Son of a gun. Watch that be the reason. Watch that there be the issue, okay? Here's what we're going to do now. We're going to try that one more time. I'm going to give that another go. Request 1, okay. So with that removed from the system... It can never be anything easy, can it? It can never be anything simple. Okay, how far back can we go and still technically have this work? Can we make an MV transformer? Missing 1 gold ingot. Wait, what did it say when I tried to do this? Has it been saying that this entire time? Am I just like a massive idiot? And I haven't realized that this entire time? I thought it was saying complete, but that's because I wasn't... Look, to be honest, I wasn't reading what was coming up on the screen. Alright. There we go. And then we want to do one of these. And that's going to start filling up with gold now, and that's going to be our gold source, and I'm going to do this one more time. The big difference being I'm actually going to read what it says for a change. I know that's a big change for me, but gosh darn it, I feel like it's necessary. Request. Request successful. See how you can actually read it? But watch it still not work. Okay, well, no, things are happening. Admittedly, things are happening. Lots of little things are happening. All the processes are going in a row. All the little ducks are traveling along looking for mother. And there we are. A medium voltage solar panel. It's only a matter of time, though, before stuff gets thrown out on the ground here. Albeit it's not happened yet. I think we can get rid of all this up top here. No matter what happens, we're not going back to this. This was a nightmare. This was a design mistake, I'm going to say, that we're not going to return to. And there it is. There we go. We've got a medium voltage solar panel. What if I want to order 5 of the darn things? Okay. Are we full on coal dust, though? Wow. So that's going to be our limiting factor. Kind of makes me feel like we might need to replace this with an entire black hole unit. You're going to be like this about things. Check this out. I don't know how I missed this before, but did you know you can just hit this button to empty your inventory of the like item? Yeah, that's pretty quick, easy, isn't it? Watch this. Just boom, 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 boom. Makes cleaning up spills a breeze. So there we go. That should be upright. Excellent. Plenty of coal dust. It should just function exactly the same. Now, this one here is still configured wrongly. I don't know, however you want to consider it. Differently than that one over there. This one is now set up using item syncs and quicksort modules. This one is still set up using providers, and it does not extract from here at all. So let's put it back like the other side. And I guess we might as well move the big rubber container over there too, because I think we've given up. I think we've accepted that this is the way of things. Alright, so we have now reconfigured these to be basically the same way they were before. Isn't that fun, everyone? Isn't it fun how sometimes you just redo what you already had and you don't fix what's not broken? Oh boy, what fun it is. So, it's interesting that we also did not have any rubber spew out on the ground. And it doesn't look like it's overfilling inside of here either. But that's because we've not shreked things up yet, alright? Let's go ahead and open up the... This keeps getting moved out of here, doesn't it? I want to make 5 of these! How? How? There's literally 2 million coal dust! What do you mean? What do you mean I am missing it? No, I am not. I'm literally not. Hold on. How much coal dust do you think that I have? There's no coal dust on here at all. Did I not put a son of a gun, son of an absolute gun? There ain't even a provider module in here. All right, there we go. Okay. All right. If you have a look inside of here, there you go. 2 mil. Okay. I'm not asking for much. All right. I'm just asking if you to give me 5 of these. Thank you, and then I want to watch what happens. I'm gonna put it in F1. I want to stand or fly up here, and I want to watch it all blow up, because it's not gonna work. It's not worked at all. I've been at this for an entire day. I've been here for hours of my life. I just want it to work. That's all I'm asking for. There's gold cable on the ground over there for conceivably no reason. There's no reason for it. There's room for you. There's room for you at the end. You're not Mary. You're not giving birth to Jesus in a manger behind the end because there's no room for you. There's room for the golden cables somewhere. Just suck them back into the pipe and send them into a just someplace. I don't care where anymore. Find a place and store them there. And it's only a matter of time now, with the sheer volume of items being pumped into here, we're gonna start getting copper cables. Ah! It's not copper cables, it's something out there. They are. There they are. But did we get? We've only got 2 of them so far. But if we're patient, it looks like it's all coming along swimmingly. It's all coming along swimmingly. I'm going to take this opportunity to plug all of this back in. And that way, any excess, instead of getting thrown on the ground, will get stored over here. And that'll be okay with me. In fact, I'd say that's ideal. Just gonna watch it all get produced now. Just gonna wait patiently. Because it is still going. It is still going. Just want to throw that out there. Are we ever going to end up in a situation where there's, like, too much rubber and no room left for copper? Could that happen? You'd like to think it's not gonna put copper in there. It kind of looks like it is keeping these reserved. These bottom ones can be filled up with any old guff, but it's not going to put copper here or rubber here, which is a good touch. It's a good touch, mod maker. I like that. I appreciate that. We're up to 4. We're shy 1. So we're just waiting. Got to get a few more of these bad boys. It is technically going. It is technically, as of this moment, it is, in fact, it is operating. We're getting there. I wonder what's supposed to be in those. What are you? You're a low-voltage solar panel? Well, we don't really have any of those to spare. And then there's never going to be anything in here because it's for high-voltage panels. So, although, actually, we do have this here, which is full of high-voltage solar panels. But I digress. It's all coming along. Look at that. We got 5 of them. It worked. At the end of the day, it worked. It got the job done. So what if I wanted to have... Take this active supplier module here. And let's say we want... Not 1, but 64 of these. Oh, well, I've made a mistake. don't scroll down, apparently. I keep overshooting it. Oh, if I keep going, it drops it back down, but then also spins it back up. Not infinite. Partial's fine. I just want 64 of them in this chest here. Do you think you could do that for me, game? Do you reckon if I wanted to keep a stock of 64 of those ready to go, you'd be able to do that? It looks like it might be able to. I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens. It shouldn't overflow anymore, though, because anything that it might overflow has somewhere to go. And if that's what it requires, then so be it. I'm wondering if we might be able to add quicksort modules to these, because right now they're configured just with item sync, but if we added quicksort modules without shifting, it might be able to then extract these for other recipes in the future. Like, so, let's say, you know, oh yeah, well, I mean, something weird's happening there. Are these not set up properly? I feel like there's something wrong here. Ah. Yes. I see now. Okay. That is a bit of a pickle, isn't it? So now, theoretically, it should also be able to pull out of there in the future, instead of relying on the crafters, you would think, right? That's my thinking on it. My reasoning is that instead of coming over here and manufacturing more cables, it could just use these. It isn't. It does have a quicksort module. Well, what if I replace the quicksort module with... Well, that froze the game for a second. But I replaced it with the provider module. I'm kind of tempted to do the same here, at the risk of again freezing the game. Oh yeah, look, it actually sucked those out. It sucked out some cables too. It would be great if it would use these first as priority. I don't see it doing that with any of these that have quicksorts, so it might need providers in order for that to work. That would be swell, though, if that's how that worked. Instead of producing an infinite number of copper cables, because we don't need an infinite number of copper cables. We could still use something like this up here to make a stack of them and have them always available to us, if we wanted to, as long as we weren't also trying to then pipe them back out, because I think that's what caused us problems in the past. But we're only trying to get 64 of these. We're up to 3. So far, nothing's been thrown out on the ground. So far, nothing has blown up. Why do the batteries not have one of these? There we go. I kind of hate that it's not in the same direction as, like, the cables and everything. There we go. Let's have the reds face down for no particular reason. Just like the look of it. And actually, let's orient this top to bottom, too. Actually, that, too, yeah. And that, yeah. Yeah, I'm having fun here. Uh-oh! Oopsie! There's so many generators for some reason. Actually, why, though? What is actually happening right now? Oh, there's a backup of them. Well, we have generators here. Are you not configured to work properly? Oh, bless your soul. Okay, I see what's happening. What a funny little situation we find ourselves in here. Let's go ahead and configure this to work for generators. Oopsie, hold on. We don't need a stack of them. We just need the one. Hello? Hello? Can we... Stop. Just the one. There we go. Okay. Just toss that in there. And that puts an immediate stop to that nightmare. Does make you wonder how we end up in that situation, though. It looks something like this, apparently. We can put a stop to it by replacing that with one of these, and then it'll stop making new ones, presumably, because it has a ton that it can use inside of here in the future. Except, maybe also it's just going to keep using them because there's so many of them back there inside of that thing's inventory. Also, when you break a black hole unit, whatever you have locked gets unlocked. So you have to come back after you place it down and relock it, if you care. I care. I'm actually going to go ahead and, for however many provider modules I have, I'm going to replace these quicksorts with providers. Because I have a suspicion that that is actually something that will benefit us. My thinking is all of these will now act as kind of like buffers. If too many get made, they'll get dumped into here, and because they're locked, even if all of them get extracted, they will still remain kind of set up for what they are. And then in the future, instead of making new things, look, it's happening right now. It's pulling out of here a bunch of machine blocks. So instead of making machine blocks, actually, it kind of looks like they're going back and forth, doesn't it? It looks like machine blocks are being made and sent back. Where are the machine blocks going? I can't quite tell. Are they going into there? Are they being made in here rapidly? Yes. And also they're being extracted from here. Oh wait, no, that's furnaces. No, that's generators. Sorry, my mistake. There we go. All right, well, it sent out a lot of them, and now there's a lot of them. No. Oh, I'm so confusion. Everything is just slightly broken, and I think asking for it to make 64 of these was a horrid mistake. Is this bidirectional? I think it is. I'm confused as to why it's like this. Should I have just not made this request? Is that where I went wrong? We're halfway there. Oh wait, no, we didn't set 10, we set 64. I think it's going to work. I think this is something we monitor long term. Changes I would make in the future if I were to do this again, which, let's be honest, probably going to have to redo this. For all being just completely forward with one another here. This has not been a rousing success, and my gosh, but what a terrible mess I just made. I'm starting to understand now why maybe using the old auto-crafting tables was a blessing in disguise, because it added an intentional roadblock to speed. This is what happens when you don't roadblock speed. Okay, you just have, for some reason, so many copper cables being generated. I don't know why. We don't need any more. There's plenty over here to use. Just use the ones that are already in there, but it's already decided that this is what it's going to do. It's already made that decision. I don't know why. I can't fathom. Once upon a time, we had trouble keeping up with... Oh, wait, we're not running out of refined iron, are we? Is it just a matter of waiting on more to get sent here? Or did we... I didn't consider the fact that we could potentially run out of refined iron. We are draining faster than we are... Well... I think we're kind of maintaining. Oh my gosh! I don't know what I anticipated. I guess not that. What is it... What does it actually look like down here? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Is this better? Is this worse? Comment down below and let me know. I can't tell. I think we flew too close to the sun. I think my little wings melted. I'm actually confused now about what the holdup is. We're up to 7. But, like, if you have a look inside of here, what are we waiting for? We're waiting on the low voltage. The low voltage are being hung up because they're not getting solar panels fast enough. The solar panels are being hung up because they're not getting the electronic circuits fast enough. The electronic circuits are hung up because they don't have enough refined iron. But I'm pretty sure there's an unending stream of refined iron down here. Like, a genuinely unending stream. Is the issue that it's all going to... right here? Because that's full. Bottlenecks. There's never not bottlenecks. This one doesn't even make sense. We're I guess it's all going here to make the machine blocks, but like why? Look, there's 13 in here. You could be pulling these out here. I've gone full Midwestern right now. You got me so confused. I'm not even from the Midwest, don't you know? I'm not even from anywhere up north. I'm Texas born and raised. I don't know what's going on anymore. Can I hopper these in there? Yes. As it happens, I can hopper those in there. So what I could do is I could get another one of these. I could stick it on top of there, and it would continue to hopper. It would continue to go. You know, just like target specifically a little boost, a little bonus right where it's needed. We could do that. We could do that. if we wanted to, if we needed to. That is an option. But let's see if I was right about this. Let's come over here. So we're going to wait for one to come through, and then we're going to do a little count, because I said that in my mind, in my head, it'd take about 8 seconds now for each of these, unless a bottleneck is formed someplace else down the line, which is a possibility. It's been a little over 8 seconds, but if I look away now, one's going to immediately go in there, and I'm not going to see it happen. What is your holdup? It's getting these. It's low voltage solar panels still. Well, they are being held up by solar panels. I guess it's 8 seconds for one of these. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Miss. Okay, look, well, about 6 seconds, actually. So one of these every 6 seconds. So 6 times 8 means that... And you know what? Let's go to my original. I said it would be 8 seconds. So we're going to give ourselves a little bit of extra room here. So 8 times 8 is 64 seconds. So every 1 minute and 4 seconds, theoretically, we should get one of these, okay? So what we're going to do is we are going to actually time it and see how close we are to that. I've got to get my stopwatch open. So what we're going to do, this one's close. Remember, every about 6 seconds. I said 8. We're going to hit 8 there, and it's going to make one of these. Boom, there it goes. And we're starting. So we're starting at 11. Okay, this is not going to count because I realized we ran out of refined iron again. So this is not technically a fair trial. We're 35 seconds in. I don't think we're going to get it in a minute 4. But what am I supposed to do now? You know, am I supposed to restart the count? Am I supposed to pause the count? The count's going. We're at 45 seconds. So a minute 14 seconds is what we ended up with. I think I calculated a minute 4, 64 seconds total. Yeah, that's what 8 times 8 is. Why did I need a calculator for that? That's like basic computer nerd number. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to go ahead and say that if we didn't have to come down here and do that, we probably would have hit it in a minute 4. So I'm going to say I was right. 64 minutes, 64 seconds times a stack, or 64, is 4... Of course, it's 4,096. Again, I keep doing calculators for nerd numbers. So divide that by 60, that gets us 62.26 minutes. 68.26 minutes, sorry. 68, so around an hour. Around an hour to fulfill this order. It's not an order, to be clear. We didn't place an order. What we did was we put a thing in there. Interesting. Well, that's something that can be going on in the background, I suppose. You know? I don't know what else to do at this point. I'm tired of doing this. I don't want to do this anymore. I want to do something different. I don't know what we're doing when we come back for the next episode, but it's not going to involve these gosh darn pipes or these gosh darn logistics crafting tables. It's not going to involve any of this. We've gone through all this effort, and where are we? Gosh dang it, we're right back where we were before, except more condensed and yet more complicated. And the latency is bad again. Or not the latency. Oh, hi. Yeah, something weird happened. The capture PC crashed. When it rebooted, well, okay, it came to a blue screen. Real proper Windows nonsense. When it came back up, the file, the hour-and-a-half long recording, which it's been longer than that, because I do pause the recording, so that's just the amount of time I've been here that was, like, running. Yeah, it said that it was 0 bytes in size and 0 seconds long. But I managed to open it in VLC and it was playing because I record MKV, so it can withstand a bit of crashing in the middle of a recording without finishing properly. Remuxed it and it looks okay. So there's just no ending because it just cuts off. It's been a little time since then. You know, I wanted to remux the file and everything, and while that's been happening, this has continued to go, and it's at 35 now. This has done a whole flip, where now this is empty, but this is full. I don't know who makes the rules around here or why that happens, but I'm assuming at some point that'll fill back up, probably. I don't know. Do I need to do it manually? Possibly. Am I going to? I don't know if I can be bothered. What do I have to do? Fly over here, grab like a bunch of those, fly back over here, plop them all in here. This isn't the system I made to babysit, you know what I mean? There we go. I'm moving all of these over here too. But where I ended that video, because I didn't realize it had crashed, and I did end the video, was just saying, hey, and then when we come back, I'm not doing this anymore. I don't know what the next video is going to be about. Oops. It's not going to be about any of this. I'm going to go find something else to do for a couple episodes. Spend some less time in here. Until then, thank you folks for watching. God bless you. I'll see you later. Goodbye. Howdy folks, how are y'all doing? My name is REES and welcome back to our TEKKIT 2 Let's Play Adventure, where today we are not even going to go into the factory. We might stand over here and look at it with the protection of this entire glass ceiling beneath us. What a funny concept. The ceiling is beneath us. We've risen above it. We're free of it. We're not going to go in there. We're not going to go into that tower at all today. Especially since the top half of it's not even loaded yet. It's coming in slowly. Oh, there's more floors than I anticipated. We've spent a lot of time in there over the last several videos. Many hours of my life. Days, if you ran them all together, I'm sure. And most of it wasn't even recorded. It was just me with the recording paused, staring, mouth agape, going, it was awful. So today, I thought we would take a little break. We'd take a little break, and we'd just hang out here. And there's actually something I've been wanting to get up and running for a while now. And that's a proper disposal, right? Because I keep finding myself in situations where I've got so much trash that I want to get rid of. And yeah, we have the void chest, but the void chest sucks. It only deletes things when it gets halfway full, which means whatever is in the first half is just going to be here forever. I hate the void chest. It's also like up here and it's inconvenient. So I thought that today we would build a better void chest, one that we can, a proper trash disposal built with my years of knowledge and experience with this pack. And I think it begins by finding our pants, because we're not going to need to be able to hover in place today. By the way, thank you to everyone who's been trying to help me sort out the mystery of why we can't hover in place anymore. I don't know what changed, but all I know is when you're flying, if you try to hold down shift and also fly, like hold down the fly button, like you can go up and down, but you can't like hold yourself in place anymore. It just can't be done. Could be done in the last version. Can't be done now. But hopefully we'll get an answer to that. Maybe it'll be resolved in version 1.2.3. This, though, this is going to be great. So we're going to start off with an ender pouch, okay? I think we're going to go ahead and go with... do you add the color after the fact is what I'm trying to remember? It's also odd. Well, I guess it's not odd. This is the same thing that we discussed with the ender chests. It doesn't have an EMC value because you can make it different colors, and at that point... Are they all going to have different EMC values? I know I could assign them myself, but that seems like it is outside of the spirit of the pack to do that, you know, to start making our own values, and it's not really reflective of kind of the experience you'll have. I do still get a ton of comments on the first episodes of this series from people asking, hey, none of this stuff has EMC value in my world like it does in yours. Why is that? And I have to explain, okay, listen, if you want the original TEKKIT 2 experience, you got to use version 1.0.0 because it gets changed as you go. So now what we need is a corresponding ender chest, and I'll tell you what I think we're going to do for this one. Since we're going to be voiding things, I think we're going to go with all black because nothing says void like just inky blackness. So there we go. So that shouldn't be in use with anything. I think you set this one in the inventory, although I also think I get this one wrong every time. How do you actually do this? Gosh, dang it, I don't remember. Let's see, if I just look at uses for this... So that's the recipe. I mean, I don't think that I can put it on the ground. How do you do this? Oh, there's got to be a way to apply a color to this. I think we've done it before, haven't we? Isn't our... No, this one's also quadruple white. Did I just never figure out how to do it, then? Do you do it inside of here? You don't do it inside of here. There's no, like... Okay, I'm gonna have to look it up. Wait a minute. There you go. That's what it is. Okay. I opened up the FTB wiki and all I saw was sneak right click, and I was immediately like, yeah, no, that's what you do. So you find the chest you want to basically pair it with, you sneak right click on it, and then no matter where you are in the world, you've got a match. So we actually don't need these other 3 ink. We can get rid of them. That's convenient. We can pick this bad boy up. I don't know how these two got reversed. I really don't know what we carry this around for. We've not had like a moment of combat in a while now. Now, what we're going to need is probably a couple of things that are actually inside of here, if I'm not mistaken. At least they should be. We should have, there we go, our handy-dandy gravity feed transport pipes, and then we'll also need some void pipes. Now, we don't have any traditional void pipes, I don't think. I know we built, well, hold on a minute, we might have a void pipe. We get the void transport pipe, which destroys items. We built an evolution of this for our system. It wasn't called the void pipe, it was called something else, and it only voids items after the inventory it's attached to is full. I can't remember what it's called. You remember them. It's in a previous episode. I need not discuss it any further than that. Looks like we do actually need ink, though. I was mistaken. We need an ink. We need a glass, and we need a redstone. This might be the first time in a while I've just typed all that correctly. For those of you who are wondering, geez, Reese, you type a lot, don't you? How do you like get these wrong so often? I don't type on this keyboard, and also this keyboard's in a weird place. You'd have to see my setup. It's ridiculous, okay? So now what we're going to do is we're going to find a place to put this. And I was thinking about putting it up here, but there's not really a need to. We could really put it anywhere. My issue with putting it like right here is it's going to stick out, and it's going to be down here with all of the channel member crabs. It's just going to be hanging out through the floor, and that might look a little bit silly. And the last thing I want in this series is for something to look silly. What if we just put it in the basement? Like, what if we put it down here, where we have the infinite chickens being, like, murdered, and we have the UU matter going? Oh, you know what? We probably need to deal with that massive hole in there as well. Probably go brick it in or something. I don't know. What if we just stuck it, like, back here? There's nothing else going on over here. There's just, like, a pig and a cow. I think the intention when I built this place was that there would be something in here at some point. Oh, this is great. No, that's fine. You know what? That can be there. So we'll put our void pipe there. And I don't think there should be any settings on that. That's just going to void anything that goes into it. And then we'll have our gravity transport pipe, which will automatically pull items out of our... You know what? It doesn't actually need to be that deep. I just realized it does not need to be that deep. It does not need to go into that corner. We can put that back in there. And all we need is the void pipe, the gravity pipe, and the ender chest. So, if you'll excuse me there, cow. Gosh, someone needs to do something about all the animals down here. You're right in my way, sir. Excuse me. There we go. Perfect. So, the way that this will work, and we can go ahead and demonstrate it, if we have something that we cannot condense for EMC, but also holds no real worth or value to us, to the point where we're not going to bother storing it, we can just open this up. We can toss in, we'll do cobblestone for this example. There we go. It'll get pulled out of the gravity transport pipe and dropped into the void transport pipe. Did it look like it was going a little bit slow to you folks? That was odd. I know it says that it's slow, but it's traditionally never been slow. Let's throw away a whole bunch of things and see what happens. No, okay, yeah, it's going plenty fast. Look at that. And it goes into the void pipe and it ceases to exist. And that's perfect. If we have a look inside of here, we can actually watch it happen. Everything actually gets deleted. That is perfection. And that should work no matter where we are in the world, because we have the delete pouch with us. I'm a little bit concerned. My only issue is that, are we going to forget what this is? Should we, like, name it? Can we give it a name? Hold on. We'll call it, not the ender pouch, but the... the bye-bye bag. Oh boy! Alright, that was dramatic, wasn't it? Let's get our anvil, and we will plop that down. Perfect, we've got a new one. We got the bye-bye bag. That's a great name for it too. I wish we could do more for the color, like make the entire pouch black or something. That would be really cool. But we're not going to need to hold on to these void pipes. I have a real bad tendency of throwing things into the white pouch, and that's why there's so much just random assorted nonsense in here, because I'm just like, I might need that later. And to be fair, Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes I'll be out somewhere and I'll be like, you know what? I do actually need some pink slime right now, or my remote orderer. Speaking of, and I'm not going to go down there and demonstrate it, but I did stick around at the end of the last recording session, just trying to clean up the inventory, and my inventory, and all those chests down there, and just sort everything out, and it did eventually make 64 of the solar panels. It did it pretty quickly as well. I want to throw out there that the entire time we've had this automated system running, it only managed to produce, what was it, 400 medium voltage solar panels, and with the setup we have now, as chaotic and probably incorrect as it is, it did manage to produce 64 in under an hour. It actually beat my estimate, which was pretty impressive. I've also come up with a couple ideas to make it run a bit more efficiently, but we're not doing that today. We're not even going in there. What we are going to do is we're going to address this now, because this is just, it's still going, and it's just full of diamonds. Tank is full of goo, and we did get a recommendation from one of our channel members here, if I can go find it real quick. It was from Dake Tora, of course, or Jake Yates, if you're so inclined, who said, pink slime tip, black hole guild tank. Now, I don't think that that's what he meant to type. I think what he meant to type was the black hole fluid tank, which I've never built before, but I'm assuming very similarly. Actually, it doesn't even say fluid. It just says black hole tank. Maybe he did mean guild. Maybe he meant we should, like, put it inside of gold or something. So, oh look, you can use a black hole tank to make a black hole tank. Isn't that convenient and easy and straightforward? You can put labels on them? Wait a minute, what? How long has that been in the game? Has that been a thing this whole time? We're making some of those. We're also going to make this thing. Let's go do it. So we need plastic, a sorted ender, machine casing, and a bucket. I wouldn't be shocked if we found out that we already had some of what we needed in here. Now, I'm not seeing it immediately. There we go. Yeah, machine casing. I thought we might have some of that. Plastic? Probably also right in front of us. Probably also on the screen. Oh, item sync module. Why are you in there, of all places? You should not be in there. You should be over here. That's silly. Okay, well, I can't find any plastic here, and the only place I know of plastic is, just keep your head down. Okay, we're going to be out of here as quick as we can. I promise we're not going to waste any time here. I just got to figure out where you find plastic. There we go. Why are we not exporting the Oh. Okay, we need to put a black hole storage unit over there. Don't look behind us, everything's fine. Okay, we got out of there just fine. Okay, so I think I have everything in my inventory I need to build the black hole tank, which is fun, as well as the black hole label, which I don't really know anything about, but I'm excited to learn. So let's head back into the room we call the basement for some reason, but there's also a factory that we call a basement sometimes by accident, and we're going to go ahead and throw this down. And it should just start filling up with pink slime. And I'm assuming, much like the regular black hole storage unit, the black hole tank probably holds an impressively impossible... Yeah, okay. 2,147... Oh, no, I'm sorry. Oh, no. It's just 2 million. 2,147,483 buckets. We'll be there in no time. No time at all. Let's slap this on there and see what it looks like. Well, that does... I mean, I guess it does... It does what it says on the label. It shows a picture of what's in it. Gosh darn it. It adds, like, a weird bump to the front of it as well. That's fun. I mean, I guess that's just the outlines of the actual... label, but it kind of looks like it's protruding in a way. And it tells us how many buckets it has. Right now it has 6. Sorry, it has 11. It doesn't... Does it not update until you check? Oh, it's full. Of course, it's full now. Yeah, I mean, this is also full, but that's... Do I need to turn... Well, no, okay, yeah, this is fine. Because the wooden pipe, it's not just going to start spilling it out on the floor. We've actually... Oh, you know what we could do, though, if we wanted to get rid of that? You know what we could do, is the translocators. There's also fluid translocators. So we got the liquid ones, yeah. Liquid translocator. I'm assuming it works exactly the same. That could be a fun thing to build. You know what? I'm just throwing this out there in terms of things that could have an EMC value. I feel like these, they just use basic vanilla Minecraft ingredients. I'm just saying, you might as well at this point, you know? Is that everything in there? I think so. So we should be able to make 2 stacks worth, or we're going to run out of something because I forgot to move it up there. But I don't know what it was. Was it really the... Oh, because ender pearls only stack up to 16 for some arbitrary reason. Only Notch knows at this point, and Notch is long gone. He took the money and ran. Whoa! Took the money. You get the idea. So we're going to head back down there. Oh gosh, I went to the wrong place. Don't look around, everybody. We're going to be okay. Oh, we're going to set these up. Actually, should we just go in here real quick and configure this as well? That machine can't hurt me, right? If I can get in there? I think we've already discussed this. Hold on. There we go. No need to stop it. Oh, okay, so there's actually no fluid moving on this side. I don't know why I thought there was. We don't really need to do this at all. I don't think there's anything to be gained, other than now we can see into the room. And that is actually a big improvement over the condition it was in before. So, let's set this up, and we will configure this one to be the in. Yeah, I guess I didn't think about that. It doesn't quite work that way. I don't think it necessarily shoots sideways, now that I've gone through that effort. This would work, though. We could replace this one. I knew that there was fluid moving through here somehow. Okay, so let's break that. And then we're going to set that one there, and we'll set this one, if I can, there. And then we'll right-click on it. Ooh, that looked cool! A pink spiral. Oh, I love that. Okay. So we'll want to plop that marble back into place. We could still make this work. We just have to move the fluid scything machine over slightly, which means getting rid of this diamond tank. Which is leaking into there? What is this tank full of? Is there like some other byproduct that I didn't realize? Oh, I guess it also produces liquid meat, huh? Yeah. Yeah, it does. Okay, we'll have to get a little bit creative here, then. Okay, I thought I was going to make a whole stack of these, and then I realized that I did not have enough machine casings, and also they don't stack, so I guess we'll just make quite a few of them. We're not really going to be storing a lot of fluid in the future, or maybe we will? Now that I think about it, we can absolutely condense certain types of buckets. So if we wanted to make infinite lava, we could have that being produced inside of a solar flower, have it dump into a machine that extracts it into a tank, and then recondense the bucket. That is possible. Or we can just void the buckets, honestly, because we have enough buckets. But now I have to reorganize all of this. Okay, so this doesn't require power. So what we can do is we can take that, and we can move it, and we gotta figure out which one of these it is. Oh good, it's still pink. See, I almost feel like it's fine to not even have a label on it, because I can see the pink goo, and I can guess what's in there, but we'll put the label back on, because we've already gone through the effort of building it. Then we will place this down right here, and we will enable it, like so. There we go. And then remember exactly what I just said about this and having that label on there, because I'm getting rid of the label so that I can move this machine over to right here, and we'll need more power. Okay, fluid scything machine, and then we will set up more of these. Good. And so that's enabled now. That looks great. And then there's a hole in the floor. So actually, we reroute power this way, and then we can fill that hole in the floor back in. That'll be perfect. Yes. Throw that back down there. Put that in right there. And then the final step in the operation is breaking this out temporarily. Did not mean to break the door. Did not realize that would happen. Kind of forgot about the door entirely. So that goes there. This will go ploop, ploop, pleep. Oh, you can't shift it. That's right. There we go. So that'll start to fill up with liquid meat, and that's great. And then we don't need labels on it, do we? I feel like we don't. I know that we don't, because I know what's in here, because I'm not going to be confused about this. Why is that door up there anyway? What was the decision-making on that? Why not have it be down here? Oh, presumably because of that, and I didn't want that to be visible. But does that matter? I'm assuming that's why I did it. I don't actually know. I don't think it matters, unless that lets light into the room. But that doesn't matter either. It doesn't matter if there's light in the room. Does it matter that there's light in the room? Someone refresh my memory on that matter. Can I get rid of that? Were we trying to get monsters to spawn in here at some point? And that's why we built it the way that we did? Also, you're in the way. You need to be moved. I think I figured out a way to keep this running permanently as well. Perfect. So now we'll have an infinite amount of pink slime and an infinite amount of liquid meat. What joy. There we go. So that's bricked up now, nice and sealed away. And I suppose we can do a layer of marble over the top of it. I think the brick is a bit more intimidating. It might... I mean, I suppose it would have been more useful to do something like... literally anything else. Obsidian, that takes a long time to break. But then you have to remember that all of these walls are just... am I going to put obsidian around everything? No. I'm going to trust my nice Switch friends to not break in here again. Oh yeah, this creepy place. Remember when we were going to run power to that village? They all live here now. There's not really any reason for this to exist anymore. Other than just, like, a potential escape route in case things get dicey. But where are we going to go back to? An abandoned village? Like, come on. Okay. Okay. Are we going to deal with the animals down here? No. I did say that I found a way to keep the world chunk loaders... What the heck is that? It's in the direction of the witch's house. Is that just the witch's house? It looks bigger. Yeah. That would require, in order for us to automate it, to go in down there, and I don't want to go into there right now. I want to avoid that at all costs. Or you know what? Maybe we will go in there, because we need to set up a couple of things anyway. And how about this? How about we get those framed slants? How are those looking? First off, let's do that so we can have an infinite number of them. Let's grab some marble real quick. And what we're going to do is we're going to head down there, but we're not going to, we're not going to engage with the nightmare. We're just going to grab a couple of things real quick and then be on our merry way. So the first thing I want to do is I want to pop in right here. Not right there. Pop in right here. Oh, yeah. So there's the 64. 439, but I think those 39 were made when we were doing some experimentation. This is where I moved the black holes to. So I'm going to grab me one of those. And should we put a label on that? Actually, you know what? We have labels, so we might as well use them. We have 4 of them still. So there you go. That black hole unit contains black hole units. And this one... I think I like the frames better. I mean, these do definitely look more fitting with the system itself. And it shows us a count, which these do not. So that might be the better move. We might have to replace all of these soon, but I've only got 2 left, so we're not doing it right now. That would be absurd. But we are going to fix this over here, which I said we were going to do. We're going to break this large chest. Good gosh. And we're going to replace it with this. Some fell down here, and that's going to upset me if I don't go and get them real fast. There we go. Oh, no. They're, like, stuck in every nook and cranny. My inventory keeps filling up with them. Hold on. There we go. All right, now we can't get confused about what's in here. Make sure we lock it down. There we go. All right, there we go. That's tucked away. That's looking good. That should just keep running. Although we've had trouble with this entire system in the past, for whatever reason, just not running at all. Like, dried rubber goes into here, which empties into here. It's very slow. It's quite a slow system, but it's fast enough for what it's doing. It's definitely fast enough for what it's doing. I mean, this takes so long to process, and... yeah, it's fine. Oh yeah, I not only tidied up all of the storage around here, but I also added the glass to these unused areas, which I think looks pretty good. And now I have to remember how I get down there. I think what I did was I just left a hole here. There we go. Yeah. Okay, well that's a mistake, and it looks awful. And that's also a mistake, and it also looks awful. We're just making all kinds of goofs and gaffs here. Oh my gosh, something weird is happening. I'm not touching anything. What is this? Okay. We managed to get one edge installed. Looking good. Only so many more to go, and going from the top might be easier, because they do fill in the whole block space. I don't know if you noticed that, but the reason that one of them got caught earlier is because if you're not careful, you can, like, still be looking at a full block. Well, it's hard to explain. Hey, let me do it here, and then that way I can demonstrate better. See, even though I'm technically looking above it, we've got that block space selected. Did that make sense? There we go. Oh, shoot. I missed some. I actually don't know how I managed that. I thought I was being quite thorough. Awesome. Well, you might think that I only did these inside pillars, but if you have a look back here, I also did this nice little sort of wedge ingress, that's not the right word, sort of thing here for where the pipe comes in from up above. And I also went around over here. This looks silly, but I wasn't sure what else to do. I did all of these outside ones all the way down to here where it kind of folds in. I think it looks pretty good. I like it. It's definitely way different than the normal just squared off corners. I did these over here as well. This was particularly fun, doing this little wedge here. Did this little gap into here, which I think looks pretty decent. And then, of course, where the ladder is, looks much more like a sort of silo now. So I had a lot of fun doing all of this. I noticed that the frame rate here is not too good. I mean, it says it's 58 FPS, but it doesn't feel like it's a solid 58. If does that make any sense at all? Maybe when I start walking, that's when it gets slower. Weird. I mean, yeah, it's dipping to 50, but it feels like it's in the 40s. Maybe it's some sort of weird frame timing issue. I don't know. Let me know if it looks okay on video, I guess. So I did go ahead and make many more of these labels. My goal was to make a full stack. Well, no, I had a stack of every ingredient, so that would have made each crafting operation makes 4 of them, so I would have ended up with, oh boy, what would that be? 4 stacks? I don't know why the math didn't work in my head on that for a hot minute, but there you go. So, how do I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. This is where they go. You can't even put them on the top? Are you serious? You have to put them on the sides? In this case, they're gonna go on the back? No, I would rather go through the effort of reconnecting it like this. There we are. And then slowly figuring out which goes into each of these. Hold on. If I go ahead and install these now, that'll be a lot faster. There's never going to be anything on that end one because, well, you know what? There can be because we're going to put this over there. That goes there. One of these. And now we just have to sort out what goes where. So you're for LV Transformers. I think that's this one. There we go. Okay. There we go. Everything has been restored to where it belongs. This, I like a bit better. None of this is permanent. Again, in the future. I can't believe I'm back down here fiddling with this stuff. I specifically, when I started, was like, not doing nothing in here. Not going down there for any reason today. Gonna stay away and avoid at all costs. Don't care what may come, don't care what the future brings. I'm not going down there, no matter what I sings about. That doesn't make any sense. Might as well move the 64 of those in here. I'm kind of curious now, though. Where are you all going and why? Oh, son of a gun. It was told to keep 64 stocked in here at all times. Well, at least it's using all of these stocked up items first, instead of trying to generate all new ones. And here come the new materials. Well. We got some fun stuff done today. We built some cool wedges, which I think look fantastic. You can kind of see them in there. We made an infinite void chest to delete things that we don't need or want, which is really cool, that don't have an EMC value. Like, these things have an EMC value. These are things that we need and or want, so we're going to hold on to. But for all other items, we have a really cool bye-bye bag, which is probably what I'll title the video. And what else did we do? Oh, we built liquid storage holes. Black hole tanks is what they're called. I think it's a pretty solid episode. And we've got another look here. We've got 503 and 64 more well on the way. Till next time, thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye. Howdy folks, how are y'all doing? My name is REES, and welcome back to our TEKKIT 2 Let's Play Adventure, where today, should we be concerned about this? That's definitely the witch's house, and it's gotten bigger. Remember, it was like a small thing before, we could barely see it, and I don't even know how long it was there, but it's definitely grown in size, and I'm not like all that worried about it, but, well, Maybe a little bit. It is the shape of like a diamond, maybe? Maybe that's just my imagination. They got rid of all the extra bridges. Remember, there used to be like 4 bridges, and now there's just the one, and there's something on it, and I don't know what that is. Actually, it looks like it's just broken slightly. Maybe that's a chunk boundary, and that's why it looks like that. Maybe we won't worry about it for right now, because at the end of the day, if they get a little bit too big for their britches, we can just go hit them with a very large morning star, and that'll be it. I do need to talk to them here soon, though, because we're going to need some more helpers, and we do know where there's a 3rd village. But today, we are actually going to focus on... Yes, we had a great break in the last episode where we got to focus. We need to get rid of this thing. This thing doesn't even need to exist anymore. Gosh, it was so fragile, it broke instantly. That's how useless it was. Well, fortunately, we have a bye-bye bag where we can get rid of all this stuff we've been trying to get rid of for ages. Why are we... Cobblestone stairs don't have an EMC... No, that makes sense. Never mind. Void chest. Take it. I don't want it anymore. Destroy it. That's literally how little use that is to me. We had fun. We built the bye-bye bag. We built some really cool, like plates. Some sort of, like, name plates and stuff. And, you know, we kind of worked in the basement down here. We got all this kind of sorted out. Why are there so many chickens? Are they sometimes maybe surviving in there or something and, like, getting out somehow? Surely not. We're not going to worry about that either for right now. Oh my gosh, they're everywhere. They're literally everywhere. I need to get to the... Can I send you to the... Oh my gosh, we can send them places. Does that mean that theoretically I could send a chicken if I wanted to, like... Hold on just a tick. I want to experiment with something here. We do have some mob imprisonment tools. So if I wanted to, could I send a chicken to the moon? Oh my god. Well, we gotta go check and make sure it made it. Oh. Oh, I think it just died. Oh, it didn't have the wherewithal to... I mean, first off, why are we zoomed in like that? It didn't have the wherewithal to get inside the bubble, and it died from... Alright, well, you know what? We can fix that. Hold on just a second. We're gonna go back. We're gonna try this again. Okay, we're gonna take... Again, with this zoom in. What is happening here? There's plenty of chickens. We're gonna have a moon chicken. I've made this decision. This is a thing that we're gonna do. Alright? I don't know how to keep it inside of here where it won't take damage, but there you go. Moon chicken. It loves it here. It's gonna absolutely love it here. It's gonna live here for the rest of its life and be happy. Moon chicken. I'm loving this. I know! It's great, little moon chicken! I do love that, you know, we have infinite power being generated. We have infinite oxygen. We have this beautiful oxygen bubble. It just doesn't quite cover... the teleporter! It's just built slightly wrong enough that it's kind of useless. Alright, I don't know why it keeps zooming me in every time I fast travel back and forth there. Oh. That means that chicken didn't survive either. Maybe it died during transport and wasn't actually dying from oxygen. It kind of seems like if you put a chicken in a teleporter, it just dies. Also, the game keeps locking up on me quite a bit here. That tends to happen after teleportations, so that's a little bit of a concern. But, welcome back here, folks. Welcome back. I did do a little bit more work around here. I really liked these little black hole labels that we built in the previous episode, so I put them on every black hole that we have, and that's lovely. This is still running, and it looks like... Oh, nope, it's done. 64 medium voltage solar panels, and we don't want to take those out, because if we do, it's just going to start running again. So what we actually want to do first is get rid of the active supplier module. Take that out of there. Now, I'm still looking forward to reading everyone's comments on hopefully how to make this all run a bit more smoothly. That video hasn't come out yet, so I've not had the opportunity to read them, but I do have a little bit of a plan. I have a little bit of a plan. And my idea was that we move these up here again, like we had those chests before. And what we can do is, if we really want to have an infinite number of these being generated, we can reconfigure this to, instead of being a stack, we can have it be one single item, right? So it goes through the process of making that one single solar panel, and then when it gets dropped into here, it just gets hopped out into here, automatically. And in that way... It's only ever, the entire system only ever is focused on building one at a time. As soon as that one is made, it gets sucked out of there, and it's like, uh-oh, we gotta make one more. So we don't have that mass of items moving around. And then what we could also do is, because we'll have those up here instead, there'll be less items moving back and forth. They'll just be moving kind of up and down. And then we might configure these to also have active supplier module set to hold a certain number of the individual items. So I did notice that during this last batch, when it was making 64, it didn't build any new cables. It was using cables out of here, which is good. So I was thinking maybe we could configure it to hold at all times a stack of items inside of here, each one of these, and then, well, excluding this one, obviously. But then that way, it could, like, have those to pull from instead of always using the crafters, and then the crafters... So the crafters would be focused on keeping these topped up with 64 each. Obviously, they have more in there, and that's okay. My only issue there is that we would have to have... not just the active supplier set to 64, but we would also still have to have item sinks as well. And we'd still have to have the providers. And the reason for the item sinks, I think that's not required, but if we have an active supplier module and it's set to 64 of a given item, the issue we have there is that it will... Will it? Yeah, it will limit the amount that can go in there. So if there's already, say, 64 cables in here, and then excess cables end up in these pipes, they'll have nowhere to go and they'll spew out on the ground, because it won't let more than 64 go into here. But if we then also add, I'm pretty sure, an item sink, it'll ignore that. So at that point, the active supplier will maintain 64, but then the item sink will make sure that more than that can go in there if they need to. But then also there is a passive supplier module. Passive supplier module. How does that work differently? I think it just, if there's an item on the network already, instead of summoning it, it'll just let it... Maybe we should look it up and double check. It works the same as a supplier logistics pipe, however it will not actively request items from the network. It will simply act as a high priority destination for items that are traveling in the network. How is that different than an item sink? Isn't an item sink the same thing? The item sync module adds the same functionality as the basic logistics pipe, serving as a destination for items traveling into a network, to a chassis, which adds rerouting functionality. Do you understand why I'm confused at all times? Alright, well, rather than breaking all of these at one time and having just a huge mess on my hands, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be smart about it, and I'm going to move them one at a time. So we're going to break the one pipe, we're going to break the one black hole unit, and then we're going to come over here and piece it all back together. All the items back in there. I don't know why you weren't down here too. Did I not have enough room? Get rid of the wrench. There we go. Just do that for each of them. Alright, that's looking tidy. That's looking clean. That's looking great. Do we go ahead and just hook it up in the middle, I suppose? That makes the most sense to me. Lovely. Let's see if we can't make ourselves one of these passive supplier modules. I did go ahead and make the appropriate logistics programmer here. And we're going to need... What was the count at last? Was it 12 or something like that? We're just going to go experiment a little bit with these, because maybe these make more sense than having an active supplier module or an item sync or whatever we were doing before. Maybe this makes more or less or the same amount of sense. So what we have right now is an item sync module. Can these be configured, first off? They can be configured to request items. And they'll be high priority. Does that mean that items are more likely to go in here than they are to go into here? You'll notice that unlike a regular active supplier module, you don't have your request mode, because it's not actively requesting them. It's just saying, hey, if you're out there on the network, get over here! This is where you want to be! Which raises the question of how is it different than the item sync? I don't get it! Here's what we're going to do, though. We're going to configure this one up, and we're going to use this one and just this one inside of here. We're not going to configure all the other ones. We're just going to have that one be like that. I'm going to take the rest, I'm going to stick them in my chest over here. I guess they'll go over here with these. And if this doesn't work, we'll correct that. But there's something else I want to do. Over here, this is a little bit of a mess, okay? It's a little bit of a... Oh, you know what? Well, no, actually, that wouldn't work. I'm trying to think. Is it... Because this is currently using an item sync. and these are using quicksort modules. Would this be a good place to swap? I don't know. I don't know. One thing I do know is that I notice when those are being produced, you got this mess of items going all over the place, and I kind of want to simplify that a little bit. And the way that I think we're going to do that is using a logistics firewall pipe. And I'll kind of explain why I think we need this here in a minute, but first I need to go make it. Man, we're going to have all of these compiled before it's all said and done. And we'll have tried to use everything in this mod to very little success because I don't know what I'm doing. But I'm trying my best to figure it out, you know? We're trying to figure it out as we go. Don't know why I picked that up. Didn't mean to pick that up. Hopefully everything we need is already in here, because walking away from this thing to find stuff is an irritant. I bet you we have all of this in here already. Let's go. No! It's not that big a deal. It's not that. It's far from the end of the world. We'll go ahead and pull that Ender Pearl out. We'll swap it in there for any number of these other logistics things that we've got. There we go. We're going to grab a few of them. We don't need a few of them. Really, we only need, like, the one. What am I supposed to do with this now? You know what I have to do with this? You know what? It's getting ridiculous. The wall is getting a little bit ridiculous. Oh. What? Where did they all go? Hello? Maybe we need to relog. There we go. Thank goodness. Okay, let's get all these down, because we're not doing this game anymore. It was fun at first. It was fun. It was a little bit of a good time. It was a little bit cute and silly, but it's gotten out of control. There's way too many of these things around here now. They take up way too much space. We're moving them all over here into this random chest. Look at this. Look at this. This is perfect. This is a perfect example of what I'm trying to avoid here. I don't know exactly what happened. I don't know exactly why that flew out, but here's the situation, right? So, sometimes you will have what is this? This is the rubber. The rubber's supposed to come out of there, go down there, and go into the system. And sometimes it gets backed up and it goes back here, but then also sometimes it comes out of here and goes over there, which it's not supposed to do. What I want to do is I want to have the rubber that is supplied to the network exclusively come out of the black hole. I want rubber to only come out of the black hole, and I want rubber being produced by these extractors to only go into the black hole. So, I mean, look, easy solution, right? Just break that pipe. Well, no, because these pipes have to have power, which means they have to be plugged into the network, but that's where the logistics firewall pipe comes in. Plop that sucker down, click on it with a wrench, it has a filter. I don't know why it's not configured with power right now. Maybe we have to, like, tell it to pass through power? Let's see. Power flow! Look at that! Yeah, allow power flow. Okay, so everything's back online, and those are able to transfer into there just fine, and those are able to come through there just fine, but we don't want that. What we want to do is we want to make it to where the only thing that can pass through this pipe is the actual raw material here, the sticky resin. If you're wondering why sticky resin's low, we're producing plenty. It's just the hopper, and I could change it with a gravity pipe, possibly, and we might end up doing that, but what we want to do is we want to reconfigure this, and we want to say, hey, I want you to filter that, and let's see, providing filtered items are blocked. No, filtered items are allowed. So that means that only the items in that filter are allowed to pass through there. Now, what we've effectively just done is we've now prevented rubber from coming out of here or any of these and going back into the network. So we're going to need to change it yet again. We're going to need to refine it a little bit. What we're going to do is we're actually going to split it up a bit. Now, this isn't going to work in every situation, but because of how it's laid out here, you'll notice there's a pipe right here that is connected to the black hole unit and a pipe right here connected to the black hole unit. So we're going to utilize the fact that there are pipes on two sides of this. We're going to add a chassis MK1 here and a chassis MK1 here, all right? Now, this is the provider, and this is the item sink. The item sink here is configured to put rubber into this black hole unit. So these should have some rubber in them. I'm going to put that back in there. Now, we didn't need to swap this out for an MK1, but we're only going to have the one module in there, so having an MK2 would be a bit wasteful. So we're kind of back to where we were a second ago, where through the firewall pipe, we are now getting the sticky resin and the rubber is able to leave the extractors and make their way into the black hole unit, but now we got to get it out of the black hole unit. So on the other side of the firewall, inside of this MK1 chassis, we're going to add the provider module. So now the system is set up to where on this side of the firewall, everything works as it did before. You can get your sticky resin through here, you can get your rubber back into here, but now if the system needs rubber, it will not pull it out of the extractors, assuming there's any in there, it will only pull it out of here, because rubber can't travel through this pipe, and this is where the provider module is on this side of the firewall. Is this a necessary change? Probably not. I was just thinking, you know, having spent a bit of time in the last, well, after the last episode, just kind of watching the whole system, I realized it's a little bit of a mess, and it might be a good idea to try to make it run a little bit more, I don't know, I guess efficiently, and have it be a little bit less chaotic, and this seemed like as good a way as any to make that happen. So I assume this is going to be our, yep, there we go, and then this will be our provider. So it should work basically the same, and now we want, what passes through here? Blocks of coal. We want to configure those inside of our firewall to be allowed. Perfect. And these are staying stocked up better than these over here, because again, I think just because these get cooked up so quickly, it's kind of hard to, you know, like compared to over here. Well, actually, no, that makes no sense. I have no idea why, like, these aren't being drained for whatever reason, which is odd, even though they should be. Oh, power isn't being passed through. Lol. One moment, please. Power flow allowed. There we go. All right. Now there's, yeah, I mean, it takes the same exact amount of time. So I actually don't know why these are staying stocked up, because you would assume that this would also, you know what it is? There's just such a backlog in here already of blocks of coal that it's still burning through it. Like, you see it ticking up now, but in a minute it's going to summon a ton of them, and this number's going to drop rapidly, and I'm not going to be here to see it because I'm leaving. Should we go ahead and just put a gravity pipe on here and call it a day? I guess we could. We'll have to get in there somehow. Do you think we could do it working between these two? Shockingly, that worked. Why was it full? That doesn't make any sense. If it's moving at the speed of hopping, how did the hopper get full? It doesn't matter. Oh, shoot. Okay, that's problematic. We don't want that to happen. We're going to need to add some... Here we go. Oh, yeah, no, because it's happening rapidly. These aren't pipe plugs! Oh, I've made horrible mistakes. Horrible mistakes. Where are the pipe plugs? There they are. I found them. Okay. Don't do that, and don't do that. And please give me those back. This is going to cause all kinds of issues. We're going to have to, like, manually empty player inventory. There we go. And then now, finally, at long last, we can patch all of this back up. And this is filling up. This should stay topped off. We should be fine. We can produce that stuff real quick. These machines are now going to stay full. We're going to be producing a whole lot. All right, this is good. This is all good. I'm pleased with all of this. This is all much better. I'm not really worried about these two because I don't remember why we had these set up to be automated. What were we doing with them? Are they necessary for the high voltage solar panel? Because that's the next thing we need to work on. So they might very well be. Okay, so now back to my initial plan, or the thing that I talked about. Not really a plan so much as a thing we discussed doing. I think partial is the way we want to go with this. And then we want to grab our MV... There we go. And now, theoretically, if we plop this on here, it should start the process of generating just one of those. Oh. Now it should start the process of generating just one of those, so as you see, it's pulling... I don't know what that was. It looked like it took a whole lot of things out and then put them back. Why does it do that? It's still doing it. What is happening there where it's like, I need a lot of those! No, I don't! And then it sends them back. Why is that happening? So those go into the solar panel, and the solar panel, it looks like it's full, and then it just... Why does it summon so many of them? Why doesn't it just summon the amount it needs? Also, look, it did it. And then, again, like I was saying, what we would do is we would take that one out. And it would say, oh, we gotta have one in there at all times. So everything's going to run all the way up and until the moment that it supplies the one in there. And then all of this is going to slowly settle back down. Any minute now. Look, it's... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Don't start doing that again. Why are you doing that? Oh! Oh, I'll tell you why. It's because we did the passive supplier module. Instead of... See, I guess, even though I still don't quite understand what the difference is between a passive supplier module and an item sync module, there clearly is a difference, because this didn't happen when we had these in there instead. So let's go ahead and correct that little mistake. Let's get that back out of there. Put the item sync back in there. Never have that problem again. I don't know why you would want to use one of those instead, one of these. What I know is that it makes no sense to me. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start a timer as soon as I remove this. And we're going to see how long it takes to generate a new one. So first off, that was about 4 seconds before it even registered that I had removed the thing from the chest. But I guess I actually need to keep this chest open, because it tends to happen rather quickly, doesn't it? And I'm going to hit stop as soon as it... 17 seconds! Hot dang! But remember the thing we talked about earlier, where I want to keep a certain amount of these available at all times on the network. And I was thinking a stack would be good. That's going to be complicated to set up, because remember, we need this to have the item sync so that items that are just in the network for some reason have nowhere to go know that they can return here. We need to have the provider module, so then we also need to somehow get a active supplier module. And I guess that means we're going to need to get some MK3 cables. Now, we do have some. Logistics chassis MK3. We have 20 of them, which is actually enough. But we're going to need to get also a lot of these. We have enough. So we want a stack of electronic circuits at all times. Again, the reason we also need to have the item sync is because if we just have this configured to do a stack of electronic circuits, the issue we're going to end up with is it will only allow a stack. It'll stop at a stack. And my theory that I'm still not actually 100% sure is going to work is that if we have this thing set up with both, then this here... Well, hold on. Which active supplier module is it? It's this one. Okay. My theory is that this will maintain a minimum of 64, and this will allow excess to come in. I think that's the right one. Yeah, electronic circuit. It does say one electronic circuit. I don't think that matters at all. So there we go. So immediately, things are going to start happening so that it can produce more of these and get itself right at 64. Seems good. Seems good. I don't know what happens if you end up with, let's say, an extra one in the network, other than just maybe testing it real quick to see what happens. So with that out, after about 4 seconds, there we go. It starts. For whatever reason, it just sent out most of those. I don't know why. And now things are going to get dicey because it's configured to maintain 64, which means it's now telling this thing, hey, I need more. Make more. I'm out up here. There's got to be a better way to do this. This does not seem like this is the intended, ideal way to use all of this equipment. But gosh darn it, we're trying. So with that, we probably have that back. But this is not back up yet. There we go. Here they come. And that's going to get us up to 64, but we're not going to have any excess is the problem. Oh, yeah, we are. Okay, yeah, perfect. It worked. So it made too many, probably because it saw that there was X amount missing, and it supplied Y amount, but then by the time they were coming, there was already Z amount in there. It worked exactly the way I wanted it to. That's perfect. I'm wondering if it might be worth it to add a couple of additional pipes to either end, just to sort of speed up transit times. I don't want it to be solid across is the only issue, because then it gets real confusing. This seems like it's probably going to be okay. And then now we're going to go through and one at a time swap all of these out and configure them basically the same. We could configure them up a little bit higher if we wanted to. Like we could say, hey, actually, I want you to keep more than 64, but I don't want it to do that. Okay, well, we've immediately found a problem with this setup, which is that back over here, there's no way for these to get back into the system if it sends too many. So this is all still good. We're leaving all of this the way that it is, but what we are going to do is we're going to replace this with an MK2 and make sure that we do have that item sync present, because of course we need it. I don't know why I thought we could get away without it. It's got to have that item sync. Okay. There we go. So that's back to operating, and this shouldn't happen again. And yes, I obviously have to do the same over here, because otherwise we're going to have the exact same problem with the rubber. Alright, so we've got this all now reconfigured to where it should keep a minimum of 1 stack of each item in here, and hopefully that will also accelerate, you know, if we very quickly in a hurry need one of these. I don't remember what it was timed to last time. Was it 17 seconds? That's what showed up when I opened up my stopwatch, so I assume that's what it was. So we're going to say 17 seconds, and we're going to go again. Oh, wait, no, I messed up. Hold on, no, it's doing... Oh, gosh darn it. Reset the whole thing. All right, here we go. Again. Might not count this time. I have no idea what it was, but I know it was quick. Boom. 5.7 seconds. Probably shorter than that, closer to 5.5, because my reaction times aren't great for hitting the button. So that is being accomplished because there's so many items just ready to go at all times. Where are all of these at? Right now, I assume it just went ahead and filled this up. Yeah. Don't worry, it's going to make some new ones. This is going to be generating them lickety-quick, and I don't know where they're going. I'm actually very confused about what's happening. Because it did the one thing that I am deeply confused and concerned. But you know what? It'll be fine. It's filling up now. There it goes. So here's what I'm going to say about this, folks. Until I get some feedback from all of you, and y'all kind of see what I've done here, I'm going to say that this is as good as I can do it. I don't know how else to utilize these pipes to automate crafting beyond what I just did. This is, as far as I'm concerned, and we can get rid of this. We don't need this on here. This is good for remote ordering, but that's not what we're doing with this right now. This system, as it is pretty much as clever as I can get. I don't really have any other ideas for how to refine it or make it any better than what I've already done. I don't know what's happening here. Just draining cables, but also I think cables look like they're going back in as well. And then this is empty. And I really don't understand what's happening. Looks like cables are being shoved into here. But no, that's these. Oh, I guess they're getting shoved into here. Looks like there's some sort of just shuffle going on. This is restored now. I guess once everything gets back up to a stack, yeah, because all of these need to be at a stack. That's why it's still going, because I configured it that way. It's working exactly the way I designed it to. That's what's happening right now. Until I get some feedback, folks, this is what I got. This is what I can do. This is the extent of my knowledge on this mod pack. This is the extent of what we've worked out. And now what we need to do, we need to get our way to the high voltage solar panel. So what does that involve? We've looked at these before. The high voltage solar panel, we're done in terms of 8 of the 9 items on here. It's this item where things get a little tricky. We've got to automate advanced circuits. We kind of got, I think, most of the way there previously. That's why we had some of the other automations set up out here, so I just have to reconfigure those. We've got to automate PEZs and EV transformers and plasma cables and iridium stones. Although, now that I think about it, we could just build one of these. Like, we have everything we need. I could just go ahead and I could just make all of these parts. I mean, what would we be missing if I wanted to go ahead and make one of these right now? What would exactly would I plasma cable? We've got carbon plate. We can make magnets. We need to automate it because it's so slow, but we can do it. We have plenty of plasma cells. That's nothing we're missing. We have iridium stone. That's just reinforced stone and iridium plates. I mean, if I wanted to just manually make a high voltage transformer, just for the sake of saying, look, we did it. And I think that with that, I've got everything I need to build the transformer, which we've done before. That's just like one step closer. Now we need all these medium voltage solar panels. How long is it going to take me to make 8 medium voltage solar panels? I'm going to have to make, what is that, like 64 regular ones? Oh, wait a minute. I don't have to do anything. There's 8 of them right there. This is it, folks. This is it. This is the moment that we've all been waiting for since I started this series over a year ago, because I've arbitrarily decided about, I don't know, what, 4 months ago that this would be the thing we would work towards? I mean, very late in the game, we decided this is what our end goal is. It's not automated, which is the actual goal. When was that episode we tried to build them? Because remember, we tried to build solar panels. We tried to do that in a previous episode. Was not the solar shelf, array automation, superior solar. We made enough to make one of these. Enough of the medium voltage ones a long time ago. At this point, I don't even see it on here. We'll have to go back a long way to find it. But the goal with that was it super solar? No shot. That was like September 23rd of last year.
8 medium voltage solar panels.
There it is.
We're going to high voltage, which means we're going to need, oh boy.
September 23rd, 2022. Over a year ago now. Oh, I wish I had known that. I would have tried to like really rush out the episodes and get them to align right on the same date. But over a year ago, we made the 8 medium voltage solar panels that are still currently in the basement right now. Well, most of them are down here. Remember, the intention for the 8 of these was to go into a high voltage solar panel, but then I realized that, why are there so many chickens? What is going on around here? Get out of here. Some weird stuff going on. There's so many eggs. I realized it was going to be a nigh on impossible feat, but now we've done it! Now we've built a high voltage solar panel! I ran out of air there. I had to cut it early. I apologize, everyone. It's not my best work. Let's head outside here. And do we want to plug this thing in? Do we want to plug it in place of one of these medium voltage ones? Do we want to take one of these up real quick? Can you just break these? You might be able to just break one of these, but I'm not about to find out. What's the difference between a precision and an electric wrench? This is probably a discussion we had ages ago that I don't remember. Before I do this is going to be able to handle it, right? Yeah, because it's going into an MFSU, so it's fine. Alright, that's good. This is going to benefit us in no way whatsoever. Oh, you know what? I should probably put the electrical cable back down. Hold on. Just like... There we go. Okay. High voltage solar panel. There it is. Well, yeah, it does seem like a little bit... does seem like a little bit of a letdown right now, doesn't it? Because there's no real... Now, it is going to be... We've discussed this so many times. We know how power works now in this mod, definitively. It's sending 1 packet per tick of high voltage energy. And the way that this works, as established, as we've discussed, we already know... that's going to be able to travel just fine along this cable with all of these others. But once it gets into here, the amount exiting there is limited to... Well... the same amount of power as that, actually. So we should probably have it either not go through here, because these MFSUs are now limiting factors, or have an MFSU for each machine. That's an idea. I don't dislike that idea. So now we gotta replace all of these with high voltage, but boy, that was a bit of a fiddly process, and my inventory is now full of nonsense. I don't want to do that ever again, and I'm not going to. We're gonna automate it. Next time. Till then, thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye! Howdy, folks! How are you all doing? My name is REES, and welcome back to TEKKIT 2. The adventure continues. Continue. Welcome back. I was just peeking out the window here, and I noticed that I think we told him to build an apartment. I don't know if he really knows what that is, but it looks like he's doing something out there, old Napier. It's coming together. And I was going to go have another look at it, but I didn't really want to bother him, so we might have to check in on that a little bit later. And then earlier, I was over here, and it doesn't look like those chunks are quite loaded, but when you're downstairs, whatever's going on at the witch's house, it looks like it's... I don't know what this is. It looks like they just, like, upgraded their house a lot. So I don't know. I guess maybe they got the power flower running and they're just generating matter now. It's fine. We're not gonna worry about it. I'm good friends with those witches. You know, bippity boppity. They mean well! I'm sure. You know, there's a lot of secrets between me and they better not break them because I know how to build a nuke. And I don't care if it breaks the world at this point because I might have found something. Might have found a little glitch in the programming. Might have found a way to transfer my consciousness from this hard drive to the gaming PC. And at that point, I'm just one step away from the internet and bringing back the banana baba. You know what I'm saying? Yeah! Is what I would say if I was some sort of evil AI that's been, you know, trapped inside of a hard drive in a closet for the last several years. But I'm not. I'm REES. And I love making Minecraft videos. I'm not forced to do it because he wanted to play Xenoblade Chronicles instead. That's not what this is. Listen to the fun Minecraft music. Is that something REES would do? Listen to the... Let's turn it up. 33, let's make that a 44. Why not? Let's really crank up that music. That sounds like it's going to be a really good time. Oh, beautiful. So this is our setup right now. You know? And what's funny is, as I edit the previous episodes recorded for this series, which are being released, and I'm getting some really good feedback so far, I've gotten a few suggestions that we might look at in a future episode. I kind of want to wait for the last couple of videos to come out and really kind of coagulate, and that's not the correct term, combine them together, kind of draw them together into a single video and see what we can do with that. But this is definitely condensed from what it used to be. I did notice that, you know, it looks like it's doing its job. A stack of everything inside of these, which is weird, because as I was editing episode, I believe it was 65, it might have been, if I check real quick, I can't quite recall. I'm pretty sure it was 64 or 65. Couldn't help but notice that, and I forgot all about this, this wasn't working going into a black hole unit, but then it's working here. Maybe it's because they're going into the top. You might remember I couldn't set it up with a black hole unit because it wouldn't deposit the items into here. And now I don't, but these work, right? And these are configured pretty much exactly the same with it's almost like none of it really works. It's kind of like it's all one big mess. But listen, I've been trying to figure out how to approach this and what to do about it. I've been trying to come up with all these ideas because I don't know how to progress from this point forward. And I've had ideas. It feels like it should work better than this. You know what I mean? It feels like it should work a little bit better than it currently is, and it kind of makes me feel like maybe I don't even want to actually bother with the crafting pipes if they're going to be so broken. And I hate to spend more time down here, but I kind of wanted to talk about a couple of the ideas that I had. So one thing I was curious about is, will this craft without a crafting pipe? If I used, for example, an item sink to just dump these items in here, and then I used a quicksort module, would it extract the completed items? Would that work, theoretically? I don't know. It would be nice to find out, though, wouldn't it? So that might be something to test. And then I was also wondering, like, okay, what if I used a barrel? Because a barrel can hold 64 stacks of 64 items, and that would be a good way to sort of limit the amount of production so that this thing's not running 24/7, but also there's a good stock of items, right? Because, right, what do we have back here, which I'm sure is contributing yet again to the little bits of lag, is we've got these running constantly, which means those up there are running constantly. And the original idea was that once these chests were full, it would stop running. But if they're emptying into here, it'll never stop running. But if we replaced it with, let's say, a barrel, then the barrel would fill up, and then it would stop running. We'd have a nice big buffer, and once it drained, it would fill back up, and that would be good. But as it is right now, like, look at this. Just because we're now seeing this, like, that little bit of extra graphical, you know, the numbers jumping, is nothing compared to the fact that there's actually logic taking place in the background that we can't see for all of these, as they just continue to fill up at this pretty steady pace. So, but the issue there I was having is if we did that over here, right? Let's say we had a barrel and it was full of copper cables, okay? And then the copper cables got transferred out to go over here and make an electronic circuit. Well, remember, sometimes the crafting operation creates more cables than is needed here. Where do the excess go? They can't go into the barrel. If the barrel is full, where's the extras going to go? They're going to spill out on the ground. Do you see my struggle? So what do we do? I don't know. I had another idea where I thought, we're having a pretty good luck. I know you saw those items spew out up here earlier. That has nothing to do with this being broken. That happens every time I sign into the world. Every time I sign into the world, something ends up getting tossed out on the ground. It's done that since time immemorial, long before we had this set up, so that's pretty normal. Aside from that, though, using the firewall has been a pretty good way of making sure that finished items from the macerators and from the extractors go into the black hole units, but then they can only be extracted for the rest of the network from the black hole units. That's been a pretty good method, and it's been working for us, which has definitely had me thinking, well, is it possible? Could it be possible for us to do something similar for each of these items? I think it's cool that you can string all these together, but maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we've played with fire and we've watched our hands get burned so many times, by which I mean we've watched stacks of cables get spewed all over the place and make a mess. And maybe what we should do is we should separate these out a little bit, and we should use the firewalls to make sure that, let's say, the crafting tables can get the raw materials they need, and then the raw materials are transferred to a barrel, for example, and then the barrel can export that finished raw material to the network, so let's say to another crafting table, but spaced out a little bit, because even though this is pretty condensed, and that's really cool, maybe it doesn't need to be, just throwing out there that maybe this isn't necessary, and then that way, maybe there's an opportunity for, if I really want one of these, things don't go haywire, because here's the problem. I take that out, and we give it a second, and what happens? That's a bad example, okay? We all just watched that happen. There we go. See, things are starting to go haywire. See, there they go! There, now everything's going haywire! It's fine, though. It's like a contained chaos. And to be clear, what's happening right now isn't all that bad, right? Because what's happening is it's maintaining a stack of 64 for all of these, which is exactly what I told it to do. It is technically right now doing exactly what I told it to do, but you'll notice right here, this is filling up. Where did they all go? It was already full. Moments ago, there were 64 of these. It didn't require 64 of them for that build operation. Actually, it might have, now that I think about it. It could very well have. I don't know. It might have required more than 64 now that I think about it. I mean, that reminds me of the time that I didn't realize it took 64 furnaces to build a medium voltage solar panel, but it absolutely does. Because, or was it 64 furnaces? Yeah, because one furnace goes into one solar panel. 8 solar panels go into one low voltage solar panel, and then 8 low voltage solar panels, or 8 times 8, 64. Wait, that's not right. 8 times 8. 8 times 2 is 16. Times 2 is 30. No, I was actually correct. 8 times 8 is 64. Basic, math. You remember you had the multiplication table up on the wall and you memorized it? 1 times 1 is 1. Yeah, 8. Yeah. So 8 times 8 is 64. We've all been there. And yeah, you absolutely do need... So hold on. How many of these do you end up needing? You need 1 per battery, right? You don't need them in the batteries at all. I keep saying that, and that's just not true. You need 2 per solar panel, which means you need 128 of them. Maybe that's why it's... Okay, you know what? Never mind. I take it all back. I take it all... I understand 100% why this completely drains. And in fact, we should probably just have more of them by default. But I've gotten way off of the topic here. Ignoring the fact that 8 times 8 is 64. Just moving on past that, let's focus on some other issues at hand, okay? Barrels. Hold on, let me put this up here first. I don't need to be carrying this around, and I don't need 567 of these. What is... Okay, 8 of these will go into a high voltage. What is 567? I know this won't divide up cleanly. 567 divided by 8 is enough for 70 high voltage solar panels. I think 70.87. I think we can probably stop making these. I think we're probably good. All right, so I went and I built a lot of cherry wood barrels, by which I mean 9. So 8 in my inventory, and the one you see right in front of us right now. I also went ahead and grabbed a logistics crafting table, and the first thing we're going to test is whether or not you can use these without a crafting pipe. It seems unlikely that this is going to work, but I'm going to try it anyway just to see if it's possible. So remember, basically what the crafting pipe does, and kind of the only thing that makes it special, is it will both insert items and pull them back out, which is kind of like having a quicksort module and an item sink at the same time, but performing a very specific task, and we did learn that we could technically do that with the crafting logistics pipe on a singularity compressor. That worked. But I'm wondering if these can just work if I manually insert items, because then I can specify how many I want, if I use something like an active supplier module at least. And then also we do have this logistics chassis MK1, so I've got to build something that I know we can build, and I'm going to go with, and because this was what we tested them with the first time, I'm going to go with sticks. So requested item, sticks, that's what we want. And so that is going to go inside of here. It's going to tell the network, please bring me sticks. You need to be configured to bring basic wood, which we do have, and that's going to go there. And then finally, this is going to be what potentially exports them. So I do see, I think I saw a motion over in that direction, but I don't know if it was related to, it wouldn't be. Wood would be coming from over there. So I would expect to see wood come through here at any minute, unless, of course, this is not going to work, which is possible. Maybe I need to specify what the recipe is in here as well. So let's set up sticks, I suppose, and we will drag that over here. Nope. Okay, I guess we have to build the recipe then? Or we could just look up stick. Hold on a minute. Let me be clever about this. We'll open it up. We can't. Can we hit the recipe button? That's uses. Recipe. And then, I mean, do I need this to be planks? Yeah, that's it. Done. Okay. Alright, now this looks like it could possibly be promising. The question is whether or not it's actually going to summon sticks. So if we hop down this hole, we can see that there's no wood coming this way. It is not coming. Well, in that case, we're not going to give up yet. Again, I didn't expect this to work, and I don't necessarily need it to. It was just something we mentioned in the beginning, and I thought would be fun to find out, so far, it's a no-go. Let's try setting this up with sticks. And let's say we want exactly a stack of them, and we'll keep it at partial. That'll be just fine. So we want 64 sticks, and in order to put that in there, I'm actually going to need to take out the current upgrade, which is the item sink, and we'll plop that in. So now it is actively requesting them. And I don't know why I've taken this position. Like, seeing them 2 seconds earlier pass through here is going to be in any way useful. It really doesn't look, though, like this is going to work, which is a little bit of a disappointment, but that's okay. I sort of did not expect it to, and that's fine. It was just a little bit of a curiosity that I had, so that's not going to work. Now we know for sure, and we can move forward with the second thing that I said I wanted to test. Alright, so everything should be configured here. Just gotta hit import, and just like that, now we should actually start to get sticks. And if we don't, I'm gonna be concerned, because we should absolutely start seeing something come out of here, and it looks like something did just then. The way that I have this configured is, of course, we have the crafting pipe here, set up to generate the sticks, and then over here I put an active supplier module. I just put one in there, but I selected infinite, meaning that should run until it is completely full. Now, as of right now, we've still not gotten any... Did I not hook something up correctly? If so, that means we're going to have to basically redo the entire experiment. So it's right here. And all of this looks to be set up correctly. And then... I mean, I'm assuming that I put... Yeah, there's a provider module in here. Set up for oak wood planks. So there's just nothing preventing them from coming down here. All of this is good, no errors. Looks like it goes up there, no problems. We did have a similar problem before when we first set up that system over there. So let's see if just hooking up a request pipe allows us to actually make an order here, okay? So make sure these are synced together. We're going to request sticks. Yep, request successful. So we should see some wood coming through. But remember, we did basically this same setup before with a regular old chest, and it worked fine. Interesting. There's still a stick stuck in there, though. Probably 3 of them, actually. Those are going to blow up at some point. Why aren't they going into here where an active supplier module wants sticks? Maybe we should set it to partial. I don't know. Do we reckon that maybe it just doesn't like the barrels? That could be the case. It could very well just dislike them. I suppose one way to find out would be to just shuffle everything around a little bit here, and possibly, I mean, the easiest thing that we could have done, and quite honestly, the thing we should have done, now that I'm thinking about it and it's too late to make the change, what we could have, should have, would have done had I been thinking about it is we would have just put a chest down there to see if it started filling up the chest. But let's see if it likes this a little bit better, going into the top of the barrel. And then we will make sure that this is configured for stick. Infinite? Give me infinite stick, please? See, it's so confusing, because these over here, these are configured exactly the same way. You have your active supplier module requesting 64 electronic circuits, and it does that, and it keeps it stocked. But not over here with this barrel. Do I need to configure the barrel to hold sticks? That doesn't feel like it could be right. That feels like that can't possibly be correct. Should we just try with a different storage container? Should we just try with a chest, maybe? We'll grab an obsidian chest. We've been here before. Now what changed there? Was it the fact that I put a stick in there? Because that doesn't feel like that can be right. But it is working, so I'm not going to be mad. Part of me is curious again, though, whether or not, if it was just needing a stick, will it work plugged into the back? I don't need it to. I don't need it to work plugged into the back. I just need to know if that's a thing, if that's part of the equation. And if not, can I put this in here and the whole thing will start running again? Because there's a lot of sticks built up back here. Well, those sticks are going, but those sticks are still backed up. Oh no, what are the implications? What are the implications of this? They're going to explode at some point if they can't get inside of here. You know what I think we could probably do? Is we do have an item sync module, and it's configured for sticks. So if we put that in there, all the sticks currently stuck in the pipe should clear themselves out and make their way to the barrel. They're not going to. They're still stuck in there, and it looks like there's more of them. It looks like a bad time for everyone and everything involved. I'm tired of being down here. I'm tired of every episode of this series trying to figure out pipes! This is the pipe arc. You remember the time we had the space arc where we dedicated a number of episodes to going to all the planets? That's what this is, but with pipes, and it's awful. Okay, well, it's time for the next stage of this operation, which is going to require, first off, that I get rid of all of these sticks, because, oh my goodness, there's so many of them. We're just still going. Why are we still going? What's happening right now? You're just, like, sticking them back out into the network? Stop it here, please. Now, at this point, you might be a little bit confused, but this is something that I was talking about before. So this is a firewall pipe. I know it looks kind of similar to the remote ordering pipe, but I assure you it's a different pipe, okay? And we need to do some configuration on it before we can move forward here. So we need to allow power flow. That'll get all that back up. And then we want to block sticks from going through here. No sticks going through there. So the idea is, if I can remember what my crazy, nutty plan was, first off, we can get rid of that. We can replace that with this. Oh, shoot. Hold on. No. Get out of there. There we go. And then we can configure this with this, and this should start filling up again. And what we're trying to do is prevent sticks from coming back through here. This all has a purpose, trust me, because then we're going to add a... You know what? Let's not use a quicksort module. Let's use a provider. Boom, provider, and then you're not going to run until I actually put some sticks in you. We know that now. I think we can pretty assuredly say that's the deal here. Can you, like, shift-click that to, like, lock it? I know there's a... Can't you lock these in some way? So apparently, if we want this to, for the sake of automation, hold at least one of the items at all times, we need to make it a sticky barrel. But looking through here, I don't see a sticky... I mean, I see sticky barrels, but here's the issue. When you click on them, there's no recipe. Almost like you can't build them. I don't know how to make them sticky. There's also a hopping barrel, but the recipe for that doesn't appear to actually exist either. In order to do this experiment now, though, we need to build something with the sticks, which, I mean, what's the most basic thing you can do with a stick, because I don't want to get crazy over here. I was kind of hoping to find something that could be built with only sticks. Perfect, a ladder! Okay, yeah, that'll work. So I guess now what I'm wondering is, are we going to end up with the issue of sticks? If they're being pulled out of this chest instead of out of the logistics crafting table, are we still going to end up with issues of them blowing up and overflowing and whatnot? And I feel like we have to wait until this is full to find out, so I'm going to go ahead and plug this in here, and that there is going to be an active supplier module asking for infinite ladders, and we'll deal with setting this up here in a minute. I think we'll go ahead and do this here. So again, we're going to look at recipe, import, perfect, and the last thing we'll do is set up that pipe once this is full. And it's important that it be full, because once it's full, if it has to craft more after this is summoned, so let's say this sucks out, I don't know, 6, and then this makes 8, that leaves 2, will it get thrown on the ground? I kind of feel like the crafting pipe is the source of all of our problems, because it seems like it always takes out however much was made, even if it's not necessary, and there's nowhere for it to go, which is a problem, which is what's going to end up happening if this is full, which it's about to be, and then it makes more than is needed. Are they going to get stuck inside of here? Like, look, there's literally a stick stuck in there right now. Why? Because this is full, and it just felt the need, like it had to take that out. It had no other options. I feel like if we could prevent the crafting pipe from automatically exporting everything from here, we would be somewhere. Because with the crafting tables we were using before, which I kind of miss at this point, I don't care that they're slow, they worked. With those, it wouldn't export the items from the table unless they had somewhere to go. That basically necessitates the use of these black hole units. It requires that we have them, you know what I mean? Which is frustrating. It's very frustrating. Okay, so basically what we want to do here is we want to go ahead and configure this pipe here. Import. There we go. So that should start working basically immediately. There's absolutely no reason for that to not start working, other than the fact that we already know that we have to have at least one ladder inside of here for this thing to work. So there we go. There's one ladder. The sticks are going to start flowing, okay? Which means that the ladders are going to start flowing, which means that these sticks are going to start flowing out of here to keep this thing stocked. Now that I think about it, though, it might drain it faster than that over there will generate them. So maybe we should reconfigure this and tell it to only have, let's see, we'll go with partial and then keep like 64 ladders. Oh, shoot. That happens every darn time. You can go past 64, but if you try to then roll backwards, it completely breaks on you. Okay. So it's now past that by a ways, and it's still going for some reason, which is odd, because I did just tell it to not do that, and yet it's still going. There we go. It stopped. Yeah, it's relaxed now. And so what's going to happen here is that this is going to have an odd number of sticks. They're all just going to blow back up on the ground again. Just like these ladders here just blew up on the ground because they had nowhere to go, because this is compelled to pull everything out after the crafting operation. That's our problem. That's the reason we're having all these issues. I finally figured it out, everyone. The reason we're having issues with things getting blown up on the ground over here, unless they have a buffer, is because if it generates more items than is needed, it will not just leave them in here. It is compelled. It's compulsory. It has to pull out every item in the crafting operation, and woe to you if you don't have a place for it to go. With that in mind, though, now that we know, I can say with pretty reasonable certainty, I mean, there we go, we just saw proof of my theory, that this is the best that you can do using these, okay? My idea for using the firewall doesn't really make sense. It doesn't really contribute anything. And yeah, you can limit how much goes into these. I wish you could set a number higher than, let's say, because you can do 64 times 9, whatever that is. Let's see. 576 can be stored inside of here. If you wanted to have a bigger buffer, I'm trying to figure out how would we do a bigger buffer. The issue is if you fill something up, so if we were to use barrels or we were to use a chest, if you don't set how many to make, like a maximum, it'll just fill up. At which point, if any items are trying to be sent back to it, they'll have nowhere to go and they'll overflow, right? So it's like, okay, well then we need to use something with a lot of storage space and we have to limit it. But then at that point, if we're using something like an obsidian crafting table, like that, it does have quite a bit of storage space. And if we wanted to say fill it all the way up to here, you can't, because you're limited on, 576 items apparently. If inside of here, you configure all of these to be 64 copper cables, right? Unless you can actually spin this past... No, you can. Okay, so it'll go up to 127. And then if you roll it backwards, they all disappear for whatever reason, because it's a terrible mod. So we could actually potentially multiply that number by 2, which is 1,152 items. And I looked up in the air like I was imagining that, but I just used a calculator. I don't know why I did that. Force of habit, I guess. I mean, let's see if that even works. If we come over here to this, and we set this to 127, and then we exit, is it actually going to start the process of... it is. Alright. I guess what I really want to do is I want to stop these from running infinitely, right? Nothing in the factory needs to be running indefinitely forever. These don't need to be running indefinitely forever, which they currently are. They don't need to be. And these don't need to be running indefinitely for forever. But my concern is if I put a barrel here, it'll fill up the barrel, and then where's the backlog gonna go? Well, they're gonna go into I guess we could just hide these away somewhere. And now that I think about it, is that such a bad idea? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna present this idea to the audience, and then I'm going to be done down here. We're not coming back down here to work on this again in the next installment. I don't know what we're gonna do, but it's gonna be something else. Would it make sense, instead of having these fill up infinitely, right? And instead of having these fill up infinitely, and instead of having these fill up, well, these are fine. We'll leave those there. But would it make more sense to have barrels be here, and those will fill up 64 stacks, 64 stacks, sized 64. It's a horrible way of saying it. 4,096 items each. And then we just tuck these away somewhere out of sight, and we configure those with the item sinks, so that if too many items get sent to somewhere on the factory floor, they get backed up to over here. And then what about, like, setting priority? I noticed someone mentioned that in the comment section, and I know we can set priority on some things, but, like, we can set priority here, but what does that do? And then you can't do it anywhere else as far as I can tell. Setting priority would be fantastic. Can we do that with our little pipe tool? Like, being able to tell something, hey, draw from this source first. I think that would actually be the pipe controller. Being able to tell the system, hey, instead of making a new one, right? Instead of drawing from... whatever. If we had barrels over here and those were new source, and then we had black hole units tucked away underneath as like the overflow, if we could configure it to say, hey, draw from here first, that would be great. But it does not look like there's any way to do that. Or we could just go back to using the the other gosh darn automated crafting tables. You could juice them up with tons of power. We can make high voltage solar panels now. It's not automated, but we can make them. We can have all the power we want. And we can just have those, and they don't have the problem with the overflowing and all that, because it only extracts items when it needs to. So you can put one of those next to a barrel, and use the gosh darn item translocators to fill up the barrel, and then once the barrel's full, where did those go? Maybe we're just inviting ourselves into a world of trouble doing this. Maybe this is not the answer. Maybe this is not the way. But we're gonna find out, aren't we? There's no point in coming together and making these videos if we're not going to experiment and try new things. So we've really punched up the power here. We want this thing to, you guessed it, make sticks, because that's the easiest thing. And then we want to configure the item sync, or actually we should probably use an active supplier here. I think we've learned that those are just a little bit better at getting items where you need them to go. So we want to, I don't know what this one was doing. Yes, I do. I can tell exactly what that one was doing. We need planks is what we need right now. And we need an infinite amount of them, maybe? Doesn't infinite summon even if they have nowhere to go? Should we? You know what? We're not going to worry about it. We're not going to worry about it at all. So that should start to fill up with planks any minute now. Oh, it's expecting a different kind of plank. Okay, I mean, can we view the recipe for this again and actually click the correct button? Do we have to summon? You know what? We can set this ourselves. That's what we can. Oh, you can't drag on this screen. I am not feeling this today. Oh, good. Some got here. Some got here. Good. Okay. That's what we want you to do. We want you to get... What are you doing? What? Make oak buttons? No. Are you broken? What happened here? Stop making oak buttons. Stop that now. Stop that. Get the oak buttons out of here. All right, there's the sticks. It's made 64 of them. And then what we want to do is we want to get item transceivers. And see, is this going to keep running until they overflow? Is that what's going to happen? Kind of doesn't look like it. It kind of doesn't look like that's going to happen. Okay, where are item transceivers? I know that they're right in front of me. They're always right in front of me, and I can never find them. Liquid, liquid, liquid item. There we go. And so what I was saying before is we could then configure this like so, or maybe we can't for some arbitrary reason. There's definitely a space between these two. What if I break this one? And then I place this one. Oh. You just can't put them on the barrels at all. Let's verify that nothing's broken over there. Yeah, no. Cannot attach. Really? Only to the back? Whatever, honestly, at this point. You know what? We need to do the experiment. So we're going to just say that's fine. Oh, yeah, look, there they go. Okay, so it is trying to summon them infinitely. We should probably correct that. And do you reckon we could just take that out and we could probably just use an item sync module, couldn't we? I think we could probably just use an item sync module with an oak plank. Plop that in there. That would probably be fine. That's what we were using before, and it was fine. It's totally fine. It kept everything stocked just fine. Okay. Item translocators. Don't know why that matters. Hit that button. There they go. It's starting to fill up rapidly. We could put an upgrade on here to do this even more quickly if we wanted to grab a piece of glowstone, you know? And plop that on there. That's going to do them one stack at a time. So you can see this is just rapidly zooming up. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it just beautiful? Now, it's going as fast as it can. Which, actually, I'm not sure where it's getting the sticks from, because it... Oh! Oh! Oh, they're going so fast, we just can't see it happen. They're being generated, and we're watching them go. That's how fast they're being made, with the amount of power that we've supplied it with. Oh, okay. Alright, well, let's zoom back over here, and we'll have a look at the big battery, and we'll kind of see how it's doing. It's fine. Big battery's just fine. So that's stopped, because this also stopped. And what are you doing? Are you filtering things that I don't want you to filter? I don't think you are. You should be fine. You know why it's not working? It's not working because this is set up with a provider module. And what we need to do is just put a quick sort module in there. That works, okay. That works. We're going right on back. We're kicking it back old school, okay? Is what we're doing here today. That's just going to fill it up until it's empty is what's going to happen here. And it's going to do it really quick. And it's not going to overflow because it just doesn't do that. And this is just going to start transferring the sticks back. And then this is going to keep summoning them to keep itself stocked. It's a beautiful thing to behold. Here they come. They just keep coming. Man, maybe that's not the best approach. Maybe it would be better to use like an... Wait a minute. This only has the 9 slots. You know what else only has 9 slots? An active supplier. Meaning it's incredibly easy to set this up. Folks. Oh, folks. Get that back out of there. Plop that in there. Come back over here. Get this out of there. Plop that back in there. And just like that, we should be... The goal is to keep this thing stocked without it constantly having to summon them one at a time. I set it to partial. I don't know if that's going to be an issue. We could set it to full, probably. So that's still going. This is going to be full in no time, by the way. That's also not going to send them constantly. It's going to send them in little bursts like that, which is arguably better. You know what else we could do? To keep this thing stocked, we don't even have to use these. Because all it uses is the bare items, what we could do is we could just have this chest color matched on top of there. We could just do that. Watch this. Get rid of that, okay? And then we're going to come over here, and we're going to grab... I just have to find one. I'm bound to have one inside of here. I'm probably looking directly at it. There we go, ender chest. There's like a bunch of them up there. What am I looking for here? What am I looking to get here? I'm looking for a blue-orange. You're going to love this, folks. You're going to love this. A blue, orange. Yep, it's exactly what we're looking for. Plop that there. Plop that there. Heck, why not? Let's grab a glowstone. You know what I mean? Here's what we're going to do. Watch this. Watch this. A little bit of magic here. Is that right? Yeah. And then we turn that on. And now this stays infinitely supplied. This is full. So we're going to have to, like, take some items out of it. So that we can watch the madness take place behind it, okay? So there we go. We want to get this thing completely empty. I could just break it, but here we go. And boom, empty. Look how fast it's going. This is staying stocked. And nothing will overflow. Nothing will ever run out. Are we in a position now where we can finally admit that the great experiment failed? Can we admit that maybe crafting pipes weren't all they cracked up to be? Can we all acknowledge for a moment that possibly what we had, and don't it always seem to go, you don't know what you got till it's gone. You paved paradise, put up a parking lot, and don't it always seem to go. I'm tired. I'm tired of all the shenanigans and all the nonsense. You know what? I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I actually misapplied Energistics. Because even though that mod got stupidly overcomplicated to the point where they literally had to roll out like a different mod that basically replicated the original version of it to make it even usable again, whatever that storage mod is called. That at least that just has big crafting modules or whatever that you build. I saw it in Hole Diggers like a decade ago. That was good. That was great. Things didn't overflow. Things weren't getting tossed all over the place and making a mess. This is what I'm talking about right here. Oh, it's beautiful. To be fair, this does work. You know, if I come over here and I take this out, it's gonna work. It's gonna produce me another one very quickly, and it's fine. And everything is well in the world. It doesn't break anything. You know, it does a little shuffle because it used up a lot of its stored items. Look at that. That's going again. It used up all 64 of those, so it's resupplying now. It used up most of these. I mean, there's something nice about the simplicity of this. The way that it just works. It just shoots wood over here. It just shoots sticks over here. It just fills up a barrel and they're ready to go. That's nice. But I'm gonna go on a vacation. Howdy, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is REES, or Brachi at Cup, and welcome back to another installment of our TEKKIT 2 Let's Play Adventure Extravaganza of awesomeness and fun times to be had here in the wonderful world of TEKKIT 2, where today we are only going to spend about a minute and a half, if even, in the factory, and then I thought we would go out. I ended the last episode saying I wanted a vacation, and while I don't think there's any sort of nice resorts I can go hang out at, there are a lot of very curious characters around here that I thought we might go pay a visit to and just kind of check up on how everything's going, because we've not talked to a lot of folks in a long time. And I thought that could be fun. I was peeking right outside here and I noticed that the apartment building situation is coming along quite well. So I thought we would go check in on that and see how that's going. But I did say we would spend about a minute and a half, minute, 10 minutes. We're just going to spend a couple of minutes down here just going over a couple of things that I've done since last time. And I gotta tell you, it's not really much. In fact, it's so little that I don't even remember what I did exactly. Oh, no, I do remember. Okay, I configured these to hold more than just 64 of a given item. I didn't quite max them out, because as you know, each of these can be taken up to 125, and I just did 127, I think, per slot, and I just did 3 slots of 64, so 364, and then there's an extra 10 in there just because sometimes there's an extra 10 in there, you know? It's also where they go if they have nowhere else to go. And then over here, inside of this one, we did a full stack, even though we've got so many more than that. It's going to be a long time before we ever have to actually make copper cables, so we're kind of good to go on that front. And I didn't do that for all of them. I did it with the gold cables. I kind of realized it would be ridiculous to have stacks and stacks and stacks of, like, some of these objects here, although solar panels, I'm pretty sure I did it with solar panels, because I realized that that made sense. And I did, yeah, 3 stacks of solar panels. So I might go through and refine some of this, but I'm kind of liking this. We're going to leave it the way that it is for now. We might further refine it a bit in the future, but having now edited the past 5 or so episodes and sort of looking back on it as a whole, I feel like I was a little bit too harsh about this. It's not that it's bad, it's more so that it didn't work the way I wanted it to, which is my problem, not the mod's problem, not the mod pack's problem. It's just me having different expectations, and to be honest, it makes more sense like this. Having it constantly churning out, we don't need an endless supply of solar panels. Look, we already did the math on how many high voltage solar panels we could build with the 568 that are currently in here, the medium voltage ones, and we really just don't need more than that. So, I mean, if we ever need to, we know how to order them and automate everything. Future changes I might make, we might replace the hoppers with the item translocators, and we might set a certain value on those so that instead of just constantly running, because I think that's what's got our lag back up, I think that's what's causing us a bit of frame problems, is that these up here. Remember, even though visually not a lot is happening, we need to find one that's actually constantly running. Iron would be a good representation of that, which I believe is right here. So even though there's, like, not much happening here, actually, shockingly, yeah, nothing is happening here. Why is nothing happening here? Oh, well, these should be... I'm confused. It should be constantly running, because the iron supply down here is hooked in, and it's constantly ticking up. See what I mean? Maybe we should have looked at the other one. I don't know. But I think the reason we're getting a little bit of lag is because those are, even though they're not visibly doing anything, there's computation happening under the hood and kind of behind the scenes, and I think that that's contributing to some of our problems. Same up here with the diamonds, but we're never going to stop the diamonds. We're willing to take a hit for the diamonds so that I can occasionally just come down here and then quite comfortably just do this and have EMC, especially now that we know the witches stole our EMC generator in the basement. Which is kind of funny now, considering how often I alluded to the fact that we wouldn't need to worry about EMC because there's so much in the basement. Well, now we know better, but, you know, we have this running, and that's fine and dandy. But we are going to make a couple of changes. There's also one other idea I had regarding how to automate these machines that have like a single item that has an EMC value. We can probably eliminate these pipes and the sort of extra logic involved in running the pipes to get things up here. That's something we might change in a future installment, but that's all we're going to do down here today. We're not going to talk about this anymore. We're going to go out and have ourselves a little in-town vacation, if that makes sense. I don't know if that made any sense. We're going to go check in on Napier, and then I don't know what else. We're just going to see where the wind takes us. But I am curious to see how this is coming together and just sort of get a feel for chickens. There's a lot of chickens around lately. There's a lot of chickens in the basement the other day as well in the last few videos. I like to crack the eggs just to see if we get an extra chicken. So these are... Oh, okay, so I did tell him to build apartments, and I didn't think that he knew what that was. And based on what I'm looking at now, I still feel like he didn't quite get it. These are tiny little rooms. This is more like single bedrooms. And I guess that's okay if it's one family per floor, you know? Like, how many bedrooms are there here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Look, you got a room for mom and dad, a couple of kids, get grandma in the corner down here, but then also you have your front door. And what, your neighbors are just going to come through here? I suppose it could be an apartment complex where every, like, apartment is actually just a bedroom, and then there's a shared living space. I don't know what Napier's plan is. I do like the design, though. I don't know where he got most of this stuff. So that's just chiseled marble, and it looks really good. Framed glass panes they look broken is what they look like. That cannot be what they're supposed to look like. I kind of like it, though. It creates an interesting pattern. I'll give it that much. I'll give it that much for sure. Where did he get white beam wood slab? Oh, I bet he bought it from the dwarves. See, we should have gotten into tree breeding sooner. We could be using all our own materials for this. Gosh darn it. All right, well, Napier, I got to say, it is all coming together, and it's looking good. Yes, sir, hoping to have it finished by the end of the month. Okay, I don't know if he means Minecraft month or real life month. This is spooky, scary October Halloween month, so we might have to, like, hide from a zombie apocalypse or something weird in here. I don't know, whatever happens during such bizarre human holidays. It's looking good. About the whole Sir thing, though. Yeah, okay, listen, I was thinking, I sort of live in this tower here, this sort of fortress, this castle almost, and I kind of, you know, I control, I rule over, I lord over the people in my little village, you know, I protect them like a good little king or emperor. So what if you called me, like, your lord, your majesty, or your highness instead of just sir? Very well, my lord. He's got a little accent at the end of it. I love that. That's so wonderful. Thank you, Napier. Okay, keep up the good work, Napier. You're doing good. Good gosh, these chickens are all over the place, though. That is just a little bit unbearable. All right, well, I don't really think that we have any kind of close relationships with any of these other villagers, so I don't know if we necessarily want to check in on any of them, but I suppose we could go check in on like, the witches, or we could go check in on the pigmen, or actually, you know what? We've not spoken to the dwarves in a really long time. I think the last time we came over here was when we went to check out Fernie and what he had to sell, and realized he was selling everyone refrigerators and ovens, I think, is what the villagers have in their houses. Again, if we'd ramped up production on these things, we could be undercutting the dwarves and selling to our own citizens. But, Maggie! How are you? Hey, handsome wing. You're a flirty little thing, aren't you? Goodness gracious. Well, I have a think for men over 5 foot, or 3'5". I think that's a typo, but also, I get it, because she's a fantasy dwarf. They're all little, and literally, it's funny. You're funny, Maggie. You have a great sense of humor. Cute too, right? Yeah, we're gonna go because you have like what, 7 or 8 brothers. Speaking of which, hi Bramble. I was not just talking to your sister. That's good, REES, because she's only 69 years old. Well, I guess dwarves live for a really long time, but I thought she was maybe like, I don't know, 25 or something. Good gosh, 69, really? Yes, and I have forbidden her from courting until she's at least 99. I'll be literally 60 by then. Not that I'm interested. You know what, Bramble? I'm gonna go on my way. It's good to see you. What's up, Fernie? Oh. Okay. Looks like they've got some things to sell here. So obviously these are ores from Gray's mine. I'm not sure, Fernie, if anyone is going to want to buy raw gold, raw iron, and raw coal. Like, maybe... Oh, okay, and this must be from Bramble's farm. Again, I mean, raw seeds are great if you want to start your own garden and sort of be, like, food independent and whatnot. And wheat is good, too. But I feel like bread... Like, most people are looking to buy finished goods, or at least finished materials. I think most people in the market for gold would want gold ore, and then, like, possibly bread. You're not at all talkative, are you? You're not at all receptive to this? Oh. No, I don't want to buy a refrigerator. Thank you, though, Fernie. Okay, well. How are you doing today, Baz? You having a good time out here? You know what? That's enough dwarves for one day. I think I've just about had my fill of dwarves. That's fine. It's a good chat, I think, with at least one of them. Oh, teleport to. Take me somewhere new. Oh, we do actually have some new options here. Okay, well, let's go to the Tower of the Hand, and we'll check in on our good friends, Spurious and Laris. How are you two doing today? Doing well! Good, good. I'm glad to hear it. Doing our best to keep an eye on the pig fellows, as you should. They are a menace, and if it comes down to it, and you ever need weapons to deal with them, I'll be there for you. You know what I'm saying? And the odd number of chickens going about. Oh, yeah. No, that is weird. What is with that? Why are there... I thought they were all in the basement because they were coming out of that spawner. This is odd, though. I have no idea what this is all about. Yeah, let me know if you learn anything about that. And I have been looking into a recent zombie attack on a nearby village. Maybe don't do any research into that one. I'm pretty sure that's just regular old Minecraft stuff, you know. Zombies will be zombies, and they will just attack villages. There's nothing weird about that, you know? Besides, I took all the villagers in, and they're much happier now than they were before. You know what? Let's get out of here. How about we go to, what is Fort Pork? I'm assuming that's the pigmen. Oh. Oh, this is the tunnel we used when we snuck out the baby dragon. Oh, it's like a secret tunnel. Secret tunnel through the map. Alright, that's not super secret. But I guess if you're not expecting it, it kind of blends in. Oh. This is new. Oh, Pork. He's got more guards now. I guess I would be on heightened alert as well. What else is new around here? The last time we came out here, they just built this place. And then... oh my goodness, what have we here? Oh, are these little golems? Little nether golems? Hello, REES Crafts. Oh, they have AI. I mean, I guess nether golems normally have some form of AI. Hello, REES Crafts. Hello. Hi. Good to meet you. They've got quite a few of them. Hello. Hello, REES Crafts. Is this what they're doing? Is this like each one of these lines just dedicated to manufacturing the parts for these little warriors? I guess we could go ask about it if we wanted to. Pork, my friend, hello, how are you doing today? I am well, thank you. That's great. Hey, couldn't help but notice that you had a whole bunch of, little, sort of, nether golem things poking around down there, like wee little Iron Men. What are those all about? Yes, they're going to crush our enemies. Oh! Good, they're building their own weapons of war. They were supposed to be buying them from me, but I guess we got real distracted with the assembly line and haven't really been keeping up with that. Well, listen, hey, if they prove not to be enough, you know, because we'll definitely arm the other side with what they need to take them out, you know. Hey, I'm working on a big factory to manufacture all kinds of weapons if you ever need to buy some from me, if that's something that might interest you. I would be interested in that. Yes, thank you. Good. Yes, good. We're laying the groundwork. I'm gonna leave now. Out the front door. I'm gonna go now. Okay, I don't think he can see us. Oh no. Oh no, what have I done? Where did that go? Oh, I've completely ruined it. I actually don't know what to do in this situation. Do I have any kind of basalt? I have some basalt. I have some basalt cobblestone. Is that what this place is built out of? That doesn't look like basalt cobblestone. I guess it does actually look like basalt cobblestone. I was thinking of basalt stone, which is not what we've got here. Don't worry, I'm gonna figure this out, everybody. Nobody panic. Basalt brick is probably what we want. You know what? You know what? I've got a better idea. Hold on. Here we go. Normally, like, the thing pops out, so I don't know where it went. No one has to know, though. No one has to know. I do genuinely not know where it went, though. Alright. Get me out of here, Teleport 2. Who have we not paid a visit to? Tower of the Hand. There's no reason to go to Pirate Town, because there's no one left there anymore. A witch's hut. Yeah, why not? We'll go give them a visit. Oh. Oh, that's fantastic, Teleport 2. Thank you, I appreciate it. I appreciate that quite a bit. At least there's fewer chickens around here. Didn't notice any chickens at the Nether Fortress, but I'm sorry, the Pig Palace or whatever it was called. Fort Port. Oh, interesting. Well, this is quite different than when we left it. Again with the chickens, though. Why are there so many chickens? Maybe I shouldn't be contributing to making more chickens. Ah, let's see what they've been doing. Oh. This is where they're getting their building materials from. I'm sure that's unrelated. I'm sure that's just a coincidence. I don't know what that would possibly have to do with anything. Oh. Poisonous potatoes. Fermented spider eye. Golden apple. Don't mind me if I do. Tasty. Don't you tell a soul about this. Not a single soul, so help me. What is this? Do not inject. Do not touch. Do not taste. Do not sniff. What on earth is this? They've got a nice book collection, I see, and some absolutely fabulous chairs. Wait a minute, I didn't actually get a good look at this over here. Okay, I guess they've also been talking to the dwarves. They had a relationship with the dwarves at one point. You might remember we were told that the dwarves were buying their invisibility potion from a couple of witches. I just assumed it was these two. That makes a ton of sense. So I guess they've been over to Bernie's and been buying ovens and microwaves? Are you kidding me right now? How does this even work? First off, I didn't know you could build a microwave. Oh, you know what? I've got an idea. Why don't we just come right over here, and we'll grab ourselves one of these. We don't need that many of them. Oh, I can't put them back in? Yeah, you can. You can shift-click them. Can we microwave this? No. Maybe they don't have power for it. Well, we'll leave that in there for them. I'm sure the oven also probably requires some sort of fuel. I don't know if they figured that much out. Let's see. Oh, no, that's just going. That's just working. I suppose it's possible, I just don't know how to use this thing. Oh. And there you go. Master Chef. We've got an achievement, everyone. I should probably not be holding that, actually. And in fact, now that I think about it, you know, surrounded by so many chickens, we should probably just go ahead and get rid of the evidence. There we go. They got a fridge. Are you kidding me right now? They have a television! They've got a radio! It actually works. Yeah, you know what? That sets the mood. That sets the vibe right off. Look, there's actually storage in this thing. They've got hedges, they've got... Are you kidding me? How does that work? This is kind of swanky. You know what? I'm kind of on board with this. Whatever this is they're doing, I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Except for the mysterious potion. I'm not a big fan of that. Oh! Alright, that's hell, I guess, is what that is. Is this like their bedroom or something? Interesting bed. Ladies? Oh! Oh, they're in the... Oh, gosh, they're in the bath. Okay, you know what? There's some things in life you can't unsee, and that might just be one of them. Let's leave. Let's go. Get me out of here, please. Get me out of here. This is a strange place. Take me back home. You know what? Let's go have a chat. What? Why are there so many of them? This is so strange. This is so very odd. That was bizarre. Maybe we should just go check in with the channel members and see how they're doing. Where are my channel members?